ER. Doc laughed. Your son is just a junkie wanting a fix. He didn't know my husband is the chief of surgery. I stood behind him. License gone. The life-changing call arrived at 3:42 a.m., a cold Friday morning. I drank a lukewarm cup of black coffee at my kitchen island, while examining the week's complicated surgical schedules. I was a general surgeon for 24 years before becoming Belmont Memorial's chief of surgery 9 years ago. Night calls are normal to me. I've experienced emergencies, trauma, and the razor-thin edge between life and death. The moment my phone vibrated on the marble countertop and my 2-3-year-old son Leo's name showed on the screen, my chest seized with primordial, crushing panic. A institution over 3 hours distant had Leo as an environmental science graduate student. He was fiercely independent, diligent, and never phoned me at this terrible hour unless the world was falling apart. Swiped screen. Leo? What's wrong? Dad. His raspy, agonized voice made the hairs on my neck spring up. Dad, I'm at Oak Ridge Medical's ER. I've been here for almost 3 hours, and the doctor won't treat me. He keeps telling the nurses I'm faking my symptoms to get painkillers. Dad. Something is really wrong inside me. It hurts so bad I can't even stand up. I left my chair and ran to my bedroom to get my keys and money. What symptoms? Talk to me, Leo. Tell me exactly what you're feeling. Don't leave anything out. I heard him shakily breathing through his teeth. It started around midnight. Just a dull ache around my belly button. But then it moved. It's this sharp, stabbing pain in my lower right abdomen now. It's getting worse, every single hour. I'm so nauseous, Dad. I've thrown up 3 times in the waiting room. I'm freezing, but I'm sweating. I tried to explain exactly what I was feeling, but the doctor just kept asking me about my drug history. He kept looking at my arms, looking at me like I'm some kind of filthy street junkie. My hands froze solid, right lower quad discomfort, periumbilical migration, nausea, vomiting, fever, chills. It was classical acute appendicitis. We teach first-year medical students this textbook symptom progression. If this hospital refused to treat him for appendicitis, his appendix was a time bomb. His abdominal cavity would fill with contaminated bowel contents if it ruptured. It was peritonitis. That signified serious sepsis. That posed a scary death threat. Who is the attending physician? I asked, adopting my operating room voice. Dr. Thorne, Leo breathed. A moan of pain that broke my heart. Dr. Marcus Thorne. He won't even examine me properly, Dad. He came in, did this incredibly quick, rough press on my stomach, barely even felt my abdomen, and then literally rolled his eyes. He told the triage nurse to give me a dose of Tylenol, give me some discharge papers, and get me out of his ER. Leo, listen to me very carefully, I whispered, putting my car in reverse and pulling out of my driveway so fast my tires screamed on the slick asphalt. Do not let them discharge you. If they try to make you leave, you refuse. You tell them your father is Dr. Arthur Sterling, chief of surgery at Belmont Memorial, and I am on my way. Do not leave that hospital bed. If your appendix ruptures because this arrogant fool delayed your treatment, I am going to make sure people lose their medical licenses and go to prison. I drove at 85 miles per hour on the highway in the pitch-black night, seeing every surgical problem under the sun. I've witnessed delayed diagnosis, devastating medical misconduct, and devastated families. Lazy, prejudiced doctors who let their personal biases supersede their clinical judgment have always made my blood boil the most. Young male ER patients with acute stomach discomfort are tragically often rejected as drug seekers. This is especially true if they look a certain way, have tattoos, piercings, or appear to use drugs. On both arms, Leo got colorful tattoo sleeves representing rare plant species. His hair was in a long bun, and his left nostril sported a little silver ring. A lazy, biased doctor using profiling instead of medicine saw my son as the stereotype they used to excuse not doing their duties. Leo was a clever, kind-hearted academic who spent his weekends washing oil off birds and treating injured foxes at wildlife rehabilitation centers. He had never used a hard drug. I wanted to punch a brick wall at the thought that some arrogant, burnt-out emergency department doctor had looked at my child, judged his tattoos, and declared him an addict searching for a fix without conducting any diagnostic work. Oak Ridge Medical was normally a 3-hour journey. 2 hours and 45 minutes. I used my Bluetooth during the harrowing drive. First, I stayed on the line with Leo, listening to his ragged breathing, calming him, and monitoring his symptoms. I called several of my elder medical colleagues to learn about Dr. Marcus Thorne when he was too fatigued to speak. What I learnt on the road disgusted me. Thorne, 48, had been an ER doctor for 16 years and had a terrible reputation in the medical whisper network. Multiple formal complaints from outraged individuals claimed he disregarded their severe symptoms, delaying care and causing danger. The complaints never stuck. Why? Because the cowardly Oak Ridge Hospital administration kept resolving complaints secretly with non-disclosure agreements, afraid of negative PR, and the state medical board had never been forced to conduct an official inquiry. ER nurses viewed Thorne as wildly dismissive, aggressively arrogant, and quick to classify minority or unusual-looking patients as drug seekers without even basic clinical examinations. One of my closest colleagues, a veteran trauma surgeon who had unfortunately worked with Thorne a decade earlier, told me bluntly over the phone, "Arthur, Marcus Thorne, is a lazy, dangerously complacent doctor who is coasting on his old credentials. He profiles his patients the moment he walks in the room, making snap judgments based on what they're wearing and how they look, and he refuses to do the diagnostic legwork." The sun was just rising as I arrived into the Oak Ridge Medical Center parking lot at 6:28 a.m. Leo had been in the emergency room for nearly 6 hours without medical care. 6 hours of severe appendix inflammation. 6 hours of pressure building inside that small organ, tissue decaying, walls thinning, threatening to explode and fill his body with dangerous microorganisms. I entered the Oak Ridge ED through sliding glass doors. I skipped front desk check-in. My Belmont Memorial Chief of Surgery ID badge was visible on my lapel, and my rage was firmly, dangerously controlled. ER smelt like dirty coffee, industrial bleach, and despair. After bypassing the triage desk, I discovered Leo in a small, curtained bay in the department's far corner. My heart fell into my shoes when I drew back the fabric. Leo was hideous. The grayish-green color on his complexion was revolting. He was soaking with cold perspiration, curled up in a fetal position on the small, uncomfortable gurney, gripping his right abdomen to keep himself together. A young ER nurse checked his blood pressure by his bed. She appeared distressed. "Sir, are you family? You can't just walk back here," she replied. Her voice lacked authority, her eyes showing satisfaction that someone had finally found this boy. "I am his father. I am Dr. Arthur Sterling, Chief of Surgery at Belmont Memorial Hospital," I stated quietly. My badge caught her attention immediately. "Dr. Sterling. Oh, thank God. I've been incredibly concerned about your son. His fever just spiked to 102.8, his heart rate is tachycardic, and his pain level is escalating rapidly. I have personally paged Dr. Thorne 3 separate times to come back and reassess him, but he keeps blowing me off, saying the patient is just exhibiting aggressive drug-seeking behavior and needs to be discharged." I gazed down at my son. He was shivering violently. "Leo, it's Dad. I'm here. I need you to try and straighten your legs out for me, just for a second." Leo sobbed in pain. "I can't, Dad. It feels like I'm being stabbed with a hot knife. It hurts too much. Please make it stop." Not waiting for permission, I gently, expertly palpated his abdomen on the gurney. The moment my fingertips touched his right lower region, especially over McBurney's point, Leo screamed in anguish and nearly levitated off the mattress. Tenderness returns. Severe muscular guarding, abdominal boredness, high fever, pain that worsened and moved throughout 6 hours. More than acute appendicitis. My clinical signs screamed. An appendix ruptured. The infection spread. "Where exactly is Dr. Thorne?" I asked the nurse again, and my cold, emotionless voice made her step back. He's at the main charting station. Just down the hall to the left." I left Leo's bay. I moved slowly down the antiseptic hallway. The main charting area's window revealed a man in his late 40s in wrinkled scrubs and a white coat, leaning back in an ergonomic chair. He laughed out loud at a doctor's joke while drinking coffee. He had the nonchalant, relaxed attitude of a mediocre man who had never been punished for his career failings. I went straight to the charting station. "Dr. Thorne." His chair slowly turned as he stopped laughing. He was still amused, but angered by the interruption. "Yes? Can I help you? Families aren't supposed to be back here. I am Dr. Arthur Sterling. I am the Chief of Surgery at Belmont Memorial Hospital. I am also the father of Leo Sterling, the 23-year-old young man in Bay 4 whom you have been negligently refusing to treat for the past 6 hours, despite massive, glaring clinical signs of an acute abdominal emergency." I watched his expression transform with intense enjoyment. Smug joy disappeared abruptly. Deep confusion replaced it. And then, when my name, title, and the circumstances registered in his brain, his face drained completely of blood, turned paper white. Chief of Surgery," Thorne muttered, shaking his coffee cup. I didn't realize. He said his name was Leo Sterling. I didn't connect the names." "You didn't connect the names because Sterling is a common surname," I said, dangerously quiet to ensure every doctor and nurse in that station could hear me. "And even if you had connected the names, Dr. Thorne, it shouldn't damn well matter. You are a licensed physician. Your sworn duty is to assess, diagnose, and treat patients based on their clinical symptoms, not to make wildly Thorne rose up to recover some authority by puffing his chest. Now, hold on a minute, Dr. Sterling. Your son presented with vague, generalized complaints and a history that was highly inconsistent with serious surgical pathology. His pain behaviors seemed heavily exaggerated, and he specifically kept asking for narcotic pain medication. That is a massive red flag for drug-seeking behavior in our ER. Did he walk in asking for narcotics? I invaded his privacy and made him look at me. Or did he ask for basic pain relief after sitting in your waiting room for hours in absolute blinding agony? Tell me, Dr. Thorne, did you run a CBC panel? Did you order a metabolic panel? Did you order an abdominal CT scan with contrast? Did you perform a proper, documented physical exam, with an assessment for peritoneal signs? Or did you take one single look at a young man with tattooed arms and decide he was a junkie? Thorne clenched his jaw. I utilized my clinical judgment based on 16 years of emergency medicine experience. Not every single patient who walks in here complaining of a tummy ache needs thousands of dollars in extensive imaging. This hospital would go bankrupt if we ordered CT scans for everyone who claims to be in pain. Clinical judgment requires an actual clinical assessment, I said. Open his chart, right now. Show me your documentation. Thorne paused, looked around at the hushed workers observing the execution. He clicked his mouse and displayed Leo's electronic medical record on the monitor with shaky fingers. Leaning over his shoulder, I quickly studied the screen. My fists were so tense, my knuckles turned white. Triage found raised temperature, heart rate, and respiration, all indications of systemic disease. Physician physical exam notes. Patient reports abdominal pain. Casual palpation shows mild soreness, not acutely pathological. Symptoms seem exaggerated. Strong drug-seeking suspicions. Prescribed 500 mg acetaminophen. Recommended immediate discharge. The end. All his medical attention was that. Complete abdominal exam was not recorded. Testing rebound pain, rigidity, or guarding is not mentioned. Laboratory blood work not ordered. Please no images. No alternative diagnosis. A dismissive, biased assumption and a bad prescription for OTC Tylenol. This isn't a medical assessment, Dr. Thorne. I stated out loud in the quiet room. This is gross negligence. This is catastrophic medical malpractice. Thorne's face turned red with anger and defense. You cannot just march into my emergency department and start throwing around baseless accusations. I am an experienced, board-certified physician, and I made a standard judgment call based on the patient's presentation. Your prejudiced, lazy assumption based on his appearance and incompetence likely ruptured my son's appendix, I added, taking my phone out of my pocket. I am calling Dr. Elena Rostova, your chief of emergency medicine. I am requesting an immediate, emergency surgical consult from your on-call general surgeon, and then, Dr. Thorne, I am going to file a formal, heavily documented complaint with the state medical board to rip your license away. Not waiting for his reply, I ignored him and returned to Leo's bay. My son was crying quietly, his face in the thin hospital pillow. Dad, it's getting so much worse. I feel like I'm dying. I know, buddy. I know, I said, pushing back his sweaty forehead hair. I'm fixing this right now. You are going to be okay. I called Dr. Elena Rostova. Elena was a longtime colleague from state medical administration boards. She answered the second ring with a sharp voice. Arthur, it's early. What's going on? I skipped small talk. I provided her a precise clinical overview. Elena, I am standing in your ER, 23-year-old male. 6-hour history of severe, progressive right lower quadrant pain. High fever, nausea, vomiting, massive rebound, tenderness, and board-like rigidity. Absolutely zero diagnostic workup completed by your attending. Symptoms are perfectly consistent with acute appendicitis, and based on my physical exam, he has already perforated. The attending is Marcus Thorne. Elena did not speak for 3 long seconds. Swearing loudly, she cursed viciously. I am 20 minutes away. I am waking up Dr. Hayes from general surgery and sending him down to you right this second. And Arthur, I am so incredibly sorry. Thorne has been a massive liability for years, but HR and legal haven't let me fire him because we didn't have a bulletproof, documented incident to survive a wrongful termination suit. This is the bullet. Dr. Jonathan Hayes entered the ER exactly 12 minutes later. The late 30S surgeon was smart and focused, definitely taking his profession seriously. He introduced himself to Leo, softly explained his plan, and performed a thorough abdominal exam. Hayes became worried as he touched Leo's midsection. He stared at me with professional regard. Severe rebound tenderness. Exquisite pain over McBurney's point. Significant guarding. With his vitals in the timeline, I am highly concerned about a perforation. We need stat labs, and an abdominal CT with contrast right now. But honestly, Arthur, we both know what this is. We're prepping an OR. The ER personnel rushed quickly, fearing my presence and Dr. Rostova's wrath. CT results arrived 45 minutes later. They proved my greatest nightmare. A burst appendix, massive early peritonitis symptoms, fluid in the abdomen is infectious, severe right lower quadrant inflammation. Leo needed urgent abdominal surgery. Dr. Rostova arrived as they wheeled Leo out of the bay. She appeared furious and was a powerful woman in her 50s. She glanced at the CT images on the monitor, then marched up to Dr. Thorne near the nurse's station, trying to appear busy. Dr. Thorne. My office. Now. Rostova shouted. Her look softened as she faced me. Arthur. We are taking your son up right now. Hayes is brilliant. He will take excellent care of him. I promise you, there will be hell to pay for this. I held Leo's icy, trembling hand as I walked his gurney to the operating room. Dad, I'm really scared, Leo said, shedding tears. What if I don't wake up? You are going to wake up, I replied firmly, fighting back a choke of panic. Dr. Hayes is a fantastic surgeon. They are going to clean out the infection, take out the bad tissue, and you are going to be completely fine. I will be sitting right here, when you open your eyes. My hand was weakly squeezed. I wasn't making it up, Dad. I wasn't faking it for drugs. He just wouldn't listen to me. My heart hurt. I know you weren't, Leo. You did everything right. This is not your fault. None of this is your fault. I lost my son when the surgical suite's hefty double doors opened. As they carried him to the operating table and prepared the anesthesia, I stood alone in the chilly, sterile hallway, peering through the narrow wire mesh windows. I shook violently for the first time since the call. My son nearly died of sepsis because a lazy, egotistical doctor allowed his personal biases outweigh his medical training. I entered the surgery waiting area, poured myself a terrible hospital coffee I didn't drink, and grabbed my phone. The war started. First, I contacted Claire, Leo's mother, my ex-wife. She deserved to know what was happening from a state away. Though groggy, she woke up as I uttered Leo's name. I told her about Thorne's horrible dismissal, the ER visit, the delayed diagnosis, the rupture, and the emergency operation. Claire was crying into the phone when I finished the timeline. Arthur, he could have died. If he hadn't called you, if he had just listened to that monster and taken an Uber home, he would have gone to sleep and he never would have woken up. I know, Claire, I responded, first cracking my voice. But he didn't. He called me. He is in surgery right now, and he is going to survive this. I am booking the next flight out of Logan, she argued. I will be at the hospital by noon. I made the most essential call of the morning after Claire's call. I called Victor Vance, my personal attorney and one of the East Coast's most vicious, successful medical malpractice lawyers. I had worked as a high-paying expert medical witness on several of Victor's largest lawsuits for nearly 2 decades. Victor responded like a shark scanning the ocean for blood. Arthur, it's 8 a.m. Who did what? I planned the entire process clinically. The timeline. Displayed symptoms. The absence of diagnostics. Unfair charts. Treatment delay. A burst appendix. An imminent peritonitis. Victor listened silently. I heard his pen frantically scratching a legal pad. After I finished, he whistled softly. Arthur, this isn't just standard medical negligence. This is a catastrophic failure to diagnose, compounded by inadequate assessment, resulting in massive, documented physical harm. The fact that he actively documented his profiling of Leo, writing down drug-seeking behavior without a shred of clinical proof, adds a massive dimension of gross negligence and bias. We can file an immediate, devastating complaint with the state medical board. And depending on how Leo's surgery goes, we have absolute grounds for a massive civil suit against both Thorne and Oak Ridge Medical. I want more than just a standard complaint, Victor, I remarked, glancing at the waiting room wall. I want Thorne's medical license permanently revoked. I want a full, public investigation into his entire practice history. I want to utterly destroy his ability to ever wear a white coat again. I want to make sure this never, ever happens to another patient. Victor halted. You're asking for a total war, Arthur. The hospital's insurance company will fight back hard. They will try to protect him, to protect their own bottom line. The medical board moves like molasses. This process could take years, and it will drag Leo through the mud. I do not care if it takes the rest of my life, I said. My son is currently having his abdomen irrigated because a doctor was too prejudiced to do his damn job. That is unacceptable. We go to war. Start the paperwork, Victor urged. Get me every single page of Leo's medical records the second he is out of recovery. Surgery lasted 3 painful hours and 45 minutes. When Dr. Hayes entered the waiting room, he looked fatigued, his surgical cap pulled low, yet he smiled with relief. Arthur. He's okay, Hayes remarked, removing his mask. The appendix had completely ruptured, just as we suspected. There was significant purulent contamination throughout the peritoneal cavity. We performed a full appendectomy, spent over an hour extensively irrigating his abdomen to clear the infection, and placed 2 surgical drains. He is going to be in an immense amount of pain, and he will need heavy IV antibiotics for at least 4 or 5 days here in the hospital, but he is strong. He should make a full recovery. After the adrenaline crashed, I leaned against the wall, weak-kneed with relief. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for saving him. Hayes became furious. Arthur, I need to be completely off the record with you for a second. The tissue necrosis showed that the rupture was incredibly recent. Probably within the past 2 hours. If Thorne had properly assessed and treated him the moment he arrived at the ER, we could have performed a simple, clean laparoscopic surgery long before the perforation ever occurred. Thorne's delay directly caused the rupture, the peritonitis, and the need for this invasive open surgery. I know, I whispered. I am thoroughly documenting everything in my official surgical operative notes, Hayes said. The timeline, the delayed diagnosis, the entirely preventable perforation. If you decide to pursue this legally or through the board, I will gladly sit on a witness stand and testify to the massive standard of care violations under oath. Strongly shaking his hand. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Around 2 p.m., Leo woke up in surgery recovery. After the severe anesthesia, he was pale, sleepy, and connected up to a horrifying number of monitors, IV lines, and surgery drains. In the cold plastic chair next to his bed, I held his hand and watched his chest rise and fall. His puzzled, watery eyes blinked open. He looked around before looking at me. Dad? I grinned. I'm right here, buddy. Tears eventually forming. The surgery went perfectly. They got the appendix out. The infection is being treated. You are going to be completely fine. Leo breathed deeply and tears fell down his face. I honestly thought I was going crazy in that waiting room. Thorne kept looking at me with such disgust. He kept saying I was faking it, that I just wanted to get high. I was in so much pain, I actually started wondering if maybe I was making it up, if my brain was just playing tricks on me. I leaned over and kissed his forehead. The pain was real, Leo. Your body was failing, and you were completely right to trust what you were feeling. Dr. Thorne was dead wrong. He is a disgrace to the medical profession, and I promise you, he is going to face severe consequences for what he did to you. I worked for 5 days as Leo slowly and painfully recovered in Oak Ridge Hospital. I attentively recorded every event detail. I requested and received all his computerized medical data, from ER triage notes to Dr. Hayes' operation reports, unredacted. The ER nurses who worked during Leo's agonizing wait were quietly interviewed by Victor's private investigator. I was chilled by what we found. Dr. Thorne received 3 nurses' urgent concerns regarding Leo's rapidly deteriorating condition. Sarah, a trauma veteran with 20 years of expertise, addressed Thorne, informing him that Leo's vital signs and extreme guarding indicated a surgical urgency. She virtually begged him for a stat CT. Thorne shouted in the charting station that nurses need to stay in their lane and trust a physician's superior judgment regarding drug-seeking addicts. Victor also found that Thorne had killed others before Leo. In the past 2 years, outraged patients filed 5 formal complaints against Thorne for excessive negligence. Thorne dismissed a young black woman with serious chest discomfort as an anxiety attack and sent her home. She returned by ambulance 6 hours later with a major pulmonary embolism and nearly died. Thorne disregarded a teenage boy's ruptured ulcer as mild gastritis. In every case, Oak Ridge Medical's risk management team intervened, provided the victims modest cash settlements with strong non-disclosure agreements, and hid Thorne's incompetence to protect their hospital's name. On the 4th day of Leo's hospitalization, Dr. rang. Arthur, I wanted you to hear this from me. I have officially initiated a formal, aggressive peer review of Dr. Thorne's recent cases. We are pulling every single chart he has touched in the last 3 years. Based on what we are already finding, hospital administration has officially placed him on unpaid administrative leave, pending termination. That is a good start, Elena, I said coldly. But administrative leave is a slap on the wrist. I want his license. Off the record? Elena groaned. I hope you get it. I've been trying to build a bulletproof case to fire him for years. The corporate cowards in administration kept protecting him because he churned through patients quickly and billed high. Your son's ruptured appendix is the absolute nightmare scenario they always feared. Nail him to the wall, Arthur. Victor filed our enormous, well-documented complaint with the State Medical Board on day 5. He also filed a notice of intent to sue Dr. Marcus Thorne and Oak Ridge Medical Center for gross medical malpractice, carelessness, and standard of care violations. Very predictable was the hospital's corporate response. Within 48 hours, their enormous legal team hurriedly requested an immediate settlement meeting with Victor. They planned to quietly end this PR problem like they had others. Victor discussed their initial offer with me later that day. Arthur, they are terrified. They are offering a preliminary settlement of $300,000. It comes with a strict non-disclosure agreement, and it requires you to immediately withdraw the medical board complaint against Thorne. Absolutely not, I said without hesitation. $300,000 is blood money. It would cover Leo's medical bills, but it lets Thorne walk away clean to butcher someone else. I do not care about the money, Victor. Tell their lawyers to take their NDA and shove it. We are proceeding with the board complaint. We are proceeding with the lawsuit. We are taking this entirely public. Victor chuckled. I was hoping you'd say that. But you need to understand, Arthur, going public means Leo's medical history will be scrutinized. The press will get involved. The hospital will try to drag his name through the mud to make Thorne look reasonable. Leo and I have already discussed it. We are ready. Burn them down. 6 weeks later, the state medical board began investigating. They gave the case to a harsh medical investigator with years of experience. I, Leo, Sarah, the ER nurse, Dr. Hayes, and Dr. Rostova were interviewed. He examined every medical report, the date, and Thorne's horrendous history of suppressed complaints. Thorne hired a shady, expensive defense counsel who defended bad doctors to save his career. Their legal strategy was predictable: attack Leo's integrity, claim he overstated his symptoms, and say Thorne's clinical judgment was fair, given the ER's high prescription demand. They weren't ready for what followed. We refused the NDA, so the story was public. A passionate, Pulitzer-winning investigative journalist named Rachel from the state's largest newspaper heard about the lawsuit. She got an exclusive interview. I handed her time frame. I directed her to other NDA-silenced victims. The Sunday front-page essay by Rachel was explosive. The headline was devastating: Pattern of Prejudice, How One Oak Ridge ER Doctor's Bias Put Dozens of Patients in Body Bags, and How the Hospital Covered It. Leo's awful ordeal was recounted alongside interviews from 3 other patients who heroically broke their NDAs to speak up about Thorne, disregarding their life-threatening ailments because they were minorities, had tattoos, or didn't appear like respectable patients. The public suffered nuclear catastrophe. Patient advocates protested Oak Ridge Medical. Local politicians sought probes. The controversy destroyed the hospital's PR department. Oak Ridge Medical's board of directors voted emergency. Within 48 hours of the article's publication, Dr. Marcus Thorne was fired for cause, and the vice president of risk management who initiated the cover-ups was fired. But terminating him wasn't enough. I needed to make sure he couldn't practice medicine elsewhere in the country. Late November's freezing morning state medical board hearing followed Leo's surgery 4 months earlier. Reporters filled the state capitol hearing room, which was official and intimidating. 7 senior doctors and 2 public advocates sat behind a long mahogany table. Leo testified first. Although nervous, his voice was strong and unwavering as he described the agonizing pain, terror of being ignored, and humiliation of being treated like a criminal while his organ was literally bursting inside his body. Leo said, "He looked at me like I was absolute garbage." To the quiet room. Like I wasn't even a human being worth his time. I kept begging him to listen, telling him that something was tearing apart inside me, but he had already looked at my tattoos and decided I was just a liar. Sarah, the brave ER nurse, testified next. Her testimony sealed the deal. In my 20 years of emergency nursing, I have learned to trust objective clinical signs, she said. Mr. Sterling was in severe, critical distress. His vitals were crashing. I explicitly warned Dr. Thorne that the patient was exhibiting classic signs of an acute abdomen. Dr. Thorne told me to mind my own business and that the patient was just a junkie looking for a high. He refused to even touch the patient's abdomen during his second assessment. Dr. Hayes' clinical, devastating surgical findings proved that the delay in care caused the rupture and life-threatening peritonitis. Thorne was next. He looked hollowed out in the witness chair, sweating profusely. He was too arrogant to play the victim, even though his attorney advised him to show remorse. He maintained he used best clinical judgment. Victor dissected Thorne like a high school biology frog during cross-examination. Dr. Thorne, Victor strolled to the panel. You documented that Mr. Sterling exhibited drug-seeking behavior. Can you tell this board exactly what specific, clinical behaviors led you to that medical conclusion? Swallowed hard, Thorne. He was highly agitated. He was requesting pain relief. According to the nursing charts, Mr. Sterling never once asked for narcotics. He asked for something to make the pain stop after sitting in your waiting room for over 3 hours. Is asking for pain relief while suffering from a ruptured appendix indicative of drug abuse in your professional medical opinion? It can be a red flag, Thorne mumbled. A red flag, Victor jeered. Dr. Thorne, isn't it true that your clinical judgment was actually just a baseless, prejudiced assumption based entirely on the fact that my client's son has tattoos and a nose ring? Thorne defended, No, I rely on medical instincts. Medical instincts that resulted in a young man's internal organs flooding with toxic bacteria while you drank coffee and laughed at the nurse's station, Victor replied, dropping the chart with a loud crack. No further questions. The medical board deliberated under 90 minutes. After they returned, the board chairman, a strict pediatric surgeon, read the final decision into the microphone. After a thorough review of the overwhelming evidence, the clinical documentation, and the horrifying pattern of prior conduct, this board finds that Dr. Marcus Thorne has committed gross negligence, catastrophic failure to meet the standard of care, and severe professional misconduct driven by personal bias. Dr. Thorne, it is the unanimous decision of this board that your medical license is hereby permanently revoked. You are barred from practicing medicine in this state, and this ruling will be immediately forwarded to the National Practitioner Data Bank to ensure you cannot obtain a medical license in any other jurisdiction in the United States. Thorne fell back into his chair, burying his face in his shaking hands. He had lost his career forever. He never touched a patient again. Oak Ridge Medical Center settled our civil malpractice lawsuit 3 weeks after the hearing, terrified of a public jury trial after the board's damning ruling. The payout was $2.1 million. More importantly, Oak Ridge was legally required to make major systemic changes as part of the settlement agreement. They required diagnostic imaging for all acute abdominal pain presentations regardless of attending physician overrides under strict new triage protocols. They replaced their risk management team and required rigorous implicit bias training for all physicians. Leo fully recovered physically. He thrives, despite his jagged, 6-inch abdominal surgical scar and medical trauma and anxiety when visiting the doctor. He does amazing field research for a massive environmental protection agency, after earning his master's degree with honors. He still has tattoos and a nose ring, but he's learned to fight for himself. This is revenge's final, beautiful twist. My medical network informed me a year after the settlement that Marcus Thorne, disgraced and unable to practice medicine, had secured a lucrative corporate job. A large health insurance company hired him as a medical consultant. His new job involved reviewing patient claims in a cubicle and using his medical expertise to find loopholes to deny sick people life-saving treatments. It was the sickest irony. A negligent doctor who nearly killed my son is now getting millions from an insurance company to deny care to other victims. Leo and I used $1.5 million of the hospital settlement to create a massive, aggressive non-profit legal foundation. The foundation's sole purpose is to provide free, top-tier legal representation to patients who have been wrongfully denied medical coverage by insurance companies or medical bias and malpractice. Our foundation's first major, public class action lawsuit, we targeted the insurance conglomerate that hired Marcus Thorne, subpoenaed Thorne's employment records. We destroyed his credibility as a medical consultant in federal court, with his revoked medical license and history of catastrophic medical negligence. We argued that insurance denials from doctors with revoked licenses for gross incompetence were fraudulent. Fearing massive federal exposure and the media circus our foundation was creating, the insurance company panicked. Marcus Thorne was fired Friday afternoon for breach of corporate ethics. He is unemployed, unemployable in healthcare, bankrupt from legal fees, and facing several new lawsuits from his former victims who were emboldened by our foundation's success. My phone rang yesterday as I sat in my Belmont Memorial office overlooking the city skyline. It was Leo. He said, "Hey, Dad," with a lively voice. "Just calling to check in. The foundation's lawyers just won another appeal for that young girl, who was denied her autoimmune medication." I smiled, feeling profound peace soak into my bones. "That is incredible news, Leo. You're doing amazing work." "Dad." Leo paused, softening. "I know I've said it 100 times, but, thank you. Thank you for answering the phone that night. Thank you for believing me when no one else would. Thank you for completely destroying that monster." "You never have to thank me for that, Leo," I said, looking at his desk photo. "That is exactly what a father is supposed to do. We have a long way to go to fix medical systemic bias. Some arrogant doctors believe a medical degree qualifies them to play God and judge patients by appearance. Every time we win a case, force a hospital to change its protocols, or remove a bad doctor, we make the system safer for the next person. Marcus Thorne thought my son was a disposable junkie. He learned the hard way that messing with a father's child costs more than your job. You lose everything." My husband laughed as Mistress dumped ice punch on my pregnant belly. My 3 billionaire brothers bought the entire hotel to exact brutal revenge. From the time I was a young woman of 28 years old, I was brought up in a setting that was simultaneously immensely privileged and extremely terrible. My mother and father were killed in a plane crash when I was 7 years old. Since then, my 3 older brothers, Liam, 35, Ethan, 33, and Connor, 31, have been the ones who have been responsible for my upbringing. For example, they took the massive empire that my father had built, which comprised a company that was involved in technology, worldwide logistics, and real estate, and transformed it into something that was even more expansive. From my point of view, however, they were nothing more than the guys who braided my hair, searched beneath my bed for monsters, and scared away any male who glanced at me in an inappropriate manner, all in the name of protecting me. However, despite the fact that they had a profound and unending care for me, their protection frequently turned out to be like a golden cage for me. I was a university student majoring in art history, who was 21 years old, and yearned for independence. Back in the day, I was in that position 7 years ago. The introduction of Julian to me took place during that period. Even though he was just 24 years old, he was already working as a barista at a coffee shop that was located in close proximity to their university. He was a struggling MBA student. The manner in which he looked at me was so delightful and poetic that it gave the impression that I was the focal point of the entire universe. Not only did he describe me as a bad student, but he also described me as a man with a vision. He informed me that I was the first person who genuinely saw him. I was the first person who spotted him, according to what he informed me. I had a difficult fall. Every single word that he said during the entirety of the chat was something that I believed. In the event that Julian is in need of initial capital for his luxury real estate consulting firm, I made sure to introduce him to the elite network that my brothers have developed. I continued to be at his side despite the fact that his pitches were unsuccessful, which resulted in late evenings and an endless stream of rejections. My brothers, on the other hand, were always able to see right through him. Ethan, who has a mind that is like a steel trap for numbers, discovered a considerable amount of financial irregularities after conducting an inquiry into Julian's early business activities. Julian's earlier business dealings were the subject of the investigation. In a simple manner, Liam sat me down and informed me that Julian was a parasite who attempted to climb the social ladder by using my name. He said this as I was sitting down. My anger was at an all-time high. Specifically, I claimed that they were seeking to exercise control over my life, and that they were elitist snobs who couldn't abide the fact that I had found real love outside of their affluent bubble. I also claimed that they were trying to control my life. My engagement party was the occasion that helped me reach the point when I could no longer take it. Liam, who openly supported Julian in his defense, was the one who brought to light the unethical business practices that Julian employed. I looked my oldest brother in the eye, and cried out in front of everyone, "If you can't be happy for me, then I don't need you in my life. I don't need your money, and I don't need you at my wedding." I was alluding to the fact that I did not want him to be a part of my life. I was expressing my dissatisfaction with his presence in my life. After a period of 3 weeks, Julian and I decided to pursue an elopement. I changed my phone number, moved out of the family penthouse, and blocked their emails. I also switched my phone number. My address was also altered by me. Constructing a life with Julian has been my primary focus for the past 5 years. My presumption was that I was exhibiting my independence in this situation. I was under the impression that I was proving to the world that I did not need to be a member of the Vanguard family in order to be happy. A change in Julian, on the other hand, occurred during the course of the 5 years. Following the disappearance of the barista who was known for her poetic style, a social climber who was not only chilly but also calculated took her place. 6 months ago, when I found out I was pregnant, I had the impression that this would be the moment when our relationship would take a significant shift. He began to criticize my appearance, my weight, and my lack of ambition. Instead of doing that, he got more aloof from me. He did this in order to make me feel like I lacked something. As a result of this, we are commemorating the 5th anniversary of our wedding this past weekend. The Grand Sterling, which is widely considered to be among the most prominent hotels in New York City, served as the venue for a large-scale gala that Julian had planned. Clients, investors, and socialites were among the 1,000 guests that he invited to his event. He wanted to make a good impression on all of these individuals. After a search that lasted for 3 weeks, I finally found a champagne silk maternity gown that made me feel very stunning. On the other hand, the moment I stepped foot inside the ballroom, I was immediately struck by the sudden realization that something was badly wrong. Julian, who was standing at the front of the room, had his arm wrapped tightly around the waist of Veronica, a corporate lawyer who was 29 years old and had been consulting for his firm. Veronica was a client of Julian's firm. He made a tapping motion with his finger on the microphone. The string quartet came to a halt in their performance. He became the focus of everyone's attention in the room. Julian shouted loudly into the speakers, "Everyone, I want to express my gratitude for your presence. 5 years ago, I made a strategic alliance. I married a woman who provided a convenient connection to respectability while I built my empire. I was unable to continue beating. There was not a single sound to be heard in the ballroom. But, you see," Julian said with a malicious smirk spreading across his lips, "I've outgrown stepping stones. Veronica here. She is my equal. She is my future. And Clara? He pointed at me, standing motionless in the middle of the dance floor, my hands involuntarily covering my pregnant abdomen. But you see, I've outgrown stepping stones. But you see, I've outgrown stepping stones. Clara is just a mistake I am finally correcting. Everyone, raise your glasses. You're witnessing the end of my biggest burden. The initiative was taken by Veronica only a millisecond before I could even begin to realize the humiliation that I had just experienced. At that moment, she grabbed a large crystal punch bowl from the head table and promptly began to use it. She approached me with a devious grin on her face, as if she were savoring her victory. She arrived at my location without any hesitation. When I said to Julian, "Julian, we are expecting a baby," my voice was shaking so terribly that I could not breathe, let alone speak. I was unable to properly communicate with him. "I'm your wife. How can you let her do this?" Julian let out a giggle. A reverberation of the music was heard off of the marble walls. "Do it, Veronica. Empty the whole thing on her. Show everyone here who truly deserves to stand beside me." Veronica was the one who left the tip on the platter. A liquid that was crystal clear and crimson in color struck me in the head. It felt icy cold. My stunning silk gown was completely drenched, despite the fact that it soaked my hair and streamed into my eyes. I should have known better. My infant pushed against my ribs with a great deal of power as a result of the unexpected freezing temperature of the fluids. The moment I let out a gasp, I fell backward and came perilously close to collapsing on the marble that was getting wet. During the time that I was standing there shaking, my arms were wrapped around my unborn daughter in a protective manner. An audience of 1,000 people was present to see the incident. Among them, there were a few individuals who laughed. The majority of them immediately pulled out their mobile devices and started recording as soon as they could. No one came up to offer me assistance, and I was ignored. Without a single individual, there was not a single individual who participated in my defense. There had never been anything that had made me feel so fully and utterly all alone. As she ran her manicured fingers through Julian's hair, Veronica gushed, "Look at her," as if I were garbage on the floor. Veronica was admiring Julian's hair. "Look at her. So pathetic. Did you really think a man like Julian would stay with someone so painfully ordinary? You brought nothing to this marriage but neediness and tears." As the sticky drink poured over my chin, I closed my eyes and turned my gaze away from whatever was happening. In exchange for a monster who had never showed any care toward me, I had given up 3 brothers who have always loved me without any restrictions attached to their devotion. When I opened my mouth to begin pleading with him to stop, the enormous doors to the ballroom that were made of oak and brass swung wide before I could even speak a word. I was completely speechless. In other words, they did not just open, rather, they slammed into the marble walls with the force of a gunshot. There were additional individuals who spoke out in response to the sound since it was so loud. Just like that, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone in the room suddenly turned their heads in the direction of the door while the door was being opened. At that moment, 3 men appeared out of nowhere and entered the suffocating silence that had just recently developed. When I traveled wherever, I would always be able to identify those silhouettes. In the beginning, it was Liam who came in. The manner in which he walked, with his jaw clenched, his fists curled, and his eyes completely darkened with wrath, gave the impression that he was a predator who was about to rip someone's neck out. He stands at a height of 6 feet 4 inches and has a formidable physique. The black suit that he was wearing was a custom-made outfit that he had ordered. His hands were carelessly tucked into his pockets, but his eyes were exploring the room, calculating exactly how to remove every single individual that was there in it. He moved with a dreadful, frigid precision. Ethan came after him. The manner in which he moved was icy precisely. With an eerie, detached tranquility that was somehow scarier than Liam's obvious rage, his thumbs were speeding across the screen of his phone faster than he could possibly have imagined. Connor was the last person to arrive, and he didn't even bother to look at the throng. His eyes were fixed on the screen of his phone. I felt my heart stop beating as I realized that it had been 5 years since we last spoke. Silence for a period of 5 years. It would appear that the manager of the valet service attempted to warn Julian, but Julian was preoccupied with making fun of me and did not respond to his earpiece. After what seemed like an eternity, Julian finally looked up as my brothers marched through the sea of New York's elite, who were now running backward, afraid, and recalling exactly who the Vanguard family was. At first, he was unable to recognize them, and he was totally oblivious to the fact that his entire reality was on the edge of disintegrating. He pulled off his $5,000 suit jacket with gestures that were so delicate that they made me want to cry, and then he threw it over my shoulders, which were soaked in punches and were freezing. The aroma was reminiscent of cedar, which was a scent that I had recalled from my younger years. The very first person to get in touch with me was Liam. He did not utter a single word. It was when I looked up at my oldest brother, Liam, that the dam finally cracked. "Liam, I am so sorry. I sobbed as I held his shirt, completely oblivious to the fact that I was staining it red. You were right. I have no concerns about you. As Liam made a passionate kiss on my forehead, he hushed me and said, "Shh," his voice heavy with emotion. He said, "We'll talk later, Clara," and he meant it. At this particular moment, it is absolutely necessary for you to go ride in the automobile with Ethan and wait for him. But Julian will. What will Julian do when he does it? And the absolute, chilling menace that was contained in those 3 words caused my spine to straighten out. Liam queried with a hushed tone. "Come on, little bird," Ethan whispered to me as he came to my side. He was referring to me by a nickname that I hadn't heard in half a decade. He gently placed his palm on my back and whispered the phrase, "It is currently Dr. Patel who is waiting in the SUV in order to check on the infant. Let's get you out of this trash heap," he said. As I was being led away by Ethan, Julian experienced a sudden realization of who they were. The smug assurance that had been on his face vanished, and in its stead was a sharp alarm that was pale in color. When Veronica removed her hand from his chest, she immediately appeared to be much smaller than she would have been otherwise. "Who in the hell made the decision to let you into this place?" In an effort to give the impression that he was tough, Julian demanded, "This is a private event." His voice broke as he made his declaration. "Watching out for. Please put an end to the suffering of these men." Despite the fact that there were 12 security personnel stationed all around the room, not a single one of them moved a muscle. When Connor finally looked up from his phone, he grinned, and it was a terrible smile. "Security isn't coming, Julian," Connor said, his voice echoing perfectly across the room that was completely silent. "I just bought the holding company that owns this hotel. A total of every single individual in this building is currently working for me as of 4 minutes ago, including your security staff." Connor cocked his head to the side and asked, "Would you care to reconsider your tone?" Just like a fish that was going to die, Julian's lips went back and forth in a rhythmic pattern. To get closer to Julian, Liam took a stride that was both steady and slow, and then he asked, "Are you familiar with who I am?" Julian stated in a shaky voice, "You are some of Clara's brothers. This is you." "I am the brother she removed from her life 5 years ago because you manipulated her into thinking that we were the enemy," Liam clarified, his voice hanging dangerously low. "I am the brother who respected her choice, despite the fact that it caused our family to be torn apart. And the brother who just witnessed you humiliate my pregnant sister in front of 1,000 people on a live stream," he continued. The color left Julian's face, and he asked, "Live stream?" With his phone in his hand, Connor said, "Maya, Clara's former roommate from college, has been live streaming the entire event to a select group of subscribers. Over the past 20 minutes, we have been present and observing each and every word that you said. With each and every laugh, every single drop of that punch," Connor tapped the screen. "And because I run the largest digital media conglomerate on the East Coast, I just pushed that live stream to the main page of every major news site in the country," Connor elaborated. "There are 3 million people watching you right now. They are monitoring your every move. You started making waves on the internet exactly 12 minutes ago." The visitors were quickly bringing out their phones as they came to the conclusion that their collaboration was now a matter of public record. The ballroom erupted into a flurry of murmuring, and the guests were frantically pulling out their phones. The words "Give me that" were yelled by Julian as he made a dash toward Connor's brand new phone. After handing me off to a female security guard at the entrance, Ethan walked backwards and grabbed Julian's wrist in midair. He then twisted it just enough to cause Julian to fall to his knees while simultaneously letting out a piercing screech of pain. Julian did not make it more than 2 feet. Julian was quiet by Ethan, who looked down at him as if he were an insect. Ethan then issued the following command: "Do not touch my brother. Please get down on your knees, and pay great attention to what is about to take place in a moment. In fact, you should not move at all. Reduce the volume of your breathing." Edit. Wow, this blew up overnight. To answer a few common questions: yes, the punch was fruit punch, and yes, it stained my skin and dress completely. No, I didn't know Maya was streaming. She knew my brothers were blocked on my phone, so she secretly kept in touch with them over the years just in case I ever needed help. She's the real MVP. For those asking what happened next, I'm typing it all out now. In spite of the fact that he was still kneeling, Julian was clutching his wrist and sweating profusely. "This is ridiculous," he exclaimed. Although he was trying to save face in front of his investors, he yelled out, "You can't just barge in here and threaten me. I am not going to allow you to do that. I have a legal defense. Someone is somehow connected to me. Richard Sterling himself made an investment in my company that was worth $40 million not too long ago." Liam simply uttered the words, "Richard Sterling," without batting an eye. "The shipping magnate who despises our family because we outbid him on the development of the Brooklyn Navy Yard." "Unquestionably," Julian spat, regaining a tiny shred of fake confidence. "He is on my side. Sterling would bury you if you even consider laying your hands on my business. He is my supporter." In reality, Ethan chuckled, and the sound he made was dry and empty. "You really are stupid, Julian," he said. "This chamber is filled with people who are aware of Sterling's hatred for the Vanguard family. This is something that you are not aware of, but the entire worldwide supply chain of Sterling is dependent on software patents that are controlled by my technology division. As of 6 minutes ago, patents that were previously granted have been withdrawn in anticipation of a security audit." There was no feeling at all in Julian. Ethan continued in a calm manner. "I just made 3 phone calls, and mentioned that Sterling's key shipping program is currently offline. Everywhere in the world his cargo ships are stranded in ports. At this rate, he is losing around $2 million every hour. The price of his shares will plummet by morning." Julian let out a shout. "Don't even attempt to do that," with a scream. "We already did," Connor added as a contribution. "In fact, Sterling just texted Liam begging for a meeting," Connor responded. "We advised him that the price would be to immediately withdraw his $40 million investment from your organization in order to have his program back up and running. Because of this, we were able to resolve the issue." After a total of less than 10 seconds, he expressed his agreement. "Julian, as at this very moment, you are officially a bankrupt individual." The expression on Julian's face was completely devoid of any color as he looked out into the audience and shouted, "Listen to me." It was his customers who pleaded with him, saying, "They are bluffing. I have a powerful firm." "Are you sure?" After clicking his phone once more, Connor inquired. Suddenly, the enormous projector screens that were located behind the stage began to flicker to life. These displays were supposed to display a slideshow of our joyful marriage. It was not images that were presented on the screens. Rather, it was an incredibly detailed investigative file that was 50 pages long. "Let's talk about your firm, Julian," Liam remarked, his voice projecting clearly. "You broker deals between customers who are extremely wealthy and exclusive properties. Where you work, trust is the most important thing. Consequently, it is unfortunate that my team of investigators has been quietly accumulating a list of your offenses over the course of the past 5 years. We found 17 instances of you inflating property values in order to secure larger commissions," Liam said, pointing to the screen. "There were 9 instances in which you accepted unlawful kickbacks from sellers, as we discovered. And my particular favorite, 3 instances in which you sold properties for many millions of dollars while purposefully concealing structural black mold reports." He was now being yelled at by the incredibly wealthy customers who had just a few seconds before been drinking champagne that Julian had given for them. The ballroom deteriorated into total and utter chaos as a result of this. What a disingenuous statement that is. They made it up. The tears of terror that had been building up in Julian's eyes suddenly began to form as he cried, "They tried to fool us." "It's all verified," Connor said loudly over the sound of the throng. "And I've already emailed this dossier to the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Real Estate Board of New York. The licenses that you have for your company are currently not valid because they are being canceled. Each and every one of your bank accounts has been secured. You have reached the finish of your journey." I should have felt compassion for the person I loved, but instead I felt apathy. I was standing by the exit, freezing in Liam's coat, and watching the person I loved crumble into dust. "What is the reason behind your behavior like this?" The sound of Julian sobbing could be heard as he crawled away from my brothers in the opposite direction. "She had me trapped. Clara was the one who was responsible for getting me pregnant in the first place. The fact that I had no interest in having children was not hidden from her." Connor put his phone in his pocket, Liam stopped walking, and Ethan stopped smiling the moment those words left his mouth. It was as if the temperature in the room dropped by 10 degrees the moment those words left his mouth. "Have you been apprehended? She ensnared you when pregnant with a child," Ethan continued, his voice getting so soft that it was unnerving. "Of course," Julian yelled out, hanging on to any and all hope that he could find. He proceeded to explain that this was owing to the fact that they are familiar with Austin, Texas, and then he walked forward until he was taller than Julian. He then added, "That is fascinating." As a result of this, Julian became as rigid as a statue, and he ceased breathing throughout this time. "We are aware that you have been maintaining a second family in the state of Texas for the past 7 years. We know about Maria Santos," Liam said, his voice resonating in the room that was completely silent. "We know about your son Mateo, who is 4 years old, and your daughter Sophia, who is 6 years old, both of whom are your children." As I listened to the resounding yells from the crowd, I could feel the air leaving my lungs. 7 years? That meant that I had a second family? "That means," Ethan added, staring directly at me with a heartbroken face before turning back to Julian, "you were already legally married to Maria when you proposed to my sister." Julian was still on the receiving end of the proposal. "For the purpose of marrying Clara, you forged documents. You have been trying to live 2 different lives." Julian had not merely exploited me, he had never even been legally my husband. My entire adult life, my rebellion, and my marriage, were all crimes in the literal sense. When I was caught by a security officer, my knees buckled. Julian had not simply used me. Bigamy is a felony, Julian, Connor commented as he moved up next to Liam. When you combine it with wire fraud, tax evasion, and embezzlement, you have even more of a criminal record. It is not just that you are going to be sent to a federal jail, you are also going to be transferred to a bankrupt state. The furious screaming that Julian was doing on the marble floor caused him to sink forward, and eventually slump forward. In a slow and steady manner, Veronica had been working her way down the wall toward the service exit. All of a sudden, she made a hasty exit from the building. "Veronica, are you going anywhere soon?" Liam asked her out loud while he was not even looking at her. "Veronica, are you going somewhere soon?" The expensive heels that Veronica was wearing started to slide over the ground as she remained immobilized. According to Ethan, who was reading from a mental file, Veronica Vance, Harvard Law, one of the most famous corporate law companies in the city, Vance & Reed, is where I am currently working as a junior partner. Veronica, I want to know if your senior partner, who I assume is standing just over there near the ice sculpture, is aware that you have been having sexual relations with a client who is happily married. An older man with white hair and a face that was purple with fury emerged from the crowd as it began to divide apart. He was furious. Furthermore, Ethan continued, did he know that you used the escrow accounts of your company to assist Julian in concealing his assets from my sister in preparation for a divorce? Did he know that you were the one who made the phony financial disclosures? Ethan seemed restless as he asked this question. When Veronica began to shake violently, she uttered the following words, Indeed, it was not I. You did, Connor interrupted again. You used the servers that belong to your company. At first, you believed that your encrypted emails were secure. However, the encryption software that your company uses is owned by my technology division. Every single email, text message, and wire transfer is already in my possession. The New York State Bar Association has already received the whole packet that I have communicated to them. By this coming Friday, you will be disbarred. To add insult to injury, you will be charged with conspiring to conduct fraud. Veronica, the elderly man who was standing close to the ice sculpture, cried out in a hostile tone, you are fired. That is to say, you should never come back to work for my firm again. Not only did Veronica let out a choking sob, but she also crashed against the wall, falling to the ground and ruining her own beautiful attire. Veronica's position was rather unpleasant. After that, the main doors opened for the very last time, and with them came 6 officers from the New York Police Department, followed by 5 agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation who were wearing tactical jackets. Julian Thorne, you are under arrest for bigamy, wire fraud, and tax evasion, the lead agent, a woman who appeared to be rather serious, said as she approached Julian directly. You have the right to remain silent regarding this subject. You are under arrest for these offenses. Julian glanced at me as they yanked his hands behind his back and placed the cuffs on him. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he cried out, Clara, while he was being restrained. Please, Clara, it is. Let them know. Inform them that I adore you. I'll offer you 100%. I beg you. Because Liam suddenly materialized out of nowhere and moved directly into Julian's line of sight, he was unable to see me. Liam muttered to him, You have humiliated my sister. With a tone of contempt that was thick with his voice. You allowed another woman to pour trash on someone else's pregnant body. In addition to isolating her and assaulting her, you believed that she was all by herself. You also believed that she was abandoned. Conversely, she is a member of the Vanguard. In addition, you have gotten a knowledge of what happens tonight when you touch anything that belongs to us. Julian continued to cry my name until the doors of the elevator closed, even after they had taken him out of the elevator. In the aftermath of that, the authorities placed Veronica in handcuffs and dragged her out of the elevator while she was crying uncontrollably. After turning his attention to the crowd of New York's most important residents, Liam stated, Tonight, you all witnessed a man abusing his pregnant wife. A few of you laughed along with him. It appears that none of you took any action. You are all equally responsible for this. It is my intention to personally bring about the dismantling of each of your respective businesses in the event that I ever come across any of you participating in business with this individual once more. He did not wait for a response before turning around, walking over to me, and grabbing me into his arms as if I were of utterly insignificant weight. He did this without waiting for a reaction. Since I was sitting in the back of Liam's guarded SUV, my entire body was enveloped in blankets that were warm. After conducting an examination on me, Dr. Patel decided that the baby was under stress but was otherwise in excellent condition. Despite the fact that the punch was only cold, the shock caused relatively minor contractions that eventually subsided. When the car drove away from the hotel, Liam was driving, Ethan was sitting in the passenger seat, and Connor was riding in the back with me, his arm wrapped tightly around my shoulders. I sat in silence as the car drove away from the hotel. The men I had yelled at, and the men I had ceased caring about for the past 5 years were my 3 brothers, and I turned my head to look at them. "I'm so sorry," I eventually croaked out as I buried my face in Connor's chest. "I want to apologize completely. I was so stupid. My family was abandoned in order to be with a man who did not even exist. I found out that I was foolish. I am truly sorry." After turning around in his seat and looking at me with red eyes, he parked the SUV on the shoulder of the road and then started driving away. After pulling the SUV over to the side of the road, Liam began to pull over. "Clara, I beg you to look at me," Liam asked in a low voice. "Please do so. You discovered that you were falling in love with someone. There is nothing for which you should apologize," I said. "There is just one person in whom you have faith. Indeed, that is not a flaw in any way. You possess a heart that is not only lovely, but also open to forgiveness. There is no doubt that Julian is a formidable manipulator. He purposefully put you at a remove from other people. But I pushed you away." I started crying. "I'm sorry. I said horrible things to you," Ethan murmured from the front of the room, "and we survived." Throughout the conversation, in the event that we put up a fight, we were aware that he would simply use it as evidence that we were the adversary, we said. "We knew he was isolating you. Because we couldn't help ourselves, we decided to let you see it for yourselves. We have never stopped keeping a watchful eye on you, Clara, and we will continue to do so. Never, ever, not even for a moment," she said. "Every week, Maya provides us with updates." Connor hugged me. "We were aware of what you were eating, how things were going with the baby, and when you were feeling down. For a period of 5 years, we had a security detail permanently stationed down the street from your residence. At all times, we were present. Simply put, we were waiting for you to give us a call." Despite the fact that I was grieving the 5 years that I had lost, I was overcome by the unconditional and deep love of the family that I had returned to. They did not gloat or say, "I told you so." Instead, they simply took me home. I completely broke down and cried till my ribs hurt. I was overcome by the love of my family. There has been a vast amount of time that has elapsed since that night. Julian's trial was swift and brutal. Because he was legally married to Maria in Texas, my marriage to him was instantly annulled. I didn't even need a divorce. Maria, his actual wife, had no idea about me either. Julian had told her he worked on the road for weeks at a time. When she found out, she cooperated fully with the FBI. As a result of the fact that Julian had committed bigamy, committed massive financial fraud, and stolen money from his investors, the judge handed down a sentence that was quite severe. Julian was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison without the possibility of early parole. Although she was able to avoid jail time by turning state's evidence against Julian, Veronica's career has been irreversibly harmed. The last time I heard from her, she was working as an assistant manager at a fast fashion retail store in Ohio. Connor had predicted that she would be disbarred, and thus he was right. As for me, I moved back to the estate that belonged to the Vanguard family, and it was there that my brothers transformed an entire wing of the house into a wonderful and gigantic nursery. I moved back to the estate. It has been 3 weeks since I gave birth to a lovely little girl who is doing very well and whose name is Lily. In addition, she is in excellent health. During the time that I was in the delivery room, I was not by myself. I was accompanied by 3 big and terrifying billionaires who were dressed in pink medical scrubs. They were holding my hands, bringing me ice chips, and screaming like babies when Lily took her first breath. Liam has already begun the process of establishing a trust fund for her. Ethan has purchased enough books for her to fill an entire library, and Connor is currently working on developing a bespoke security protocol for her crib. These 3 uncles are the most overprotective, crazy, and loving individuals in the earth. During the previous week, Julian made an effort to write me a letter from prison. However, Liam was able to successfully intercept it and throw it into the fireplace before I even had the chance to take a look at the envelope. My brother set fire to the world for me, and from the ashes, I was able to reclaim my life. I had the misconception that independence meant cutting off my roots and doing everything by myself. However, I soon realized that this was not the case. True independence is the knowledge that you have a stronghold of people who love you without conditions, allowing you to proceed through life without fear. To Maya, if you are reading this, I would like to express my appreciation for maintaining the flow of the stream and for communicating with my brothers. You are the one who has been responsible for saving my life. My wife laughed at my $45 suit and called me a deadbeat. The court went dead silent when the judge exposed my $18.2 million I hid for 8 years. I ask that you allow me to take you back in time, because in order for you to comprehend the entire and absolute catastrophe that took place in that courtroom, you must first comprehend the decisions that led to me being placed in that chair. My job is that of a janitor. I am in charge of cleaning the floors, scrubbing the bathrooms, emptying trash cans that are overflowing, and scraping dried chewing gum off the bottoms of desks at Lincoln Middle School, which is located in Charleston, South Carolina. 5 evenings a week, beginning at 5 o'clock in the evening and continuing until 1 o'clock in the morning, this is carried out regularly. $15.50 is the amount that I make per hour. My vehicle is a 2011 Toyota Camry that has a dashboard that displays 212,000 kilometers, a cracked taillight that has been covered with red cellophane, and a heater that only functions when it appears to be functioning properly. It is a cramped flat with 2 bedrooms that is situated in close proximity to the rail yard where I currently reside. Freight trains that arrive at 3 o'clock in the morning rattle the inexpensive windows to such an extent that the glass hums. This is because the windows are made of glass. To introduce myself, my name is Elias Vance. I have already reached the age of 41. In the event that you were to look at me while I was pushing my yellow mop bucket down the linoleum hallways of that school, you would see exactly what my wife, Clara, saw. When you saw him, you would see a man who had completely forfeited his life. A person who has allowed himself to be degraded to the lowest possible place in society is referred to as a slave. A person who, because he possessed the intelligence or the ambition to accomplish anything else, chose to spend his time cleaning up the mess that was left behind by other people. And you would be not even close to being correct. My childhood was spent in North Charleston, which is situated a considerable distance away from the historic mansions that are painted in pastel hues, the streets that are paved with cobblestones, and the horse-drawn carriages that are frequented by a huge number of tourists. During my childhood, I spent my time in the shipyards, which were known for their dark and industrial atmosphere. When I was younger, my father, Marcus, was employed on the Cooper River as a professional crabber. He would get up at 3:30 the morning, every single day, regardless of the weather, and he would return home smelling like low tide, diesel gasoline, and the kind of profound, bone-weary fatigue that gradually hollows out a man. Additionally, he would do this regardless of whether it was freezing cold or blazing hot. It was a huge accomplishment for him that he was able to make just enough money to keep the pantry stocked with generic brand pasta and to avoid the lights from being shut off. He felt this to be a significant triumph. Unfortunately, he passed away when I was 15 years old. There was a massive coronary vessel that was located on the deck of his marine vessel. According to the other fishermen who have briefed me about it, he was holding a crab pot when he passed out. I was concerned about his condition. In the course of his efforts, he passed away. At the time of his passing, he had given up everything he owned in order to pursue a career that did not provide him with more than the minimum amount of money to meet his basic needs. My mother, Sarah, was employed as a room attendant at a historic hotel located in the center of the city neighborhood. In the course of 25 years, she scrubbed porcelain baths and prepared beds for wealthy tourists. Eventually, her spine became so damaged that it was on the verge of collapsing. According to the doctors, she was suffering from degenerative disc disease, which had been made worse by her years of rigorous labor. They informed her that she was suffering from this condition. Her physical appearance was that of an 80-year-old woman, despite the fact that she was 61 years old. Her current means of subsistence are Social Security and a monthly pension anomaly that she says the hotel union has finally given her. She is currently living on Social Security. She resides in a modest house near Goose Creek that is limited to a single level of development. None of the individuals are aware of the fact that the monies originate from a blind trust that I established with the assistance of my attorney. Her pride was preserved as a result of my actions. Not a prestigious college or university was where I received my education. When I was 16 years old, I taught myself how to write computer programs by using the outdated desktop computers that were situated at the Charleston County Public Library. I did this by myself. My routine consisted of boarding the city bus downtown as soon as I got out of school, and remaining there until the librarians kicked me out of the library at the end of the day. Up to the time that the library closed, I would keep doing this. In order to become proficient in Ruby, I began by delving into HTML, followed by CSS, JavaScript, Python, and finally C++. Reading outdated textbooks and wading through internet forums, trying to make sense of error messages till my eyes glazed over, were the tactics that I utilized in order to acquire knowledge. I was fortunate to acquire a position as an entry-level employee at a mediocre information technology support company in Charleston when I was 20 years old. The hourly wage for this employment was $12. My only possession was a flash drive that had a collection of sophisticated applications that I had created for my own amusement. I did not own a degree at the time. I was given the opportunity to advance to the role of lead systems architect within a span of 3 years. Only 5 minutes were required for me to become in control of their entire cybersecurity division. Furthermore, it was precisely at that spot that I became aware of the vast and glaring void that existed in the market there. Small community banks, local credit unions, and rural financial cooperatives were being completely wiped out by ransomware attacks, phishing schemes, and data breaches. These occurrences were causing widespread destruction. A significant amount of harm was being caused by these destructive cyber attacks. They had cybersecurity budgets that were in the millions of dollars, and they employed thousands of engineers. The giant Wall Street banks were responsible for their cybersecurity. There were a couple of information technology experts working for the credit unions in the small towns, but they had a limited understanding of how to put up a firewall. In the garage of my house, I started the process of building a software platform on the 1st of January 2015. I started this procedure on January 1. I gave it the name Fortress. It was a simplified, tremendously powerful, and highly encrypted cybersecurity platform that was built specifically for the budgets and infrastructures of smaller financial institutions. I gave it the name Fortress. After the birth of my baby, Leo, who would later become my son, I started programming the code 3 months after the infant was born. During the subsequent year and a half, I was so worn out that I felt like I was wearing a split screen, and my life was a complete and utter blur. After going to work throughout the day, I would come back home to help with the baby. After that, I would sit at my workstation in the freezing garage from 10 o'clock at night until 4 o'clock in the morning, writing thousands of lines of code, while a baby monitor would light up next to my keyboard the entire time. In the latter part of 2016, I initiated the launch of Fortress. For the purpose of ensuring that I remain completely anonymous, I decided to establish a limited liability corporation, LLC, in the state of Delaware, and give it the name Vance Logic. One of my attorneys, Harrison Hayes, was solely responsible for the administration of the proxy corporate structure that I utilized. It was not possible to find a website that was really impressive. Press releases are not going to be issued. The Forbes magazine does not conduct any interviews. It is a product that I have issued licenses for directly to regional banks, and it is completely dependable. The first bank to sign up for the service did so in the month of November. The state of Georgia is home to a credit union, which is another option. The state of North Carolina was home to 3 other incidents at that time. When a product is advantageous to the small banking community, and does not result in the failure of the community to meet its financial obligations, word of mouth spreads like wildfire throughout the community. The number of financial institutions that have issued active licenses to Fortress is currently over 450, and they are spread all across the Southeast. It generates around $3.4 million in annual revenue solely from licensing, which is a significant amount. It has taken 8 years of compounding growth, careful investing, and paying corporation taxes for my personal net worth to reach its present level of $18.2 million. This is the result of my verified personal net worth. In addition, I continue to have my floor mopping job, which pays $15.50 per hour. To what end? This is primarily due to the fact that I have personal experience with the consequences that sudden wealth may have on people who are not well equipped to deal with it. At the time that I was a child, my uncle purchased a scratch-off ticket and ended up winning $50,000. A year had passed since he had blown everything on a lifted vehicle that he was unable to afford to insure, developed a severe addiction to drugs, and ultimately passed away in a room at a motel. All of these events occurred within the course of a single year. When it comes to money, it is like a magnifying glass. In addition to highlighting any deficiencies that you currently have, it accentuates those deficiencies to a significant degree. This has the effect of altering the appearance of the individual. Because of this, anybody desires to be your friend will undergo a transformation. In this way, you are transformed from a human being into a walking, automated teller machine. I made the decision early on that if Fortress ever became successful, I would build a wall around the money that would be so tall that no one would ever realize that it was there. I would do this so that no one would ever know that it was there. The year 2021 marked the beginning of my employment as a janitor. The money was not something that I required in any manner, shape, or form. This provided me with the necessary grounding. I was required to put in a lot of effort till I was completely exhausted. I wanted the calluses that were on my hands and the smell of industrial bleach that was on my clothes to serve as a continual reminder of the country that I was born and raised in. I had to prove to myself that I was not above the kind of labor that led to the death of my father and the breaking of my mother's back. This was something that I had to do in order to fulfill my obligation to myself. However, it did not appear that Clara, my wife, possessed such a perspective. My first encounter with Clara took place in 2013, before the program was released and before the money was made. In addition to being attractive and sharp, she worked as a receptionist for a real estate company that was of a sizable size. Her level of motivation was likewise very high. During the year 2015, we exchanged our vows. She was hesitant when I eventually resigned my day job in 2019 to do freelance IT consulting, which was basically me just operating Fortress full-time. But she tolerated it because I always paid my exact half of the bills. At the time, she was apprehensive. For quite some time, I had been engaging in this activity. On the other hand, when I announced in 2021 that I would be working the night shift as a janitor at a middle school, our marriage was nearly over. I had just made the announcement. As if I had just admitted to committing a crime, she glared at me across our packed kitchen with a fierce expression on her face. It was with a contemptuous grin on her face that she asked, "Are you going to be a janitor?" "Elias, I make $58,000 a year as an office manager now. You're going to clean toilets while I carry the weight of this family?" I responded in a calm manner, "It's honest work, Clara, and I meant it, and I'll still cover my half of everything. Nothing changes financially." It was at that moment that she cried out, "Everything changes," and said, "What am I supposed to tell my friends? What am I supposed to tell Preston?" With her, Preston was the one in charge. A sophisticated real estate broker in his 40s who drove a leased Audi, wore tailored clothing, and texted her constantly after work hours. He was also a member of the real estate industry. Throughout my entire life, I have never once hired a private investigator. There is no possibility that I checked her phone in any way. However, I observed the manner in which she looked at him during the Christmas party that her employer had, and I witnessed the unspeakable disdain that she had in her eyes when she glanced at me when I was wearing my old work trousers. It was when it came to our house that the contempt transformed into a substance that was alive and breathing. It is no longer the case that she extends invites to participate in business events. In response to an inquiry about the activities that her spouse participated in, she would either give a vague explanation, such as, "He's between careers," or she would entirely change the subject. She started picking fights about the most inconsequential of things, such as the way I chewed my food, the way I parked the car, and the fact that I did not want to take out a loan of $40,000 to renovate our kitchen, which was completely functional. She was upset about all of these things. During the month of October in the year 2023, she filed her petition for divorce. It did not come as a surprise to me. For the past 2 years, I had been keeping a close eye on the progress of the assembling of storm clouds. She has a strong desire to own the house. Both our daughter Maya, who is 6 years old, and our son Leo, who is now 10 years old, were in her custody at the time. Her objective was to receive the maximum amount of child support that was possible. One of her goals was to be awarded alimony. The purpose of her actions was to demonstrate a point, and she wanted to destroy me both financially and emotionally. She hired Valerie Sterling, a well-known and notoriously harsh family law attorney in Charleston who specialized in fully and thoroughly ruining spouses in the courtroom. She retained her services during the divorce proceedings. Val gave the appearance that he was a shark while wearing high heels and acting as if the courtroom was a slaughterhouse. He also acted as if the courtroom was a slaughterhouse. During the course of this action, I notified Harrison, who served as my corporation counsel, that I would be representing myself independently. During the course of the phone call, Harrison had pleaded with Elias, stating, "You are completely insane." He also said, "Valerie Sterling is going to mop the floor with you. You have $18 million. Let me hire you the best litigation team in the state." It was no, I emphasized. I want the judge to see exactly who I am. And more importantly, I want the judge to see exactly who Clara is. I gave Harrison instructions to deliver a financial statement that was considerably encrypted and legally sealed directly to the judge's chambers 2 days before the most recent hearing over child custody and child support. A signed affidavit from an independent forensic accountant proving my net worth of $18.2 million and my annual income of $3.4 million was included in the package. Additionally, the paperwork that pertains to the incorporation of Vance Logic LLC, the license contracts for Fortress, the blind trust accounts, and the verified tax records were all included in the package. Clara and her counsel were unable to acquire access to it prior to the hearing without a specific judicial order. This was due to the fact that it was presented under rigorous trade secret seals, which prevented them from gaining disclosure of the information. Now we are at the 14th of December, which is the date. In the courtroom, Chamber 3B, Judge Caldwell is presiding over the proceedings. The individual known as Justice Caldwell, who was 60 years old and had been on the bench for a considerable amount of time, was a straightforward person who had little tolerance for the shenanigans that occurred in the courtroom. I sat down at the table being occupied by the respondent while wearing my Salvation Army suit, which had cost me $45. The sleeves of the jacket were a little bit tighter than they should have been, and the pants were a shade of navy that did not exactly go with the jacket. Both of these characteristics were not ideal. After she stood up, Valerie Sterling reached out and grabbed my throat, and then she continued to grip it for herself. Val began by addressing the individual with the phrase "Your Honor," displaying a tone that was brimming with real compassion. "My client, Clara Vance, has been the sole pillar of this family for years. She earns $58,000 annually, and has maintained stable, respectable employment. The respondent, Mr. Vance, voluntarily quit a lucrative IT career to work as a night janitor at a middle school. He earns roughly $30,000 a year. He drives a vehicle that is literally held together with tape. He has no savings, no assets, and has demonstrated a shocking lack of ambition. He cannot provide a safe, stable, or enriching environment for these two young children. After that, Val called Clara to the front of the room and spoke to her. During the course of 20 minutes, Clara painted a picture of me as a lethargic, unmotivated loser who did not care about providing for his family and instead liked to play with mop buckets. She said that I was a loser because I was unmotivated. While he was walking in front of the stand, Val approached it and greeted Mrs. Vance with a "Mrs. Vance, does the respondent make any effort to improve his financial situation?" When Clara stated it, she said, "None," while rolling her eyes as she did so. "I begged him to get a real job. I begged him to think of the children's future. He just doesn't care. In your opinion, is he capable of supporting Leo and Maya?" Clara sat up straighter and higher than before. She then turned her attention to the judge, and she delivered the line that she had obviously been practicing in the shower for weeks. She then looked directly out at the tiny gallery of people who were sitting at the back of the courtroom. "He's a deadbeat, Your Honor. He can't even afford to feed his own children." Among the people in the gallery, there were a few who laughed out loud real laughter. Val Sterling flashed a wicked grin that was replete with a sense of accomplishment and reassurance. While she was looking down at me, Clara's smile was one of unadulterated, unabashed triumph. She was beaming with pride. She had brought it to a successful conclusion. As far as the official record is concerned, she had embarrassed me in front of the general public. A smile did not appear on the face of Judge Caldwell. After lowering the pen in a measured manner, he looked at Clara for a moment before shifting his focus to me. The judge started off by saying, "Mr. Vance," using a tone that was both disturbing and tranquil at the same time. "Do you wish to cross-examine the witness?" I murmured, "No, Your Honor," as the response to the question. "Do you have any statement to make regarding your ex-wife's testimony?" "Not at this time, Your Honor." Valerie Sterling made her appearance on the scene as if she were truly confused. In preparation for a fight, she had been getting ready. She was prepared for me to yell, quarrel, and defend my pride, which she would then exploit to depict me as unstable. She had predicted that I would do all of these things. She was aware of her anticipations. She got imbalanced as a consequence of my total lack of communication with her. The eyes of Judge Caldwell were fixated on me for a significant amount of time until he finally looked away. Immediately after that, he reached to the corner of his desk and retrieved a manila folder that had been sitting there for a considerable amount of time. It was a sticker that stated "sealed" and was bright red in color. It was placed over the flap of the bag. As soon as Judge Caldwell announced the pronouncement, his gaze immediately turned to Val Sterling. "The court will take a brief recess," he said. "Counselor, I want to see you, your client, and Mr. Vance in my chambers. Immediately." After the initial pronouncement, the four of us were seated in the private rooms of the courtroom 5 minutes after it was made. Paper that had been used and lemon polish were the smells that were present throughout the area. Clara gave off the impression of being both elated and self-assured. Val Sterling had her legal pad and pen ready to go, and she was ready to take notes. She was prepared to take notes. After settling into a comfortable position behind his desk, Judge Caldwell did not bother to open his laptop and instead concentrated all of his attention on Clara. He referred to her as Mrs. Vance, yet his tone was icy and uncommunicative during their conversation. "I want to make sure I completely understood your sworn testimony just now. You stated under oath that your husband is a deadbeat who cannot afford to feed his children, is that correct?" When Clara responded, "Yes, Your Honor," she did it with a slight outward protrusion of her chest. "He works as a janitor. He makes $15 an hour." Chief Justice Caldwell said, "I see," to the question. He opened the manila envelope that had been sealed in a slow and deliberate manner. "Mrs. Vance, are you aware of a corporate entity known as Vance Logic LLC?" A frown was worn by Clara. "No, what is that?" According to Judge Caldwell, Val Sterling was the focus of his attention. "Counselor, did you conduct a thorough discovery of the respondent's assets?" This made Val very angry. "Your Honor, the respondent provided his W-2 from the school district. He's a janitor. There were no other assets to discover." The judge, Caldwell, said, "That is where you are completely and utterly wrong." The folder included a considerable stack of audited financial papers, which he withdrew from the folder and slid over the desk in the direction of Val so that he could see them. "Mr. Vance is the sole owner and lead developer of Vance Logic LLC, which operates a cybersecurity platform currently licensed by over 450 financial institutions. According to the verified forensic accounting filed with this court, Mr. Vance's software generates approximately $3.4 million in annual revenue. His personal, Verified net worth is $18.2 million. Due to the fact that the silence in that room was so profound and so oppressive, it appeared as though the oxygen had been sucked out of the room through the vents. The pen that Valerie Sterling was holding fell out of her hands and crashed on the wooden floor with a loud clatter. Although she was writing, the pen was still in her possession. Without fail, she did not pick it up at any point in time. She did nothing except stare at the documents, her mouth slightly agape as she looked over the zeros that were written on the page. She did nothing else. In a very short amount of time, it seemed as though Clara had been struck by lightning. The smile of smugness and victory that had been on her face vanished, and it was replaced by a pale, quivering countenance that conveyed a complete and utter lack of comprehension. First, she stared at the judge, then she looked at the papers, and last, she slowly turned her head to look at me. The judge was the first person she looked at. "What?" Clara whispered in a quiet tone. No, that's impossible. He's a janitor. He cleans toilets." The crack in her voice could be heard when she asked the question. The judge's response to the query was, "He does." And it was delivered with ease. He is also an incredibly successful software engineer, who chose to place his assets in a legally protected blind trust. Assets which, I might add, were generated entirely separate from the marital finances, without your knowledge, contribution, or support. 18 million? Clara stutteringly asked, as her hands began to shake violently. "Where are you going?" She turned her attention to me and said, "Elias, is this true? You've been a millionaire this whole time? While we were arguing over grocery bills? While I was driving a used Honda?" Her eyes were wide with a frenetic and desperate intensity, and she was unable to find the words to express her confusion. I was able to catch her glance. I turned my head to look at the woman who had just made an attempt to take away my children and my dignity in front of the judge. I was shocked to see her. My response was a calm and collected yes, so I said. "Since 2016. At the same moment that she was partially rising from her seat, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me?" before Val Sterling quickly pulled her back down from her chair. She was in the process of rising from her seat. "Because, Clara," I responded, keeping a steady tone in my voice during the entire discourse. "I wanted to see how you would treat me when you thought I had nothing. And you showed me exactly who you are." Val Sterling was able to make a seamless switch into survival mode in an instant. "Your Honor, this is gross financial concealment. The respondent intentionally hid marital assets. We demand a full recalculation of the marital estate and an immediate freeze of all trust accounts." Judge Caldwell yelled out, "Sit down, counselor," as he issued the command. "I have reviewed the trust structure. It was established prior to the major revenue generation, held completely separate from joint accounts, and is ironclad under Delaware law. There is no illegal concealment here, there is privacy. And given your client's behavior today, I completely understand why he wanted it." When Judge Caldwell leaned forward, he folded his hands at his sides and leaned forward. "Mrs. Vance, you stood in my courtroom and attempted to publicly humiliate the father of your children. You called him a deadbeat. You built an entire legal strategy around degrading his character based entirely on his chosen profession, a profession that is honest, hard-working, and respectable. You assumed that because he held a mop, he was worthless." At this point, Clara seemed to be sobbing uncontrollably. "As a result of the collapse of our marriage, there are no tears shed, or grief expressed. The tears of unfathomable, crushing regret form in my eyes, and they begin to well up." She seemed to be bemoaning the houses, the lavish vacations, and the trendy dresses that she had suddenly come to the knowledge that she would never be able to attain. She appeared to be mourning these things. "According to Judge Caldwell, I am making a decision on this today. Joint physical and legal custody, 50/50. Split. Child support will be calculated based on the standard state matrix, utilizing Mr. Vance's actual income, which he has generously agreed to pay without contest to ensure his children's comfort. There will be absolutely zero spousal support or alimony awarded to the petitioner. The marital home will be sold, and the equity split 50/50. We are adjourned." We exited the chambers following our departure from them. There were still those waiting in the gallery, where they were anticipating the continuation of the massacre. Still seated in that position were they. They did not have a suitable option. Clara pursued me down the hallway as I made my way toward the exit of the courthouse. She followed me as I made my way along the corridor. "Elias, please wait. Please, just wait," she cried with me, while gently grasping my arm. "Please, just wait." As it flowed down her cheeks, she was pouring with mascara since it was so thick. The courageous and independent woman who had the purpose of destroying me was no longer present. She had no intention of doing otherwise. She was replaced with a stranger who appeared to be in a difficult situation. She murmured, "We can fix this," while squeezing her hands on my flimsy suit jacket. "We can fix this." The shaking in her hands was very severe. "We can stop the divorce. We can go to counseling. We can buy a new house. We can send the kids to private school. Elias, we have everything we ever wanted now. After removing her fingers from my arm in a careful manner, I put them away. I replied to her, no, Clara, at that moment. I have everything I ever wanted. I have my kids, I have my peace, and I have the truth. You don't want to fix our marriage. You just want the passcode to the bank account. I walked out of the double doors and exited into the brisk air of December after turning around and coming out of the double doors. After getting into my 2011 Toyota Camry, turning the key, and listening to the engine stutter and ultimately catch, I was ready to start my shift at Lincoln Middle School at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Subsequently, I drove to the school. The initial update. Currently, the disclosure that took place in the courtroom has been going on for a complete half year. A new and odd pattern has emerged in the rhythm of life, which has shifted a bit. The situation was brought to the attention of the school at some point in time. A city like Charleston, which is located in South Carolina, does not allow secrets of that sort to remain buried for an extended period of time. It would appear that a paralegal who was working in Val Sterling's office indulged in gossip, and short after that Mrs. Gable, the principal of Lincoln Middle School, extended an invitation to me to visit her administrative office. It appeared as though she was absolutely bewildered as she looked at me from the other side of her desk. Elias, is it true? The rumor going around? If the rumor is that I own a software company, yes ma'am, I said. Then why on earth are you still working here? She asked. Because the floors still need mopping, Mrs. Gable. And I like the work. After she merely shook her head, I was free to resume what I was doing and continue without interruption. An immigrant from Honduras, named Mateo, who is 55 years old, and works in the west wing of the school, had the most remarkable response. Mateo is a fellow employee of mine who works in the west wing of the school. We were surrounded by liters of floor wax while we ate our packed sandwiches in the supply closet at 10 o'clock at night. We were in the middle of eating from our sandwiches. Mateo observed. So, while he was chewing his lunch with a contemplative expression on his face, you are a very rich man. I reacted by saying, I suppose that this is the case. When Mateo said, okay, he shrugged his shoulders. Can you pass the hot sauce? And you still owe me a new mop head, rich man. Mateo remained the same throughout the entire process. The only way to find out who your genuine friends are is to actually hang out with them. Clara, on the other hand, was immediately confronted with the reality of her new life circumstances, which slammed her like a freight train. Additionally, the marital home was put up for sale. She was compelled to move into a townhouse that was both tiny and expensive, and it was situated in a zip code that was underrepresented in the community. When she was no longer a married woman looking for an illegal high, but rather a frightened single mother with a wounded ego, her employer, Preston, who she had been so smitten with, suddenly lost interest in her. This occurred one day when she was no longer a married woman looking for an illegal thrill. When she does call me, she does it with the goal of masking her remorse by asking questions about the schedules of the children. She does this in order to avoid embarrassing herself. As part of her attempt to be charming, she thinks back to the beginning of our marriage, and makes an effort to sound as kind as she possibly can. I take measures to ensure that the conversations are exclusively focused on Leo and Maya, and I end the call as soon as I am able to. My flat, which is situated in close proximity to the rail yard, is still on the premises. The Camry is still owned and operated by me. On the other side, I was successful in making a hefty commission. For my mother, I bought a magnificent house in Mount Pleasant that has a single story, and is situated in a quiet and safe neighborhood. I bought it for her. When I informed her that the hotel union had made a substantial error in her pension, I also advised her that she was eligible to receive a lump sum payment as a partial compensation for the mistake. She continued to cry for a period of 2 hours. When I got to see her sitting on her new porch and looking out at a garden that she doesn't have to break her back to manage, it was worth every single late night that I spent staring at a computer screen. I felt like I had accomplished something worthwhile. One day of the week is set aside for Leo and Maya to spend together. I teach Leo how to code on an old laptop that has been rebuilt on Saturday mornings when we are sitting at the workstation in the kitchen, which is pretty small. I tell him that the laptop has been rebuilt. The previous week, he asked me, with his little eyebrows wrinkled in displeasure, Dad, why doesn't the background turn blue when I click the button? His question was geared toward me. He was asking me this question. Because you missed a semicolon on line 42, buddy, I told him. The computer only does exactly what you tell it to do. You have to be precise. You have to put in the work. Despite the fact that she is sitting next to us, Maya is totally oblivious to the algorithm. Currently, she is drawing pictures of dragons that are wildly out of proportion to one another, and she is insisting that I put them on the refrigerator. Now I am inside the house. I am here for them in the same way that my father yearned to be for me but was unable to do so because the world demanded his labor until it became so intense that it forced him to pass away. I am here for them in the same way that he wished to be for me. There is no longer any fear on my part on the topic of how I would offer them with food options. It is not necessary for me to be concerned about the costs associated with their college education. However, I would appreciate it if they could watch me in action at work. It is my hope that they will witness me putting on my boots, grabbing my keys, and going out to accomplish a chore that the vast majority of people regard to be beneath them. As a result of the fact that the money involves nothing more than mathematical calculations, a simple compilation of numerical values that are kept on a server located in the state of Delaware. My level of accomplishment has not increased as a result of this. There is no improvement in my intelligence as a result of this. The courtroom insulted me by making fun of my voice. I was embarrassed by my spouse's behavior. Nevertheless, their laughter and her disdain not only did not change who I was, but neither did the $18 million. Neither of these things changed who I was. I go by the name of Elias Vance. Besides the fact that I adore my children, I also have a passion for sweeping floors and decoding. Bleeding from surgery, my brother forced post-op me to cook. He didn't know the stranger with me was his CEO, and I had proof he embezzled. 23-year-old Chloe. My stomach ripped with fresh internal sutures that night, but it wasn't the worst pain. It wasn't anesthetic sickness or tiredness that felt like lead in my bones. My front door clicked shut behind me. I foolishly assumed I had arrived home to rest. I was hit by a prison-like voice, not family. I was released from the hospital after a harsh invasive surgery to remove massive endometrial cysts that had been damaging my organs for years. I was deathly pale. Every step felt like a jagged dagger twisting under my ribcage, so my hands were trembling violently and I moved carefully. My plastic hospital discharge band was still on my left wrist, and my skin still smelled like medical-grade antiseptic. Before my older brother's voice from the living room hit me, I barely had one trembling hand against the hallway wall to stabilize myself. Well, it's nice of you to finally show up and quit faking it. Get dinner on the table right this second, I'm starving. Keeping his eyes on the TV. The 4-hour surgery wasn't questioned. He didn't ask what the surgeon found, or if I could stand. He didn't seem surprised that I was gasping for air, gripping my stomach, and wincing in pain. He only gazed at the back of my head like I was a disobedient employee late for a shift he still assumed I was on. The old conditioning returned for a horrifying moment. I nearly repeated my lifelong habit. I nearly bowed, swallowed the humiliation and pain, and dragged my bleeding body into that kitchen to obey him. An unexpected shock of reality hit me. I realized I wasn't alone. A man entered the flat one step behind me, discreetly carrying the large overnight bag I was too weak to carry. He heard everything. Everything my brother said was cold, harsh, and entitled. I hadn't turned to face him. It wasn't necessary. I consciously felt the hallway hush change behind me. It became oppressive and deadly. It felt like a huge, apex predator had quietly entered the room and was meticulously recording every aspect. My brother hadn't recognized that ordering a bleeding woman to cook for him after a major abdominal surgery was his biggest error. It was doing it in front of the one man on earth who could destroy all he cared about with a phone call. That night began with physical pain, humiliation, and the same psychological anguish I had endured for over 2 decades. However, before sunrise the next morning, the power balance in that apartment and our family would change permanently, irreversibly. Marcus is my brother. 7 years older than me, he's 30. As long as I've known him, he's considered being born first as divine, unquestioned control of the planet. He thought he owned our childhood home, my time, my efforts, and most disgustingly, my silence. Some lucky people have an older brother who teaches them how to ride a bicycle, or who scares off the creepy boys who bother them at the high school lockers. My brother wasn't like that. I got Marcus. Marcus taught me to over-apologize for nothing I did. He taught me how to walk quietly on wooden floors, to avoid his violent fury. He taught me how to clean the kitchen and his big, nasty messes because spending 3 hours scraping dried food off his plates was always easier than listening to him yell, break things, and rage all evening. Marcus had a disturbing knack for making his outrageous demands sound like common sense. He spoke as if God had already chosen me as his personal servant, and everyone else had neglected to tell me. I didn't simply remember my horrific history as I stood shaking in that tight entryway, with fresh surgical tape tearing at my torn flesh and strong prescription pain medicine blurring and spinning the room's borders. It attacked me in nasty, vivid spurts. Every abdominal pain pulse brought out another buried memory from my subconscious. I imagined myself age 13, crouching on the chilly kitchen tiles, feverishly cleaning a stain while Marcus loomed above me, tossing grease-covered plates into the sink and splashing dirty water into my eyes. I recall him telling me I was a waste of space if his supper wasn't hot and ready by 6 p.m. Another intense pain spike across my surgical wounds. I realized I was 17 again. I held my final high school report card, pleased of my straight A's that earned me a full-ride academic scholarship to a state institution. I recall showing Marcus, hoping for a little pride. He grabbed it from me, laughed in my face, and snarled, "Girls like you don't leave places like this. You're never going to be anything more than a helper. Nobody is ever going to choose you for anything important." Another excruciating pain sensation. Then I remembered being 21. I came home from arduous double shifts at a diner, smelling like grease and bleach. I was trying to save enough money to take night school by storing my cash tips in a hollowed-out dictionary in my closet. The money was gone when I opened the book one Tuesday afternoon. Every dime. Marcus shrugged and said, "I don't know what you're crying about. You probably just misplaced it because you're disorganized." I knew he stole it, but he never admitted it. Always knew. Not merely his horrific acts against me were cruelest. His normalcy made abuse seem natural. He had a scary, psychopathic ability to make everyday psychological torture seem ordinary, until I started doubting my sanity. Some weak, damaged part of my inner child kept mistakenly expecting Dad would suddenly change after years of his oppression. I kept hoping he would see me as a sibling instead of a disposable appliance. However, big surgery brutally removes delusions. Extreme physical suffering does too. After being ripped open, your organs shifted, and your skin patched back together, you cease romanticizing poisonous people who strive to keep you bleeding. "Did you hear me, or are you deaf now too?" Marcus yelled from the living room couch. I said, "I'm hungry. Move." The broken Chloe would have recoiled quickly. I would have dropped my purse, disregarded the blood on my bandages, and limped to the refrigerator, mind blank with obedience. I didn't do any of that night. I remained still. I cautiously raised a quivering palm and lightly pressed it on my bandaged stomach, feeling my inflammatory burn. I let the oppressive silence fill the room. I waited long enough for Marcus to shift uncomfortably on the couch, turning his anger into annoyance. Next, I cautiously raised my head. I regarded him. I looked at him as I should have 10 years ago. I didn't see him as a scary natural calamity I had to survive. I saw him as a pitiful, weak, insecure man who had been abused for too long. He hadn't noticed the towering figure, silent in the shadows behind me. Marcus still thought this would be another typical Tuesday night. A night he barked an order, I limped to the stove, and he got what he wanted as I suffered in silence. Abusers like Marcus have this inherent fault. They continuously mix repetition with permanence. They arrogantly think you'll always bear their brutality, because you did yesterday. They confuse your utter fatigue for loyalty and your fearful silence for approval. When the stillness breaks, they act deeply, betrayed by your voice. My hefty overnight bag was gently placed on the hardwood floor by the man behind me. He didn't speak, but Marcus saw his careful movement. He then took one cautious, deliberate step into the entryway's strong, overhead light. Marcus's smug, arrogant face shifted for the first time since I entered that flat. Though not yet terrifying, it showed profound, jarring bewilderment. He gently straightened on the couch, lowered the remote, and narrowed his eyes at the stranger. Marcus shouted, "Who the hell is that?" To protect me, he didn't ask. His question sprang from his hatred of everything outside his control. I closed my eyes, took a slow, deliberate breath that hurt my ribs, and replied. "His name is Julian Thorne," I said, amazingly calmly. "He helped bring me home from the hospital, because I couldn't carry my bags." It was true. It was only part of the story. Julian Thorne wasn't a random, kind stranger in the hospital lobby. Early that afternoon, my hospital discharge was seriously delayed. My assigned post-op nurse saw my pale face, shaking hands, and rising heart rate, and became concerned that I had no safe recovery care at home. Julian Thorne was touring the surgical facility while I was silently crying from pain and worry about facing Marcus alone in the discharge waiting area. A new family foundation initiative that his vast corporate empire had generously supported was his destination. Julian was not a doctor, nor a hospital employee. Vanguard Hospitality Group's billionaire executive chairman and CEO was Julian Thorne. Vanguard was a massive, ruthless corporate empire with over 40 luxury restaurants, 5 international catering divisions, and, most importantly, the ultra-luxurious downtown flagship hotel where my brother Marcus had recently become assistant operations manager. I wasn't aware of that. I only knew in that hospital lobby that this immaculately dressed, terrifyingly quiet man had witnessed me attempting to raise my overnight bag off the floor. He approached, gently took my strap, and inquired where my ride was. He stood by and watched my face break when I humiliatingly disclosed that I was taking a public Uber home alone after major surgery because my only family was too busy to care. Julian's sharp, analytical view of people made lying to him futile. He had already assumed more about my living circumstances than I had spoken before he insisted on walking me to his own automobile. Julian had made 2 discreet phone calls from the back seat before his driver arrived at my apartment building and asked me whether I felt safe entering my home. I definitely remember giving him the weak, prepared answer that abused women are taught to give to minimize damage and protect their abusers. "Oh, it'll be fine. He's just particular." Julian looked my way. His expression wasn't cruel, yet it was so keen. "Chloe," he had said softly, "people usually only say that exact phrase right before they are forced to describe something that isn't fine at all." Julian didn't ask about further tragedy on the elevator ride to my floor. He didn't query me. He stood close enough to catch me if my shaky legs gave out, yet far enough away to not trap me. I valued that hard, deliberate restraint more than he probably understood. Julian was 3 feet inside my apartment. He wore his fine-fitted overcoat. His expression was terrifyingly unreadable. It was a corporate stone mask. Marcus gently stood up. He heaved out his chest to dominate a man who clearly terrified him. Marcus's phone buzzed loudly on the coffee table at that moment. Marcus stared down at the screen, angry by the interruption, and his face tensed. I saw the gold and black business emblem on his notification banner from across the room, before he quickly tilted the screen away. Internal emergency alert from Vanguard Hospitality. That notification felt like a match being struck in a gasoline-filled room due to its precision. "You work for him?" I exclaimed, realizing my mistake before I could stop. Marcus gave me a fierce, warning stare that normally meant I would scream in horror. Julian replied instead. "He is currently employed at one of my flagship properties." "Yes." Julian responded, his voice level, smooth, and dangerously calm. "Though, after what I have just witnessed and heard in the last 90 seconds, I imagine that specific employment arrangement is about to become incredibly complicated." The loud, strained chuckle Marcus made was thin, reedy, and full of terror. "Look, buddy, I don't know who you think you are, but this is my family. You don't get to just walk into my private house and start judging a private, internal family conversation." Julian maintained silence. There was no necessity. Actual power never shouts. Julian gently repeated, "A private conversation," tasting the words, as if they were poisoned. "You just aggressively ordered a woman, who has quite literally just returned from having her internal organs operated on, to stand over a hot stove and cook for you while she is visibly trembling in excruciating pain. That is what you classify as a private family conversation?" Marcus's jaw tightened so fiercely I believed his teeth would break. He hated being chastised or challenged, especially by a man whose professional opinion may cost him anything substantial. I could smell nervous sweat mixing with his cheap fragrance. I heard his quick, shallow breathing shift. No vague, dramatic, movie-like tension permeated the living room. This felt precise. A surgical feeling. It was like a scalpel was cutting open a festering, sick, falsehood. Julian glanced at me, never leaving Marcus. "Chloe, are you the primary leaseholder on this apartment?" One question impacted me harder than Marcus's physical aggression, or ranting ever could. I was struck by its deep, buried origin, which Marcus had spent 3 years desperately trying to suppress. "Yes," I answered carefully, shaking my voice. "My aunt helped me co-sign the lease when I turned 21. My credit score was substantially better than his, so the landlord only approved it if my name was the primary." Marcus wrenched his head toward me, wrath bubbling in his eyes. "Why the hell are you saying that to him like it matters? Shut your mouth." Marcus was always under Julian's icy, critical gaze. "Because it matters a lot, Marcus," Julian said effortlessly. "And because, in my extensive professional experience, weak men who completely depend on the women they chronically disrespect, usually count on those exact same women, being far too ashamed to admit who actually keeps the roof over their heads." Marcus's face showed raw emotion for the first time that night. His customary explosive fury wasn't there. Not yet. It was sheer terror. The apartment doorbell rang before Marcus could respond to pushback. A harsh, piercing sound made me jump. This wasn't a random neighbor or interruption. I sent one desperate text message with shaking, numb fingers about 2 hours earlier in the hospital recovery room, half awake, shivering, and crying. I mailed it to the only person in the world who believed my Marcus stories without demanding photographic proof of every invisible mark. "If possible, come over tonight. I may need assistance. He'll be mad." She was Becca. If loyalty had a body, it would have looked like Becca in my hallway. Her left hand had a hefty brown paper bag of steaming soup from my favorite deli, and her right hand held a big manila envelope full with written documents. The moment Becca saw my pale, pained face, her expression changed from compassion to deadly rage. Fury wasn't loud or yelling. It was terrifyingly quiet, hyper-focused fury. She entered, kicked the door shut, glanced from my bleeding bandages to Marcus's scared expression to Julian's stoicism, and understood the room's dynamic in 3 seconds. She realized she had entered a war zone. Becca said, "You should be laying down in bed," to me. Her soft speech contrasted with her venomous gaze as she glanced at my brother. Marcus whispered, "She should be in the damn kitchen where she belongs," seeking to regain some of his lost control through coarse ridicule. Becca gently turned around to face him. She walked with an unnerving, total serenity that makes weak, stupid men reckless. "Did you really just say that out loud?" Becca inquired, lowering her voice. "Did you seriously just say that while she is literally still bleeding through her shirt and has hospital IV tape ripping the hair off her arms?" Marcus forced his shoulders back and puffed up his chest to appear unimpressed and dominant. "Mind your own business, Becca. You don't know anything about how this family operates." "Oh, I know significantly more than you think I do, Marcus," Becca remarked, icy. She carefully raised the huge manila envelope. "In fact, I know a hell of a lot more." I examined the big envelope. My heart beat fiercely against my ribs. Becca, a forensic accountant for a large corporation, had covertly helped me comb through years of confusing digital banking information for 6 weeks. The amount of lost money was scary, so we looked. In particular, the huge sum I had spent 2 years aggressively saving for this surgery's out-of-pocket deductibles and post-op recovery fund. Money that had suddenly disappeared in modest, calculated chunks for 14 months. It always disappeared when Marcus miraculously claimed that our apartment power bill was $400 overdue, the landlord was threatening eviction over short rent, or that a massive hotel emergency delayed his paycheck but he would absolutely pay me back next Friday. Friday came and went. The following Friday. Then, never. He lied with such terrible, violent certainty that I stopped questioning him about the missing monies. He would shout, hurl things, and gaslight me so badly that I always cried, apologized, and felt guilty for asking where my money went. He didn't traumatize Becca. Becca never overlooked anything. She had the calm, calculated patience of a professional who knew that the truth required unassailable, documented evidence, not yelling or hurry. She methodically cross-referenced dates, called utility companies, grabbed archived bank statements, copied digital transactions, preserved deleted screenshots, and documented every desperate justification Marcus had offered for weeks. Chloe texted me from the recovery ward. Becca murmured to the hushed room as she set the soup bag on the kitchen counter. "She sounded terrified to come home to you. So, I brought her some food. And I brought the paperwork." Marcus scoffed loudly, a terrible, slimy sound, yet I immediately saw his right palm twitch violently against his leg. "Paperwork for what? What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bitch?" One little, dismissive shrug from Becca. She opened the envelope and took out stacks of highlighted paper. "Oh, you know. Just the usual. Certified bank transfer screenshots. A certified copy of the digital rent ledger from the property management office proving you haven't paid a dime in 8 months. 3 unauthorized digital withdrawals from Chloe's medical recovery fund that were illegally routed directly through your personal checking account. 6 massive payments to an offshore online sports betting syndicate. 2 past due collections notices from your maxed out credit cards." Becca breathed deeply and pulled out one more piece of paper. She hid it on the counter. "Oh, and a formal written disciplinary warning from your corporate employer regarding missing inventory that you somehow conveniently forgot to mention to your sister." Marcus leapt forward half a step, his face turning a treacherous purple. "You went through my private things? I'll kill you." "No, Marcus," Becca answered without flinching. "I went through Chloe's finances. Because she came to me sobbing, asking why she was suddenly $4,500 short on the exact amount she desperately needed to pay for her life-saving surgery and post-op physical therapy. It's really funny where the digital paper trail leads when you actually follow the money instead of listening to a degenerate gambler's lies." Julian Thorne was silent. He stood still like an ice statue, yet his piercing eyes were absorbing every word, each document, every horrific implication. Marcus gently looked at me. He didn't look angry like normal, explosive, menacing. He appeared absolutely naked. Exposure was worse than death for a malignant narcissist like Marcus. "You brought these people here just to humiliate me?" he cried, quivering with wrath and despair. "You planned this to embarrass me?" "No," I answered. My voice didn't shake for the first time in 23 years, which surprised me. Stayed steady. "You did this to yourself, Marcus. Every single bit of it. They just happened to be standing here to witness the pathetic reality of who you are." Becca approached me gently. She stood next to me, anchoring me to the floor, and providing me the physical power my body lacked. "There's one more major thing," Becca said, glancing at me. "Tell him, Chloe. Say it out loud. Or I swear to God, I will." Immediately, my throat clenched. I felt sick because I knew what proof she was referring about. I was worried when my physician proposed invasive surgery 7 months ago. I went to another bank location and created a secret savings account. Marcus didn't know my slightly adjusted nickname. I foolishly assumed he didn't know. Nearly 4,000. $500 vanished the week before my final pre-op appointment. It wasn't stolen in microscopic, imperceptible cuts. He devoured it in 3 huge chunks. It panicked me, and made me question my mathematical sanity. I had to work hard extra shifts at the diner and live on cheap ramen noodles and dangerously high dosages of over-the-counter pills to survive, delaying my essential medical surgery by 3 painful months. Becca found the identical digital pattern. Marcus discovered my secret account details in my room. He was stealing money, gambling it away on sports, and then hiding his tracks by inflating utility panic and applying severe emotional pressure to keep me confused and cooperative. He stole from me, I confessed. The words hung thick and undisputed. Room appeared to hold breath, not just once, repeatedly, systematically. He stole the $4,500 I was desperately saving so I wouldn't lose my organs. Becca hesitantly faced Marcus. She had killer eyes. "And I know exactly what you did to her when she was 18, too," she said softly. Marcus's face lost all blood for the first time that night. He looked dead. Marcus guilt-tripped and misled me into co-signing a $10,000 personal loan as a naive teenager. He vowed on our grandmother's grave that he needed it to pay for a career-required management certification course and promised me, with tears in his eyes, to make every monthly payment. The first 6 payments were purposefully skipped. He destroyed my perfect credit score, allowed the loan to go into severe default, and then had the sociopathic audacity to tell every member of our extended family that I was irresponsible with money and that he was graciously trying to help me fix my mistakes. I had spent the last 5 years quietly, desperately repairing the catastrophic financial damage he had intentionally inflicted on me, never told anyone the truth. I accepted blame because shame is quiet and lonely. But Becca knew. She found original loan documentation. The rich CEO of his company now knew. I didn't feel small for the first time in my life. Even though the flat was shrinking, I felt huge. Every dark, toxic secret Marcus had ever used to keep me shackled, weak, and docile was finally being pulled out into the bright light for the first time in that suffocating living room. Even the room's oxygen felt altered. The exact truth seemed to have literally altered the apartment's gravitational pull. Marcus did what pitiful, abusive men do when the truth is too close to them. He sought to forcibly manipulate the situation into a strange, theatrical performance. He laughed hysterically. He dramatically opened his arms and gazed at Julian, as if they were old frat friends enjoying a joke. He pretended this was a humorous, ridiculous misunderstanding staged by frantic emotional women. "Look at this. You can't possibly be taking any of this garbage seriously, right?" Marcus said, gesturing wildly at me. "She's always been incredibly dramatic whenever she doesn't get enough attention, and Becca just feeds into her delusions. That's all this is. Women being hysterical." Then I watched him closely. I saw him like a mechanic watching a catastrophic engine failure, the machine tearing itself apart while the driver desperately claims it works great. His voice was getting louder, but his body had already shown his panic. His fingers kept twitching against his legs. His shoulders were no longer arrogant and entitled. His sweating was excessive. He no longer argued authoritatively. He argued from total, cornered horror. "Do I look hysterical to you, Marcus?" I whispered. He disregarded me. He turned away from me and spoke directly to Julian, treating me like an invisible, inconsequential child, unworthy of direct address. "Look, man, you run massive hotels, right? You run huge luxury restaurants. You run a massive corporate empire," Marcus implored, his voice sickeningly needy and familiar. "Then you know exactly how these people are. You know how people blow minor family arguments completely out of proportion just to play the victim. She's always been way too sensitive. She just likes making me out to be the villain because I refuse to baby her and coddle her laziness." No smile from Julian Thorne. He didn't blink. He gently, methodically cocked his head left, observing Marcus like a fascinating, horrible creature under a microscope. "In my professional experience," Julian said, his voice dropping to a terrifying depth, "men who weaponize the word sensitive when they are actively confronted with their own undeniable cruelty are usually describing the witnesses to their crimes, not the actual problem." Becca laughed sharply and darkly. She almost smiled at that sentence's devastation. Since his innate instincts knew Julian was an impenetrable wall he could never manipulate, Marcus fiercely swung around to confront Becca next, like a vicious dog hunting for another bite. Marcus yelled, "And you," shaking his finger at Becca's face. "You've always hated me. You've spent years actively trying to turn my own sister against me. You're a homewrecker." Becca relaxed with her arms crossed. She didn't retreat. "No, Marcus," she answered, with determination. "I didn't want to turn her against you. I just wanted her to finally stop constantly apologizing for surviving you." That sentence hit the room like an open-handed smack the face. I witnessed the impact. Half-stepping, he staggered. Marcus ruled the family narrative for 2 decades by claiming that every natural human behavior I had was proof of my serious mental illness. He called me emotionally manipulative if he raged and I sobbed. He called me passive-aggressive and disrespectful if I stayed silent to escape his fury. He said I was verbally abusive and deluded if I confronted him with facts. He would never accept a reality or my existence that didn't make him the center of the universe. Tonight, the toxic, cyclical pattern was crystal clear. More than merely visible to me. 2 knowledgeable, objective witnesses saw it, and he could not bully, gaslight, or yell them into compliance. Tell him about the property management emails, Chloe, Becca whispered, staring at Marcus. Swallowed hard. My abdominal surgery pain intensified, but I nodded. I stared at Julian because his calm, sober gaze made it easier to tell the awful truth than my brother's turbulent, rage-filled visage. 3 months ago, I started, my voice gaining strength with every word. I accidentally found out that Marcus had been secretly emailing and calling the corporate property management office behind my back. He had been explicitly telling the landlord that I was the sole reason the rent was constantly late. He told them that I was spending my money irresponsibly on drugs. He told them that I was deeply mentally unstable after my pain episodes, and that I was a liability who needed his constant, heavy-handed management just to function in society. Julian grew stern. Though hardly noticeable, his jaw tightened and his eyes darkened, yet it was horrifying. Were any of those statements remotely true, Chloe? No, I said firmly. Absolutely not. I have single-handedly covered the entire rent by myself for the last 8 months. My legal name is the primary and only authorized tenant on the lease agreement. He illegally used my personal bank transfer passwords to keep his own account current, and then he went around telling the landlord, our family, and his co-workers that he was graciously rescuing his addict sister from eviction. Becca took a stapled packet from the huge manila envelope. She calmly gave Julian the documented bank transfer receipts, IP address logs, and landlord email communications. I immediately recognized the dates, dollar amounts, and my bank account information on the pages. The sight of my abuse's physical proof in a millionaire stranger's hands was bizarre. Like waking from a 20-year nightmare. Marcus went insane. He charged forward to grab the papers. Give me those. You have absolutely no legal right to look at my private. Julian Thorne raised one huge palm. Marcus stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't stop because he found his conscience, or out of respect. He paused because his animalistic nature forcefully screamed that he would be destroyed if he took another step toward Julian. I have absolutely every single legal and moral right to thoroughly review documented evidence when one of my management-level employees appears to have actively engaged in systematic grand theft, sustained psychological harassment, and severe financial fraud against a highly vulnerable, medically compromised tenant who is currently recovering from major surgery, Julian said. His whisper had the force of a bomb. Marcus hurriedly stroked his hair and laughed maniacally. Vulnerable? Are you kidding me? She's aggressively milking this minor surgery just to get attention and make herself look completely helpless. She's fine. Marcus may not have realized how terrible and sociopathic his sentence sounded when stated aloud in a quiet environment. Maybe he realized that and his ego couldn't physically stop him from doubling down. Maybe severe cruelty had become so habitual for him that he didn't realize he was savagely slicing his own throat. Repeat that sentence, Julian said. Room temperature dropped. His voice became so low and menacing that my arm hairs rose up. Marcus paused. His mouth opened but made no sound. I said she's milking it, Marcus mumbled, his confidence shattered. Julian took one slow, predatory stride toward Marcus. That is deeply interesting, Julian replied, focusing on Marcus like a sniper. Because the official hospital discharge medical notes that I personally reviewed with the head surgical nurse before I offered your sister a ride home were incredibly explicit. They specifically warned against any heavy lifting, any prolonged standing, and any unnecessary physical strain, due to the high risk of catastrophic internal hemorrhaging from her deep abdominal sutures. Julian backed Marcus into the coffee table. So, tell me, Marcus, Julian whispered, if she had obediently limped over to that stove for you tonight, like you aggressively ordered her to do, and she had collapsed on the floor from a ruptured internal artery, would you have immediately called an ambulance to save her life? Or would you have stood over her bleeding body and told the paramedics that she was just being dramatic then, too? Marcus expanded and closed his jaws like a suffocating fish. He was speechless. Never in my life had somebody pinned down and broken my brother without a word. It was almost physically disorienting to see. Beautiful. Becca, the apex predator she was, expertly manipulated the stunned hush to kill. Well, Julian, Becca said simply, there is actually one more thing, and this one directly involves you. She took one last sheet of paper from the back of the manila envelope. A bold red confidential watermark ran diagonally across the text. This highly sensitive document accidentally came to the wrong email address. Becca said quietly. Because Marcus, in his infinite stupidity, used Chloe's primary Gmail address as his emergency backup contact on a Vanguard corporate incident form 3 years ago and never updated it. Apparently, Marcus illegally signed off on a massive $25,000 vendor invoice last month for the hotel's catering division. An invoice that is currently under severe internal corporate review for embezzlement. Marcus violently spun around, his eyes wide with pure dread. Give me that right now. You stole my mail. That's a federal crime. Becca didn't flinch. She ignored him, reached out, and handed Julian Thorne the secret paper. Julian took paper. He was silent. The numbers and falsified signature at the bottom caught his attention as he scanned the document once. The room's vibe changed drastically. A huge, invisible tectonic plate shattered. This was no longer a horrible home family mess. This went beyond brother-sister abuse. Massive. Collateral rot. This was felony. You intentionally forged a corporate approval code to authorize a phantom vendor payout? Julian asked emotionlessly. Executioner's voice. Marcus panicked with a cracked, high-pitched voice. It was just a timing issue. The vendor needed to be paid. Everyone in management does it to expedite the process. I was just trying to help the company. Julian gently looked up from the paper. He had dead eyes. No, Marcus, everyone does not do that. Only thieves do that. The aggressive buzzing from Marcus's phone on the coffee table resumed at that moment. Marcus was physically afraid to look at the flashing screen this time. The last drips of blood left his face when he shakily gazed down, like he was about to vomit. His formal, automatic company email had arrived. He was immediately suspended without pay, pending a large, company-wide forensic criminal investigation. Takes effect immediately. His corporate building access was canceled forever. His property credentials were disabled. His career ended. He wasn't required to read the email to the room. We all saw his face, absolutely destroyed. The room was electrified, but my thoughts was strangely peaceful. For years, I imagined that getting justice against my abuser would be explosive. Screaming or shattering glass were my expectations. Instead, it felt like watching the ground level out after 20 years on a wildly rocking boat. Reality finally settled. It was long overdue. Marcus cautiously raised his eyes. He had almost undiluted hatred in his eyes. But underneath that anger came a new, horrible thing, desperate calculation. He lost money, status, professional cover, and his home quickly. Abusive males who thrive on ultimate power rarely resign without one last, horrific act. Now that he knew there was no way out, the only question was how savagely ugly he was ready to get. That dark, calculating glint in his eyes told me the night would continue. The severe exposure had destroyed Marcus's charming, polished, artificial self that he only showed outsiders and coworkers. My living room still held the rotting, festering core I had known since infancy. His pitiful self couldn't stand witnessing power slide through his fingers. You think this is funny, Chloe? He raged. Not really asking me. He bellowed to the onlookers, trying to convince them he was still the victim of a collapse. You're all just standing around in my apartment, ruining my entire life over absolutely nothing. I repeated, nothing? Reverberating off the walls. You stole $4,500 of my medical money. You maliciously lied to my landlord to ruin my reputation. You completely wrecked my credit score for 5 years. You tried to force me to cook for you while I was bleeding from surgery. You call that nothing? I made massive sacrifices for you, too, he said, advancing toward me with his hands clenched. You think living in this dump with you has been easy for me? You think I actually wanted to carry your dead weight forever? Simply stunning. Even when trapped and drowning in indisputable facts, he mindlessly reached for his old, comfy script because he had entirely rewrote our past in his demented mind. The script with him as the noble martyr and me as the parasite. His delusions would have been funny if they hadn't cost me blood, money, and sanity. Carry me? I whispered. You have lived entirely off my paychecks for 2 years. You illegally used my name to secure this roof. You literally stole from my surgical recovery fund to pay off your gambling debts. You are a parasite. Watch your damn mouth, he shouted, as another dangerous step drew him closer to me. My body responded before I could stop it. I recoiled. To protect my face, I raised my arms. Flinching made me despise myself. I hated that he still controlled my neurological system, but 20 years of trauma are faster than a few minutes of pride. Marcus quickly recognized my reaction as a success in his wicked thinking. He raised his right hand. It wasn't a strike yet. However, it was that same, familiar, terrible movement, the subtle threat I had known since childhood. His strong twitch reminded me that he could hit me without needing to. Jules Thorne moved. He quickly filled the gap between Marcus and me without being dramatic. It appeared polished, scary, and absolute. Don't. Julian. Just one word. Marcus halted mid-motion. He continued because his conscience mysteriously reached him. He stopped because physical violence was no longer within his control. He stared into the chest of a man who could squash him. Becca was already with me. She physically grounded me by wrapping one strong arm across my shivering shoulders without making a big deal. You saw him raise his hand? Becca asked Julian while facing him. Julian said, I saw it clearly, with a stone voice. He gently turned to look at me over his shoulder. Chloe, has he ever threatened you physically before tonight? My old, deeply entrenched survival instinct rushed back in my throat. Reduce it, cushion the blow, lie. Avoid adding to his anger. Get through the night. However, that toxic impulse nearly cost me my life, savings, and sanity. I swallowed my fear. I pushed a direct response. Yes, I shakily murmured, loud enough for everyone to hear. Not always by open-handed hitting, but by physically blocking the doors so I can't leave, by getting inches from my face and screaming. By violently breaking glass plates near my head, by punching holes in the drywall next to my bed, by making absolutely sure that I understood he could kill me if he wanted to. Marcus's face twisted in fury. Chloe, you lying bitch, shut up, Julian shouted. Enough, cutting through the room like a blade. Julian carefully retrieved his phone from his fitted coat pocket, quickly typed in a number, and put it on speakerphone. Building security, Julian stated effortlessly as the call connected. This is Julian Thorne, I am currently standing in Unit 4B. I need immediate physical assistance documenting the forced removal of a highly aggressive, unauthorized occupant from a tenant's private residence. Verbal abuse, theft, and physical intimidation have just occurred on the premises. Yes, I will hold. Marcus gaped at Julian in astonishment. Unauthorized occupant? What the hell are you talking about? Chloe. Is his legal name anywhere on the apartment lease agreement? Julian said softly. No, I murmured, peering into Marcus's horrified eyes. Not officially. He ruined his credit, so the landlord demanded my name. I never completed the secondary addition forms to add him. Marcus laughed hysterically. You can't throw me out tonight. It's freezing outside. I live here. My stuff is here. Slowly, I approached the small wooden drawer by the apartment entryway table. The combination of surgical pain, adrenaline, and decades of buried wrath still shook my fingers. I took a thin blue folder from the drawer. It held the certified lease documents, utility data, and my biggest secret, which I kept from myself almost as much as from him. Certainty. Yes, Marcus, I held the packet. I absolutely can. Speaking such words felt like bursting up a locked, painted-shut window in a dark, stale room after 20 years. Marcus stared at the blue folder, then slowly looked up at my face, and he understood I knew much more than his big ego wanted to believe. He whispered, You planned this whole thing, shaking with venom. You set me up. I said, No, Marcus, steady and chilly. I didn't set you up. I just finally made it mathematically impossible for me to keep pretending you were a good person. Becca handed me another page from her huge package. The bank transfer summary highlighted the stolen $4,500 of my surgical cash in fluorescent yellow. And I want full repayment, I replied, gazing him down. Every single stolen dollar. Including the financial damage you caused from the defaulted loan when I was 18, and the extra out-of-pocket medication costs I was forced to delay because of your gambling addiction. I want it all back. His face brutally contorted into a desperate sneer. You really think anyone is going to take your side? You think a judge is going to believe a hysterical little girl? Julian answered my inquiry before I spoke. Her certified bank records do, Julian remarked calmly. Your corporate suspension and termination notice absolutely does. The legally binding property lease does. And if you would like to continue this aggressive conversation in front of the armed police officers I am about to call, I am incredibly confident they will find your attempted physical intimidation of a surgical patient to be highly useful context for your arrest. I saw Marcus run out of angles for the first time in my 23 years. He was out of false charms. His shouting volume was gone. He had no more ingenious logical reversals to mislead me. Most crucially, he had no private space to deliberately erode my sanity until I doubted myself. He made one last pitiful attempt. He sought the cruelest, most manipulating weapon, blood. I'm your brother, Chloe, she said. His voice became very quiet, dripping with a nauseating, contrived sweetness, as if hostage situations could be used to borrow genuine love. We're family. You're really going to do this to your own family? I felt my chest crack as I saw his pitiful face. No tears or remorse broke out. Cracked into blazing clarity. I responded, No, Marcus, with firmness. Family is just the word you weaponize when you demand complete forgiveness, without ever taking an ounce of accountability. You stopped acting like my brother a very, very long time ago. An even harsher revelation followed. He relied on family like a skilled lockpick my whole life. He imagined it was a magic spell he could use to brutally break every boundary I desperately tried to construct to protect myself. That was when he looked into my eyes and saw that Chloe's old, fearful, obedient self was gone. We had building security at our door in 3 minutes. The senior overnight property manager and 2 huge security guards were present. The moment Julian Thorne calmly announced himself, they all became polite, respectful, and professional. They were very attentive when I showed them the blue packet with the legally binding lease, demonstrating my sole control over the unit. Marcus desperately tried to stop it. He tried righteous indignation. So he tried explosive outrage. He then attempted pitiful disbelief. But every desperate tone he took made him look smaller and more insane. Becca silently stood alongside me with the heavy manila packet under her arm, like a prosecutor clutching her closing arguments, waiting for the court to drop the gavel. Julian's calmness by the door made the expulsion feel more final and painful. No movie-style brawl occurred. There were no broken lighting. There were no movie screams. Marcus's life was destroyed cleaner, colder, and more surgically. Every system of control Marcus had relied on for his whole adulthood rapidly collapsed. The overnight property manager calmly checked his tablet and confirmed that our neighbors had made many noise complaints about severe shouting and violent noise disturbances from the unauthorized male occupant. After a lengthy text message conversation, Julian calmly assured Marcus that Vanguard's corporate legal team would review the $25,000 falsified vendor authorization first thing tomorrow morning. He casually added that Marcus's immediate suspension was now officially combined with a large internal fraud investigation that will likely be turned over to the local district attorney for felony prosecution. Becca calmly, ruthlessly reminded Marcus that all the digital bank transfers he stole from my surgery account had been duplicated to a secure, encrypted cloud drive and lawfully timestamped for the authorities. I didn't realize my soul needed this section of the night until it happened. Looking at the security officers, I simply told them Marcus could no longer stay in my flat. The guards promptly ordered him to gather only his essentials. Only 5 minutes were allowed. Marcus stared at me like I'd become a terrifying alien. I totally did. He killed the terrified girl who would have done his laundry while he criticized her weight. The broken girl who would have trekked to the kitchen to reheat his soup while in great pain was dead. The pitiful girl who would have cried and apologized for existing to prevent bloodshed was dead. That girl was gone forever. Marcus rushed to pack a few wrinkled shirts, his phone charger, and his toothbrush in a cheap canvas duffel bag. He moved violently and jerkily. His mouth was full of foul words the whole time, but he didn't dare speak loud enough for the guards to hear. He stopped at the doorway, turned to me, and hissed, "This isn't over, Chloe. You're going to pay for this." I should have been mortified by that threat. It sounded weary and pitiful. Because I saw the threat differently, it lost all its power. I was no longer vulnerable. Immediately, Becca stepped half a step forward to shield me, but I gently stopped her. No one needed to shield me from his false words anymore. "Actually, Marcus," I answered, my hallway voice crisp and steady. "For you, it absolutely is over." He froze. My assurance in my voice frightened him, not because I yelled. I quietly withdrew the last, most important paper from the blue folder. My aunt helped me covertly obtain the property lease renewal notice 3 months earlier. Marcus never knew I signed the paper. "My tenancy here has already been legally extended for another 2 years, I said, holding the paper. "In my name only. For years, you aggressively told everyone in our family that this apartment completely depended on your income and your grace. You told everyone I was a helpless loser. But it never depended on you. You depended entirely on me, and your free ride ends tonight." He stared at the paper blankly. Then he saw Julian's frigid face. He then saw the enormous security guards who no longer treated him human. You could almost see the final, catastrophic puzzle pieces joining in his demented mind. There was no employment for him tomorrow. He had no title to the residence. There was no secret money conduit to steal from. There was no private audience to control. Most crucially, he had no terrified little sister to discreetly absorb his emotional damage. "Where the hell am I supposed to go?" he bellowed, finally whining. For a moment, I remembered all the frightening evenings I had laid awake in bed, sobbing into my pillow, thinking the same question. After he depleted my bank account, aggressively threatened to leave me homeless with overdue rent, or made my residence feel like a hostile enemy land, I wondered how I would survive. Justice should not be unkind. It's hardly a rescue mission either. That, I continued, staring him in the face, is the first problem in your life that you must solve without stealing the answer from me. Marcus was firmly led into the bright hallway by security officers. His cheap canvas duffel bag awkwardly hung off one shoulder, and his phone, still in his quivering palm, flashed with automated corporate messages that no longer gave him power or influence. He looked pitiful. Marcus made one more desperate look at me before the heavy metal elevator doors opened to take him down to the foyer. Perhaps his wounded ego expected me to cry finally. Maybe he expected a pitiful reconciliation appeal. Maybe he wanted to aggressively twist some old mercy response to get back into my life. I caught his eyes, kept his look, and closed my apartment door. The massive, mechanical deadbolt click was surprisingly quiet. I thought it was louder than a bomb at that point. Felt huge. Feeling final. It felt pristine. It was My shaking palm rested flat against the cool wood of the door for a few long seconds in the doorway. Through the terrible, throbbing discomfort in my surgical incisions, I focused on breathing deeply and the weird, exquisite weightlessness that was fast increasing inside my chest. First, Becca exhaled deeply and shuddered. "Are you okay?" she whispered. I laughed softly because okay wasn't right. I suffered physically. Tired to the bone, my youth was ruined by his abuse, and I was furious. Something bright, solid, and steady was finally rising inside me despite all that pain. I paused. I think, this is the very first time in my entire life that I have ever been truly safe inside my own home. Tears instantly softened Becca's angry eyes. She came over and hugged me gently, avoiding my stomach. Julian Thorne, still near the entryway, gave me the respectful, quiet distance that highly intelligent people give when they realize they've witnessed something profound and personal. "Chloe," Julian whispered, adjusting his coat. "Tomorrow morning, I can have my executive team connect you directly with our top corporate legal support. They can help you aggressively pursue the criminal charges for the financial theft, and they can help you formally document every single piece of evidence for a permanent restraining order. Only if you want to take it that far, of course." I regarded him. The massive stack of highlighted papers in Becca's hand caught my attention. After Marcus's toxic, suffocating presence left, my quiet living room seemed infinitely larger, brighter, and cleaner. The apartment's silence no longer felt unsafe. It was well-deserved. "I do want that," I repeated. "And I mean it. Not because I want revenge just for the cheap thrill of it, but because severe consequences are exactly what the truth looks like when it finally stops apologizing for existing." Becca grinned fiercely, entered the kitchen, opened the hot deli soup, and gently placed a plastic spoon in my hand. She acted like we had survived a brief, annoying thunderstorm, not a 20-year pattern of severe psychological abuse violently breaking in half. I walked over and carefully sat at my kitchen table. Just an hour earlier, Marcus had aggressively expected me to stand and serve him like a slave at the same table. For the first time in my life, I ate a hot meal while someone else rested and cared for me. No shouted orders. No weight or worth insults were made. No horrible, vibrating hum of physical anxiety accompanied every action. The silence was absolute. There was undisputed proof. It was the glorious start of a new life without my silent suffering to keep a monster comfortable. Later that night, when Becca had carefully placed warm blankets over me on the couch, and Julian had graciously left his embossed business card on the counter in case the police needed more documentation, I gingerly limped into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. I expected a broken woman to stare at me. I anticipated to see a weak, broken woman, holding her sanity together with tape. Instead, I saw a young woman with very worn eyes, faint yellow medical tape still adhering to her pale skin, and a face that appeared more honest, strong, and alive than in over a decade. I learned in that quiet bathroom that recovery involved more than just internal surgical stitches and skin healing. True recovery often required taking a knife and aggressively cutting out toxic rot that kept purposefully reopening wounds. Marcus was banished from my home that night. He also lost his profitable career at 9 a.m. the next morning. By week's end, the district attorney's office would contact him about significant financial restitution and a felony corporate fraud probe. Marcus's loss wasn't the most important thing. I finally got it, got my name back. My physical space returned, my unwavering voice returned. Best of all, I regained my future. 2 weeks later. Many things have happened since that night, and I appreciate the huge support and wisdom in the comments. It gave me confidence to finish everything. The Vanguard corporate legal staff was serious the morning after I kicked him out. Julian Thorne threatened seriously. Marcus was fired for gross misconduct and suspected financial embezzlement. Vanguard reported the fake $25,000 vendor invoice to the police. Because Vanguard's lawyers were involved, the police took my financial theft claims seriously. Becca presented her enormous evidence binder. IP records, bank transfers, offshore betting site receipts. Marcus frantically blew up my phone from burner numbers for 3 days. He demanded I let him back in, threatened to sue me for illegal eviction, and tried to guilt-trip me by stating he was sleeping in his unheated car, and eventually called me every filthy thing in the book over text. I never replied. I easily obtained the emergency permanent restraining order by screenshotting every text and giving it to my lawyer. Our parents caused the actual mayhem. Marcus sobbed to our parents after realizing I wouldn't break. He lied extensively. He said I had a psychotic break from my pain meds, forcibly tossed him out onto the street for no reason, and that my insane feminist friend Becca had hacked his bank accounts to frame him for job theft. My parents yelled and called me. My mother labeled me a monster for evicting my brother. My father requested I transfer Marcus $2,000 immediately for a motel. I didn't argue. I didn't weep. I quietly included Becca's 40-page PDF file of evidence of Marcus taking from my medical fund, the loan he defaulted on when I was 18, and the police report for his business fraud and push submit. I told them, if you want to house a thief who steals from his bleeding sister, you can give him the keys to your house, but do not ever call my phone again to defend him. Then, I blocked them. My physical recovery is excellent. With Marcus's scary stress gone, my body is mending faster than the surgeon projected. Perfect serenity in my house. 6 months later. This is my last and biggest update. Marcus is in county jail. I replied my parents supported him. They allowed him return to his boyhood bedroom, coddling him and telling him I was a harsh, bitter sister. They believed his tales. Exactly 4 months. My father visited the bank last month to withdraw monies for a house repair from his retirement savings account. He found the account emptied. Over $35,000 vanished. Marcus kept gambling. He had covertly stolen my father's checkbook, forged his signature, and depleted his parents' life savings to pay off his large offshore bookies bills without his hotel paycheck or my bank account. My folks were distraught. My mother called me crying and apologizing, saying they had no idea he was capable of this. I cut her off. I informed her that I sent her his precise behavior template months ago, but she called me a monster instead of seeing the truth. Father filed charges. Marcus was offered a plea agreement by the district attorney for grand larceny against my parents, Vanguard Hospitality, corporate embezzlement, and medical fund theft. Last week he took it. He has 18 months, 5 years of stringent probation, and obligatory restitution. As for me, the court's victim compensation fund returned $4,500. I'm fully recovered from surgery. My company gave me a huge promotion, so Becca and I are going to Europe next spring to celebrate. I saw Julian Thorne again. He visited my building's property management office to buy real estate. He noticed me strolling across the lobby healthy and cheerful. I wasn't interrupted by him. He glanced at me, nodded respectfully, and continued going. The nod meant everything. The tacit acknowledgement of a won battle. Free at last. My family excluded my kids from Easter hunt but made me hide eggs. I filled them with live crickets and therapist cards and left them to scream. Let me back up, because to understand why a 3-5-year-old man turns a beloved family holiday into a biological warfare zone, you need to understand the ecosystem I grew up in. My name is Mark. I am 35 years old, and for the last 7 years, I have driven a school bus for a living. Route 9, Crestview, Indiana, 38 kids. 6:10 a.m. start time. Every single morning, the air brakes hiss, the doors fold open, and I greet 38 distinct human beings. Not one of them has ever forgotten to say goodbye to me when they step off my bus in the afternoon. I want you to hold on to that specific image, that feeling of being acknowledged, of being seen as a person rather than a piece of functional furniture while I tell you the story of how I became a neighborhood legend, a family cautionary tale, and the unwitting liberator of dozens of highly motivated insects. I grew up in Crestview, but not the picturesque part you see on the town's Facebook page. Not the part with the artisanal coffee shops, the seasonal farmers market, and people who have aggressively strong opinions about lawn care and neighborhood associations. We lived in Elm Creek, the part of town where the dollar store is the architectural highlight of the zip code, and every driveway features at least one rusted-out project car sitting on cinder blocks, spiritually suspended in time, waiting for a mechanical resurrection that is never, ever going to arrive. We lived on a dead-end street with a storm drain that aggressively flooded every single April without fail, operating with more reliability than most of the people in my life. My father's name is Arthur. He is 62 years old, a retired mechanic for the County Transit Authority. Arthur communicates primarily through guttural grunts, televised sports commentary, and a very specific, resonant sighing noise that can mean anything from, "I fundamentally disagree with your life choices," to "dinner is ready," to, "I have forgotten what day of the week it is." A handwritten, personalized note from Arthur would be the emotional equivalent of an epic poem. In my 35 years on this earth, I have received exactly 2 birthday cards signed in his actual handwriting. Both of them simply said, "Love, Dad." I kept both of them in a shoebox in my closet. This fact alone should tell you everything you need to know about what passes for emotional abundance in our particular family ecosystem. My mother is Helen. Helen is warm. She is warm in the exact way of someone who indiscriminately distributes warmth without ever actually checking the container it is going into. She loves her children. Genuinely, at her core, I believe that she loves us. But she loves us in drastically, violently different quantities, and she has never, not once in over 3 decades, acknowledged this massive discrepancy. I have spent years in therapy trying to figure out if it's malicious, but I've come to the conclusion that the gap in her affection is so deeply familiar to her by now that she literally cannot see it. You stop noticing the ugly couch in the living room when it's been sitting in the exact same spot for 20 years. I am that couch. There are 3 kids in our family. I am the middle child. That cliché probably tells you everything you need to know, but for the sake of the permanent record, let me be highly specific. My older sister, Chloe, is 38th. She is a self-proclaimed luxury real estate consultant. She aggressively corrects people who just call her a real estate agent, despite the fact that I have never once seen her sell a property that any rational human being would describe as luxury. Chloe is the blinding sun around which my entire family orbits. This is not because she is particularly exceptional, talented, or kind, but because she loudly declared herself exceptional at approximately age 10 and simply never stopped demanding that everyone agree with her. At some point, her relentless declaration calcified into absolute fact inside my parents' minds. Every single one of Chloe's milestones is treated like a national holiday. Her first mediocre real estate sale resulted in a massive celebratory dinner at the most expensive Italian restaurant in town. Her birthday every single year involves a custom-ordered bakery cake, with real Swiss buttercream, and a highly specific, exorbitant gift she explicitly requested months in advance. One year, she demanded a white gold bracelet with a small diamond. I vividly remember the diamond because I was standing silently by the kitchen sink, washing dishes, when my mother presented it to Chloe. They held it up to the fluorescent kitchen light together, cooing over how it sparkled. I remember standing there with soap on my hands, thinking, how incredibly interesting. Because exactly 3 weeks prior, for my 30th birthday, my parents had handed me an unsealed envelope containing a $25 Chili's gift card and a generic CVS greeting card that literally just said, Happy BDY. The exclamation point at the end felt less like enthusiasm, and more like a desperate placeholder for an emotion my mother had been meaning to experience but forgot to schedule. Then there is my younger brother, Tyler. Tyler is 30 years old. Tyler is what polite society would call a work in progress, except the work has been in progress since he graduated high school 12 years ago, and there has been absolutely zero visible output. He currently refers to himself as a freelance crypto consultant, which I am 99% certain means he charges our parents' wealthy friends $50 an hour to explain how to reset their Wi-Fi routers. My parents have bailed Tyler out financially more times than I can accurately count. They handed him $4,000 for a rebuilt transmission when he blew his engine street racing. They gave him a deposit loan for an apartment that was never repaid. They gave him an emergency-only credit card that sees a suspicious amount of action at local sports bars and Applebee's on Tuesday nights. I want to be clear, I am not keeping score. I am simply a man who drives a 15-ton school bus on a highly precise, minute-by-minute schedule, and therefore, I have an unusually calibrated relationship with math, logistics, and what happens when the numbers fundamentally do not add up. Since we are establishing the baseline, let me give you a few more small rapid-fire examples of my life in this family. When I graduated from community college, not a prestigious 4-year university, but a very real, very hard-earned degree that I completed on nights and weekends, while driving my bus route and raising 2 young children, my mother's genuine, unfiltered response was, "Oh well, I guess that's done now. I really thought it would take you longer." She didn't hug me. She didn't say she was proud. She immediately followed it up by asking if I wanted the last slice of cold meatloaf from the fridge. There was no cake. There were no balloons. There was only cold meatloaf. When I finally saved up enough to buy my own house 4 years ago, a mortgage entirely in my name, a massive achievement for a single dad on a bus driver's salary, my father's only comment was, "Sure hope the neighborhood is decent." He has never seen the house. He has been invited literally dozens of times. He just never shows up. My daughter, Mia, is 9. My son, Leo, is 7. They are the absolute centers of my universe. Since the day they were born, they have attended every single family gathering. I am the one who always brings the side dishes. I am the one who calls ahead to see if they need ice. I am the one who shows up an hour early to set up the folding tables, and I am the one who stays 2 hours late to scrub the grease off the pots and take out the trash. Keep that specific detail in mind when we get to the crickets. My house is located on a quiet, tree-lined street in a neighborhood 20 minutes away from where I grew up. It is close enough to be physically accessible, but far enough away to require intentional effort to visit. It's a modest 3-bedroom ranch, but it's mine. I have a backyard that I have been painstakingly, slowly converting into a sanctuary. I built a massive wooden swing set with my own 2 hands on a crisp October Saturday. I dug out and built a stone fire pit, ringed with heavy river rocks that Mia and Leo painted in their elementary school art classes. I have 3 raised vegetable beds that have, so far, produced exactly 3 edible tomatoes and 1 massive, mutant object that I think might have been a cucumber. My dog is Waffles, a deeply affectionate golden retriever mix who possesses the raw intelligence of a very confident, slightly damp loaf of bread. He has never once caught a single squirrel he has chased. He once spent 20 minutes aggressively barking at a rolled-up garden hose. He is a good boy. I have been driving Route 9 for 7 years. 38 kids know my name, my face, and my schedule. One of them, a tiny first grader named Malik, gives me a solemn, deeply serious fist bump every single morning and says, "You're doing amazing today, Mark." He says it with the unshakable, terrifying authority of a child who has never once been told he might be wrong about anything in his life. I rely on Malik's daily fist bump significantly more than a 3-5-year-old man probably should. My boss is Brenda, the district director of transportation. She is a woman with striking silver hair, and the exhausted but unbreakable energy of someone who has survived 8 different school board administrations and has decided that nothing on this earth will ever startle her again. Last December, she left a handwritten card on my windshield under the wiper blade. It said, "You are one of the good ones, Mark. I genuinely mean that." That card lives permanently in my glove box. My best friend is Vance. Vance is a massive, bearded man with a dark ponytail, arms covered in traditional tattoos, and deeply held, aggressively passionate opinions about regional barbecue techniques. When my ex-wife Sarah and I officially separated, Vance didn't ask questions. He didn't offer unsolicited advice. He just showed up in my driveway with a massive cooler full of ice, a rack of perfectly smoked ribs, and 2 folding chairs. He set them up in the backyard, handed me a beer, and sat in complete silence with me while we watched the sky go completely dark. He stayed until 1 a.m. That is the kind of man Vance is. Speaking of Sarah, my ex-wife and I manage a highly civilized, incredibly functional divorce. We split time with Mia and Leo 50/50. We do pizza together on Fridays during my custody week. We text without drama when Leo inevitably forgets his left shoe or his favorite dinosaur toy. We have a shared, unspoken understanding that we are both just doing our absolute best. The kids are thriving. Mia is precise, serious, and currently deeply obsessed with geology and the identification of igneous rocks. Leo is 7, impossibly loud, completely fearless, and possesses his father's photographic memory for obscure details, and his mother's absolute, terrifying disregard for physical consequences. He is my favorite person alive. Mia is also my favorite person alive. I have 2 favorites. It is a highly workable arrangement. The breaking point with my family didn't happen overnight. It was a slow erosion. Let's look at Christmas Eve. 2 years ago. I arrived at my parents' house at 5:30 p.m. I let myself in through the back door. I put the massive green bean casserole in the oven, the exact same casserole I spend hours making every year, the one that everyone pretends not to care about but mysteriously vanishes completely by 8 p.m. This was my normal routine. Chloe arrived 45 minutes late, as she always does, trailing her fiancé, Derek, and holding a single, cheap bottle of wine like she had just delivered the Holy Grail. My mother, who had not even looked up from the stove when I arrived, literally sprinted out of the kitchen to greet Chloe at the front door. It was a massive, 2-handed, rocking hug. She immediately started complimenting Chloe's hair, Derek's sweater, the wine. I stood in the kitchen doorway, holding a damp dish towel, watching this interaction. I watched it in the specific way you watch a movie you have seen 100 times before, but for some reason, you are only just now understanding the plot. After dinner, Chloe casually mentioned that her in-laws were hosting a massive second Christmas brunch in Indianapolis the following weekend. My mother's face instantly brightened. Her entire body physically oriented toward Chloe, like a dying houseplant desperately leaning toward a window for sunlight. They stood in the kitchen and talked about this brunch for exactly 14 minutes. I know it was 14 minutes because I was standing at the sink, washing every single dirty plate in the house, and I was counting the seconds in my head. They spent 14 minutes discussing a Christmas party that I had absolutely nothing to do with, while I scrubbed baked-on gravy off plates in a house I had driven 40 minutes to reach. Eventually, my mother briefly glanced over and noticed me at the sink. "Oh, Mark, honey, you really don't have to do all those," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "I know," I said quietly. She nodded, satisfied that she had performed her maternal duty, and immediately turned back to Chloe to discuss the thread count of the napkins in Indianapolis. "It wasn't malice, that's the hardest part to swallow. It wasn't intentional cruelty," She just naturally turned toward Chloe's warmth the exact same way a person automatically turns toward a roaring fire in a freezing room, without ever making a conscious decision to do so. I had understood this dynamic my entire life. And that was exactly the problem. I was wrong to keep accepting it. I was wrong to keep making myself so small, just to fit into their house. Easter in my family is not just a holiday, it is a full-scale theatrical production. The massive, terrifying collection of vintage ceramic bunnies emerges from the basement storage bins in late March. The handmade embroidered tablecloth is ironed. The forced tulips are arranged. And, most importantly, there is the legendary Easter egg hunt, complete with personalized baskets, expensive chocolate, and all the grandchildren running through the yard. Every year, every single grandchild. Or so I had foolishly believed. On the Thursday afternoon before Easter Sunday, my phone buzzed. It was a single text message from my mother. "Mark, honey, can you come over Saturday morning to help hide the Easter eggs before 7 a.m.? Chloe and Derek are bringing their kids over at 9 a.m., so we really need them all hidden before they arrive." I want you to stop and read that text message carefully. Look at the exact wording. There is no, and, please bring Mia and Leo. There is no mention of my children whatsoever. There is only a specific time, a specific manual labor task, and the names of Chloe's children. I was not being invited to the Easter egg hunt. I was being assigned to staff the Easter egg hunt. I stared at my phone screen for a full minute. Then, I texted back immediately, keeping my tone perfectly neutral. "Sure, what time should Mia and Leo come over for the hunt?" The response took 4.5 hours. I drove my entire afternoon bus route. I came home. I made spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. I helped Mia carefully label her new collection of quartz crystals. I watched Leo attempt to teach Waffles how to play dead, using pieces of string cheese as a high-value reward, an experiment that ultimately produced a dog who simply ate the cheese and then stared at Leo with a blank, unblinking expression, expecting more cheese. I put both kids to bed, tucked them in, and turned off the lights. Only then did my phone finally buzz. "Oh, we thought since it's your custody weekend with them, and the egg hunt is pretty early, it would just be a lot of rushing around and stress for them. Maybe next year when they're a bit older. You can still come back for dinner later that night if you want to bring a side dish." Let me translate that from passive-aggressive Midwestern mother into blunt English. We planned an exclusive, photogenic Easter egg hunt for the grandchildren we actually care about. Your children were deliberately excluded because they do not fit the aesthetic. You, however, are welcome to come over at the crack of dawn to do the unpaid manual labor of hiding the eggs, leave before the actual fun begins, and then return 12 hours later to bring us food and wash the dishes, if you want. For context, my son Leo is 7, Chloe's kids, Mason and Lily, are 8 and 6. The acceptable age for an Easter egg hunt is universally defined as physically capable of holding a basket. Leo has been holding Easter baskets with a death grip since he was 3 years old. I sat at my kitchen island in the dark. The digital clock on the microwave glowed 10:48 p.m. I didn't feel angry. I didn't feel sad. I felt a sudden, terrifying, absolute crystalline clarity. I made a decision right then and there. I was going to go to my parents' house. I was going to hide those Easter eggs at the exact time I was explicitly instructed to. I was going to bring my children, and I was going to bring my own eggs. This is the exact moment where Leo's first-grade science project becomes highly relevant to the plot. For the past 3 weeks, Leo's class had been studying insect life cycles. This unit culminated in every single child being sent home with a heavily ventilated plastic container filled with live, adult crickets to observe over the weekend before releasing them into the wild. Leo had exactly 45 crickets. He had personally named 4 of them: Bitey, Fast Ricky, the General, and Steve. I also happened to have a massive bag of 48 hollow, snap-closure plastic Easter eggs from the dollar store sitting in my garage. They were bright, neon yellow, pink, and green. I had originally purchased them for a vague, wholesome plan, involving my own backyard and some jelly beans. That plan was about to evolve considerably. Here is the exact payload I meticulously assembled at my kitchen table at midnight that Thursday, operating with the cold, mechanical precision of a bomb technician. First, 32 of the plastic eggs received folded paper notes. I typed them up on my laptop, printed them out on standard printer paper, cut them into neat little strips, and rolled them tightly to fit inside the plastic shells. They contained a few different variations of the same message. Congratulations on finding this plastic egg. Unfortunately, your invitation to this family hunt was sent to the exact same address as my children's invitations, which is to say, absolutely nowhere. This egg contains exactly as many treats and as much love as my kids were offered today, none. And my personal favorite, kept simple and direct. Please enjoy this completely empty gesture. Presented by Mark, age 35. Setup crew. Second, I moved on to the therapist cards. Earlier that week, I had noticed a bulletin board at the local grocery store. Pinned to it was a flyer with tear-off tabs for a local family counselor. I had taken a photo of it. I opened my laptop, resized the image of the business card. Dr. Harrison, Family and Relationship Counseling, specializing in narcissism and neglect, printed them on heavy cardstock, and cut them to the exact dimensions of a standard business card. 8 eggs received exactly 1 Dr. Harrison card each. I considered this a vital public health service, highly useful information for anyone residing in that particular household. Finally, the remaining 8 eggs. These were the special ones. Very carefully, using a pair of plastic tweezers from Mia's rock kit, I transferred the crickets. I put 4 to 5 crickets inside each egg and firmly snapped them shut. Now, I need to pause here and explain the structural engineering of a cheap, dollar store plastic Easter egg. They are not engineered for airtight biological containment. They are engineered for momentary delight. When snapped shut, the gap along the plastic seam is approximately 3 mm wide. A standard adult cricket, when highly motivated, is considerably narrower than 3 mm. I had paid more than enough attention during Leo's daily science briefings to know that crickets are incredibly flexible, relentlessly determined, and, most importantly, highly activated by warm temperatures. I want to state for the record that the crickets were never in any physical danger. They were scheduled to be released outside that weekend regardless. I was simply providing them with an alternative, indoor release schedule and a significantly more theatrical venue for their freedom. In a certain philosophical light, I was actually doing them a massive favor. I loaded all 48 of my custom eggs into a brown paper grocery bag, set my alarm for 6 a.m., and went to sleep. I slept incredibly well. It was the deepest, most restful sleep I had experienced in years. I didn't actually find out about the secret family group chat until my brother Tyler accidentally forwarded me a screenshot the following Tuesday. The preview showed 3 names: Mom, Chloe, Aunt Susan. The screenshot was of my mother's message, sent 3 weeks before Easter. Planning Easter Sunday brunch. Chloe's kids confirmed. Derek's parents are coming for brunch too. Should be a full table. Thinking we just won't mention the morning egg hunt to Mark since it's his weekend with his kids and it always gets so complicated and loud when his kids are tired. He can just come for dinner later if he wants to bring a side dish. Aunt Susan replied, "Does he know about the egg hiding?" My mother replied, "Oh, I'll ask him to come early and help with that. He's good at that sort of thing." He's good at that sort of thing. I want you to really sit with that phrase for a second. That sort of thing. Meaning the setup, the logistics, the heavy lifting, the invisible infrastructure. The unpaid manual labor that magically makes a beautiful family event happen, performed exclusively by the one person who isn't actually invited to enjoy the event. I was the stage crew. I arrange the props, I sweep the floor, and I am expected to exit out the back door before the curtain goes up and the real actors take the stage. I had suspected this dynamic for years. I suspected it in that vague, heavy, nauseating way you suspect something terrible but aren't quite ready to look directly at it. A heavy, sinking knowledge right below your ribs, but here it was. Confirmed in black and white. 3 casual sentences in a secret group chat I had never been invited to join. Tyler followed up the screenshot 11 seconds later with, "Oh crap, wrong chat, LMAO. Sorry bro." I screenshotted his screenshot. Old habits die hard. Now, let me tell you exactly what happened on Easter Saturday at 6:59 a.m. Because this is the part of the story that my children still enthusiastically recreate at the dinner table, complete with dramatic sound effects and hand gestures. I woke up at 6 a.m. sharp. I made a strong pot of black coffee. I loaded Waffles into his crate with a peanut butter Kong. Waffles was absolutely not part of this covert operation. He severely lacks operational discretion and would have blown our cover immediately. I woke the kids up. When I opened Leo's door, he was already sitting straight up in bed in the dark, reading a picture book about deep-sea anglerfish and eating a single, dry graham cracker. I did not ask where the graham cracker came from. When you are a parent, there are certain facts about your children's survival skills that you simply absorb without interrogating. I told them to get dressed because we were going to Grandma and Grandpa's house to hide Easter eggs. Mia, who has inherited her mother's terrifying ability to read the subtle emotional shifts in a room, narrowed her eyes at me. "Are we staying for the actual hunt?" she asked, her voice dripping with suspicion. "No," I said smoothly. "We are strictly hiding the eggs. A tactical insertion." "Then we are getting pancakes immediately after," Leo demanded, not looking up from his anglerfish book. "Blueberry pancakes." "This is not a negotiation. Blueberry pancakes," I confirmed. "It's a deal." "Can I carry the cricket bag?" Leo asked, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Yes," I said very carefully. "But you must hold it level." Mia crossed her arms. "I am not touching the bug eggs. Nobody asked me to touch them and I won't." I just want that stated for the official record, I said. Noted, Mia replied. It's on the record, I confirmed. We were in the car by 6:25 a.m. We pulled up to my parents' driveway at exactly 6:59 a.m. I looked at the digital clock on my dashboard, tapped the steering wheel, and said, perfect. I said it out loud, in the quiet, deeply satisfied tone of a man who had been waiting to say that specific word for 48 hours. There was a yellow post-it note stuck to the glass of the back door in my mother's looping handwriting. Mark, real eggs are in the garage fridge. Empty baskets are in the mudroom. Back door is unlocked. Lock it when you leave. Mom. Notice the complete lack of acknowledgement that I might be bringing my children. It is entirely possible she had genuinely forgotten I even had custody that weekend, despite her text message explicitly citing it as the reason for my exclusion. This level of amnesia is highly consistent with her established behavioral patterns. We walked in through the back door. My mother was standing at the kitchen island, in her fluffy pink bathrobe, blowing on a mug of black coffee. She looked up, startled, as the three of us marched into her kitchen. Oh, she said, blinking rapidly. You brought the kids. Her tone was the exact tone of a person who has just encountered an event they had mathematically categorized as a 0% probability. She wasn't angry, she was just frantically recalibrating her entire morning aesthetic. Hi, Grandma, Leo shouted at top volume. But he didn't stop moving. He was already blowing past her, already opening the sliding glass door to the backyard, clutching the brown grocery bag under his arm with the rigid, focused posture of a Secret Service agent transporting the nuclear football. Because he's just so energetic, my mother murmured, taking a slow sip of coffee. She says this exact phrase every single time she sees Leo. It is literally the only descriptive phrase she has ever used for him. I have genuinely started to wonder if her brain lacks the vocabulary to describe his personality in any other way. Can I use the guest bathroom? Mia asked, deploying a tone of perfect, chilling social neutrality. Of course, sweetie, my mother said, waving vaguely toward the hall. I set my own decoy grocery bag on the kitchen table. I brought some extra eggs from my house, I said smoothly. Figured more is always better for a hunt. Oh, Mark, how incredibly thoughtful of you, my mother said. She didn't even glance inside the bag. She turned her back to me, walked over to the bay window, and stared out at the street. I picked up my bag and went straight to work. Out in the sprawling, manicured backyard, along the pristine white picket fence, deep inside the mulch of the flower beds, tucked behind the wooden porch steps, and nestled in the crook of the old weeping willow tree, I hid the real eggs. The ones from the garage fridge. The ones my mother had painstakingly pre-filled with expensive gourmet jelly beans, foil-wrapped chocolate truffles, and crisp $5 bills, the legitimate eggs. I hid those perfectly, because, despite everything they have done to me, I am fundamentally a fair-minded professional. But then, I hid my eggs. The paper note eggs went into the slightly more difficult, obscure locations outside. I wedged one tightly under a loose fence board. I shoved one up the aluminum downspout of the gutters. I placed 3 of them beneath the heavy ceramic garden gnome that has stood sentinel in my mother's garden for 15 years. I have always found that particular gnome faintly disapproving, as if he's been silently watching our toxic family dynamics play out for a decade and a half, and is deeply unimpressed with all of us. Those were the outside eggs. The cricket eggs went inside. I was surgical about it. I placed 3 cricket eggs directly behind the baseboard radiator in the formal living room, right where the expensive Persian rug curls slightly away from the wall, creating a dark, warm pocket of air. I slid 2 cricket eggs deep under the heavy velvet sofa, pushing them all the way back to the rear wooden legs where the vacuum cleaner never quite reaches. I placed 2 cricket eggs in the mudroom, hiding them behind a massive stack of terracotta pots that my mother has been loudly claiming she is going to use to repot the ferns for approximately 7 years. And then there was the 8th egg, the final egg, the pièce de résistance. I had not planned this specific location in advance, but when I saw it, I physically could not stop myself. On top of the polished mahogany piano in the living room sits a decorative, vintage ceramic Easter basket. My mother has kept this exact basket on that piano every spring since I was a toddler. It has a painted white ceramic handle shaped like a bow, and delicate ceramic daffodils painted on the sides. Inside the basket, resting on fake plastic grass, are 3 beautifully painted ceramic eggs. I took one of my neon green, snap closure plastic eggs currently containing 5 highly active adult crickets and I placed it gently right in the center of the basket, perfectly nestled among the priceless ceramic eggs. It was roughly the same size. It had a similar oval shape. It just had vastly different internal contents. It sat there looking so innocent, as if it had been explicitly commissioned by an artist for that exact, diabolical purpose. Mia came back from the bathroom and helped me distribute the Dr. Harrison therapist card eggs in the front yard. She didn't read most of them. But she did pause to open one. She pulled out the thick cardstock, read the words, specializing in narcissism and neglect, looked up at me, held the card for a long moment, and then silently handed it back. Dad, Mia said quietly. The Sunnyside Diner. The one with the massive blueberry pancakes. We are going there. Now. Yes, I said, taking the card and snapping it back into the egg. Absolutely. Leo was in the living room. He had just placed the final cricket egg behind the radiator with the solemn, trembling care of a bomb squad technician cutting the red wire. He pressed it deep into the shadows, stood up, vigorously dusted his knees off with both hands, and turned to look at me dead in the eyes. Release the crickets, Leo whispered. He said it exactly the way a comic book supervillain would say it. His voice was flat, decisive, and vibrating with complete, unadulterated satisfaction. I was so intensely proud of my son in that exact moment that I actually had to look away and stare at a blank wall so I wouldn't start crying. We walked back through the kitchen in a single-file line. My mother was now on her cell phone, facing away from us, aggressively complaining to someone about the price of imported ham. She blindly waved a hand at us over her shoulder without turning around. We waved back at her spine. We got back into my car. The dashboard clock read exactly 7:14 a.m. Total operation time, 15 minutes. I drove us straight to the Sunnyside Diner on the edge of town. We slid into a red vinyl booth. We ordered a mountain of blueberry pancakes. Leo proceeded to drown his plate in an amount of maple syrup that I will not legally describe in writing, for fear of Child Protective Services. Mia, who is 9 going on 45, ordered a sophisticated spinach and feta veggie scramble, sipping her orange juice while reading a book about tectonic plates. I placed my cell phone face down on the sticky Formica table. I drank a cup of terrible, burnt diner coffee. And for the first time in 35 years, sitting in that booth, I felt a sense of absolute, transcendent peace. After that Easter morning, I decided to run a sociological experiment. I didn't make a grand announcement. I didn't send a dramatic text message declaring my boundaries. I simply stopped calling them first. I stopped being the one to initiate contact. I stopped being the one to ask how their week was. I just put my phone in my pocket and waited to see exactly how long it would take for someone in my family to realize I was missing. I think, deep down, part of me had always been terrified of running this experiment because I was terrified of the data it would produce. The answer was 21 days. It took them 3 full weeks to notice my absence. During those 21 days of absolute radio silence, I lived my actual, beautiful life. I drove Route 9 every morning and afternoon. I got my daily fist bumps from Malik. I went to Mia's school science fair, where she presented her rock collection with the terrifying confidence of a tenured geology professor. I attended Leo's weekend soccer games, where he spent 45 minutes running aggressively in the completely wrong direction with zero technique, but absolute, unwavering commitment. I built a new trellis for my garden. I took waffles on long hikes. On day 8, my brother Tyler sent a single text, "Yo, you alive?" I replied, "Yep." He replied with a thumbs up emoji. The wellness check was officially concluded. On day 15, Chloe posted the official Easter family photos on Facebook. I saw them while scrolling on my lunch break in the bus depot parking lot. The photos were bathed in golden morning light. There was Chloe's son Mason, holding his basket high. There was Lily, finding a green egg in the willow tree. There was my mother, laughing joyously in the background, holding a mimosa. It looked like a perfect, complete family on a beautiful holiday morning. Nobody looked like they were missing, because nobody who wasn't currently in the frame mattered to the people taking the picture. I stared at the photo for a long time. Then, I closed the app and ate my sandwich. Finally, on day 21, my phone rang. The caller ID said Mom. I let it go straight to voicemail. This was something I had never, not once in my 35 years of existence, done before. I had been trained like a circus animal to pick up on the first ring. 5 minutes later, the voicemail notification popped up. I hit play. "Mark, honey, hi, it's Mom. Just checking in to see how you are. Listen, we were thinking of having the whole family over for a big Memorial Day barbecue next weekend, and I really wanted to see if you could swing by the church storage unit on Friday to pick up the heavy folding tables and the extra chairs. I already put your name on the pickup list. Just call me back and let me know you can do it. Love you." The folding tables. 21 days of complete, unbroken silence. No. How are the kids? No. How have you been? The very first point of contact after 3 weeks was a direct command to perform manual labor. The folding tables. I played that exact voicemail out loud for Vance while we were sitting in my backyard. Vance listened to the entire message with his massive arms crossed over his chest, his face completely still, his eyes locked on the fire pit. When the audio finished, Vance slowly took a sip of his beer, looked at me, and said, "Man. Just Man. It was just one word, but it carried a specific, heavy weight that communicated everything. It said, "I see the massive amount of garbage you are carrying. I am incredibly sorry you have to carry it, and also, what kind of absolutely broken human being treats their son like a U-Haul rental?" I never called her back about the folding tables. Someone else must have picked them up. I did not attend the Memorial Day barbecue. It was the first family holiday I had missed in my entire adult life. And the strangest part was, sitting on my own porch with my kids that day, not being there didn't feel like a failure. It felt like I had finally exhaled a breath I'd been holding since I was 12 years old. Here is the bizarre thing about suddenly reclaiming your own time. You don't immediately know what to do with the empty space. For years, I had been spending at least 4 to 5 hours every single week on family-adjacent maintenance tasks. I was the one initiating the phone calls. I was driving across town to fix their Wi-Fi. I was picking up the catering. I was moving heavy furniture. I was essentially working a part-time job where the only compensation was deafening silence and emotional neglect. When all of that time suddenly became mine again, I kept instinctively reaching for my phone on Tuesday nights out of pure muscle memory. I would feel the phantom weight of an obligation, pick up my phone, stare at the blank screen, and set it back down. It was like phantom limb syndrome, except the limb was a toxic relationship that had never actually supported my weight to begin with. During this quiet period, my boss Brenda called me into her office. She offered me a massive route expansion and a significant pay bump. As I was signing the paperwork, she looked at me over her reading glasses and said, "You've been the most reliable, consistent person on my entire roster for 5 years running, Mark. I should have told you that out loud a long time ago. Brenda does not distribute compliments casually. They are earned with blood and sweat, which means her words do not depreciate in value." I drove home that afternoon with the windows rolled all the way down, blasting music, even though it was barely 50 degrees outside. I also started going to therapy. I found a brilliant counselor, a different Dr. Harrison than the one whose business cards I had stuffed into the Easter eggs. Although, finding a therapist with that exact same last name felt like the universe was winking at me, and I chose to take it as a sign of cosmic encouragement. My doctor Harrison has a massive, thriving rubber plant in the corner of his office and drinks out of a chipped ceramic mug that says "World's Okayest Therapist" in bold black letters. During our very first session, he sat in silence, waiting for me to notice the mug. When I finally laughed at it, he smiled and said, "It was a gift from a patient. I keep it on my desk as a daily calibration tool. It reminds me not to take myself too seriously." That was the exact moment I decided I could trust him with the darkest parts of my brain. The breakthrough session happened about 8 weeks in. I had been sitting on his couch, frantically explaining the pattern of my family analytically. I was drawing verbal diagrams of the unequal treatment. I was describing the exact way my family aggressively reached for me when they needed physical labor, and how they completely dropped me the second the work was done. I was explaining it the exact same way I would explain my bus route to a substitute driver. Here are the stops, here is the sequence. Here is where the engine stalls. Here is where it breaks down. Dr. Harrison held up a hand, stopping me mid-sentence. He pushed his reading glasses down to the tip of his nose, leaned forward, and said softly, "Mark, you have spent 35 years aggressively auditioning for a part in a play that was already cast before you were even born." I stopped talking. I just stared at him. "Your family created a very specific role for you," he continued. "The reliable one. The guy who shows up, doesn't demand attention, doesn't make a scene, and handles all the messy logistics without a single complaint. That role is very real. But performing a function is not the same thing as being loved. What you've been doing is performing this functional role so absolutely perfectly that you hoped, eventually, they would see past the function and finally notice the human being performing it. But the role you play is just too incredibly useful to them. The cage they put you in wasn't built out of malice or cruelty. It was built out of pure convenience. And convenience is much harder to break out of than hatred." I drove home from that session and sat in my driveway for 45 minutes with the engine turned off. Waffles sat in the front window of the house, watching me with his standard, deeply baffled expression, his head tilted to the side. Somehow, Waffles' confused face was exactly what I needed to see. Vance came over that Friday night with a massive tray of pulled pork and homemade jalapeno cornbread. We were sitting by the fire pit when Vance suddenly stopped chewing, pointed his fork at me, and said, "You seem different lately, man. You look lighter. Like someone finally walked into your brain and turned down a loud, buzzing noise you'd been hearing for so long you forgot it was even there." "Yeah," I said, staring into the fire. "That's exactly what it feels like. Now, let me address the 63 missed calls. Because on Easter Sunday, the morning after the tactical egg drop, my phone exploded. Through a combination of my brother Tyler's frantic, laughing text messages, 7 incredibly long, hysterical voicemails from my mother, and a massive 1-4 message thread from my sister Chloe that escalated from confusion to absolute, unhinged urgency. I was able to meticulously reconstruct the timeline of events at my parents' house. Here is vital biological information about crickets that I fully understood, and my family completely lacked. Crickets are cold-blooded and highly temperature-sensitive. In cool, dark conditions, such as an empty house, at 7 a.m., on a chilly April morning, they are sluggish, dormant, and perfectly quiet. However, in a crowded house that has been aggressively heated to 74 degrees by an overworked HVAC system, baking ovens, and the body heat of 15 loud, moving family members over the course of 3.5 hours, crickets become what I would scientifically describe as highly motivated. Remember the 3 mm gap in the plastic eggs? A cricket that has been trapped inside a plastic shell for 3 hours, rapidly warming up, has made a very clear, primal decision about what it needs to do next. It needs to escape. My cell phone rang for the very first time at exactly 10:41 a.m. The caller ID said Dad. This was not a casual text. This was an actual, incoming voice call from a man who voluntarily calls me on the phone approximately 4 times a calendar year, usually just to ask if I know how to fix his lawnmower. I was sitting at the Sunnyside Diner. My phone was face down on the table next to my coffee cup. Mia had politely asked me after the third aggressive buzz to please turn the vibration off, because it was negatively affecting the pancake ambiance. I checked the screen briefly when I got up to use the restroom, saw the notifications violently stacking up, muttered huh, and went right back to my breakfast. Leo peered over the rim of his massive mug of hot chocolate. Is that Grandpa calling? It would appear so, I said casually, cutting a piece of sausage. Did the crickets breach containment? Leo asked, his eyes wide. It would appear so, I replied. Leo nodded slowly, a deep, settled satisfaction washing over his tiny face, the look of a master tactician whose incredibly complex plan has just come together flawlessly. He took a slow sip of hot chocolate. He is 7 years old. He is a terrifying genius. Here is the exact, reconstructed timeline of the chaos. 10:40 a.m. The egg hunt in the backyard has concluded. The family is back inside the house. Chloe's daughter, Lily, is sitting on the floor near the piano, eating a chocolate bunny. She spots a massive black cricket crawling aggressively across the pristine white carpet. She screams. A blood-curdling, glass-shattering scream. 10:41 a.m. 10:50 a.m. Total pandemonium breaks out. 2 more highly active crickets are discovered near the baseboard radiator by Mason. My father, Arthur, who suffers from severe, untreated, insect-related trauma after surviving a massive termite infestation in his garage in 2009, completely loses his mind. He begins what my mother described in voicemail #3 as aggressively dismantling the living room. Sofa cushions are violently hurled across the room. Heavy velvet armchairs are dragged away from the walls. High-powered flashlights are deployed into dark crevices that have not seen the light of day since the Bush administration. 10:55 a.m. The first note egg is discovered outside. Chloe's husband, Derek, finds the green egg wedged under the loose fence board. He pops it open, expecting a jelly bean. Instead, he pulls out a tightly rolled strip of paper and reads it out loud to the group. Congratulations on finding this plastic egg. Unfortunately, your invitation to this family hunt was sent to the exact same address as my children's invitations, which is to say, absolutely nowhere. My handwriting is very specific. My family knows it instantly. The implications are understood immediately. 11:15 a.m. My father, sweating profusely and crawling on his hands and knees through the mudroom with a tactical flashlight, discovers 2 empty plastic eggs hidden behind the stack of terracotta flower pots. The eggs are popped open. The former occupants have long since evacuated into the walls. He realizes the bugs were planted. He calls my cell phone 4 times, in the span of 30 seconds. I am currently chewing a delicious bite of blueberry pancake. 11:30 a.m., the climax. My mother, frantic and trying to restore order to her ruined aesthetic, decides to pick up the decorative ceramic Easter basket from the top of the piano, to move it out of the chaotic search zone. As she lifts the basket, the neon green plastic egg, nestled inside, the one sitting perfectly among the priceless ceramic eggs, suddenly shifts. The plastic lid violently pops open. A massive, terrified cricket launches itself directly out of the egg and lands squarely on my mother's chest. My mother, who is a woman who prides herself on never raising her voice in public, produced a sound that my father later described in voicemail #5 as, a noise I have never heard a human being make before. She dropped the priceless ceramic basket. It shattered into 100 pieces on the hardwood floor. 11:40 a.m. Chloe discovers the therapist cards. She finds the first one tucked into the crook of the weeping willow tree. She opens it, expecting cash. She pulls out the thick cardstock. Dr. Harrison, Family and Relationship Counseling, specializing in narcissism and neglect. She finds the second one, under the disapproving garden gnome. She finds the third one, jammed in the aluminum downspout. 3 separate Dr. Harrison business cards. 3 separate, highly intentional locations. She understands the message immediately. Her very first text message to me simply says my name, Mark. Then, absolute silence for 14 minutes. Then, we need to talk about this right now. This is psychotic. Between 10:41 a.m. and 12:45 p.m., I received a combined total of 63 missed calls from my mother, my father, and Chloe. I want to clearly state for the record that this represents significantly more direct phone contact from my father in a single 2-hour window than I had received from him in the previous entire decade of my life. Tyler texted me at exactly noon. Bro. The crickets are in the drywall. Dad is losing his mind. How many did you put in here? I texted back. A mathematically manageable number. Tyler replied. LMAO. You absolute legend. He then sent a 4-5-second audio voice memo of himself just uncontrollably laughing in the background while my father screamed about buying bug bombs. I played the audio memo twice. By my mother's frantic count, which she provided in voicemail #7 with the exhausted, manic energy of a detective compiling evidence for a murder trial, they had successfully captured 12 crickets. I had put exactly 45 crickets inside the house. The remaining 33 crickets had apparently found the warm, dark spaces inside the baseboards, the HVAC vents, and the subflooring, and successfully executed their own long-term survival strategies over the following weeks. The next day, my father drove to Home Depot, purchased 6 industrial-grade ultrasonic pest repellers, and texted me a blurry, angry photo of them plugged into the living room outlets. I stared at this photo on my phone for a long time. There is a very specific type of text message that serves as an apology, a complaint, and a furious warning shot all at the exact same time. This photo was all 3. I texted back, do those ultrasonic things actually work? 3 hours later, my father texted back, guy at the hardware store said yes. For us, this exchange represented a deeply intimate, shockingly normal father-son conversation. 3 weeks after the Great Easter Cricket Siege, my mother sent me a text message. Mark. I think we need to sit down and have a real conversation. Can you please come over to the house on Saturday afternoon? Notice the phrasing. Not a casual request to pick up folding tables. A conversation. Named directly as such. In my emotionally repressed Midwestern family, formally scheduling a conversation represents something close to a constitutional crisis. I drove over to their house on Saturday at 2 p.m. Mia and Leo were safely at Sarah's house for the weekend. I walked through the front door. I brought absolutely nothing with me. No side dishes. No tools. No pre-rehearsed apologies. It was the very first time in my adult life I had walked into my parents' home, completely empty-handed. I wanted to see if anyone would actively notice. Nobody did. Chloe was already there, which I hadn't expected. She had strategically chosen to sit in the high-backed armchair by the bay window, rather than the casual sofa, which meant she had spent time thinking about the power dynamics of where to sit. Tyler was sprawled horizontally on the couch, aggressively eating a family-sized bag of Doritos. I had completely expected this, and somehow, the sheer predictability of Tyler eating chips during a crisis made me feel slightly less tense. Tyler crunching Doritos is the emotional equivalent of a white noise machine. My mother sat at the edge of the coffee table, wringing her hands. She started to speak. Mark, the situation on Easter. Stop, I said, holding up one hand. Can I go first? She blinked, stunned by the interruption. She closed her mouth. I stood in the center of their living room, and I talked continuously for 15 minutes. I didn't have a speech prepared. I didn't have note cards. I didn't need them. When you have spent 35 years silently cataloging specific incidents, complete with exact dates, locations, and verbatim quotes, you don't need to prepare a speech. The speech is a massive, heavy structure you have been living inside your entire life. You just have to finally open the door and describe the interior of the house to the people who built it. I laid it all out. I talked about the community college graduation, and the cold meatloaf. I talked about the 30th birthday CVS card with the exclamation point, and no actual inscription. I talked about the Christmas Eve dinner, where I washed the dishes while they spent 14 minutes discussing a party I wasn't invited to. I talked about the endless requests for manual labor. I talked about the fact that my dad had never once seen the inside of the house I bought 4 years ago. And then, I brought up the text message. You explicitly told me it would be too complicated for my kids to come to the egg hunt because they might be tired, I said, my voice eerily calm. You treated my children like a logistical inconvenience. And then, I pulled out my phone, opened the photo gallery, and held up the screenshot Tyler had accidentally sent me. Then, I saw the group chat. He can come for dinner if he wants to bring a side dish. He's good at that sort of thing. I read the words out loud, letting them hang in the dead, silent air of the living room. I have been showing up for this family, unconditionally, for 35 years, I said, looking directly at my mother. I brought the food. I moved the heavy furniture. I fixed the Wi-Fi. I called first. I asked how your week was, and I actually meant it. And when it finally came time for a magical Easter egg hunt for the grandchildren, my children, I was explicitly instructed to come over at dawn, hide the eggs for Chloe's kids, and get out before the actual fun started. Not by accident, by careful, deliberate design. That is not a simple misunderstanding, Mom. That is a company policy. My mother sat frozen, her mouth slightly open, looking exactly like she desperately wanted to tell me I had misread the situation, but lacking the ammunition to do so. My dad was staring violently at the floorboards. Arthur is a chronic floor looker in difficult emotional moments. The floor is load-bearing for his psyche. If he looks at the floor hard enough, the emotions usually go away. Chloe crossed her arms defensively. Mark, the kids not being invited wasn't my idea. I didn't tell Mom to exclude them. I know it wasn't your idea, Chloe. I snapped back, my voice finally rising. That is the entire, terrifying problem. It wasn't anyone's idea. Nobody maliciously plotted to exclude me. Nobody even thought to ask where Mia and Leo were. Because nobody in this house ever has to think about where Mark is. Mark is just always there in the background. Mark is fine. Mark doesn't need to be considered. I have spent my entire life making myself so incredibly manageable, so endlessly frictionless, that I literally became a piece of furniture in your house. I'm not even angry at you for not noticing me anymore. I am standing here telling you that you need to start noticing me. Because I am done being the furniture. The room went dead silent. Outside, a lawnmower started up in the distance. On the couch, Tyler slowly, carefully set the bag of Doritos down on the coffee table, which, for Tyler, represents an act of profound, earth-shattering emotional restraint. My mother started to cry. Real, actual tears. She wiped her face and whispered, Mark, I genuinely didn't know you felt this way. I didn't know. Mom, I said softly, the anger suddenly draining out of me, leaving only exhaustion. I know you didn't. That's why I brought the crickets. And then, the most shocking thing of the entire afternoon happened. My dad looked up from the floor. Let me reiterate. Arthur does not look up during hard conversations. Arthur watches the floor, waits for the emotional storm to pass, and then silently goes to the refrigerator to make a turkey sandwich. That is his documented, unbroken behavioral pattern spanning 3 decades. But he looked up. He didn't look at the television. He didn't look at the corner of the ceiling. He looked directly at my face. His eyes were red. I should have come to see your house when you bought it, Arthur said. His voice was gravelly and thick. I should have come over. You bought a house. I should have been there. There was no rambling preamble. There was no defensive explanation about how busy he was. There was no scaffolding built around the apology to protect his ego. It was just that one, solitary sentence, delivered by a man who fundamentally does not say things out loud unless he absolutely means them. He said it in the strained, cracked voice of a man who had been sitting alone with that specific guilt for 4 long years. I stared at him for a long, agonizing moment. The silence in the room was so heavy it felt hard to breathe. Yeah, Dad, I finally said, my voice cracking. You really should have. Arthur nodded slowly, his jaw tight. Then, he looked back down at the floor. But the fact remained, he had looked up, he had seen me. That moment actually happened. I am keeping it forever. I didn't need them to magically fix everything in that living room. Thanks to Dr. Harrison, I had stopped needing a magical, cinematic resolution a long time ago. I just needed to stand in the room where the lies lived, say the absolute, undeniable truth out loud, and let the chips fall wherever they were going to fall. The room was incredibly messy. It was uncomfortable. Nothing was neatly resolved with a perfect bow. Chloe didn't apologize. My mother just cried. But that is exactly what reality looks like. Some things changed after that day. A lot of things didn't. My mother texts me differently now. The messages are no longer commands, they are actual, specific questions. Is Mia still obsessed with the rocks? I saw a documentary on geodes and thought of her. Send a picture if you have one. She actually showed up to Leo's soccer game in late September. She stood on the completely wrong side of the field, aggressively cheered at all the wrong moments with total, blind commitment, and when Leo sprinted over to the sidelines covered in mud and screamed, "Did you see me run, Grandma?" She looked at him, smiled a genuine smile, and said, "Leo, I saw every single bit of it." She meant it. It was a small thing, but it was real. My dad finally came to see my house in October. He drove over on a random Tuesday afternoon. He walked slowly through every single room of the house, his hands in his pockets. He stood in the backyard by the fire pit, silently examining the massive wooden swing set I had built, looking at the painted river rocks, studying the sad, failed vegetable beds. Finally, he turned to me and said, with the absolute maximum weight of his limited emotional vocabulary, "Good setup you got here, Mark. Solid structure." He sat in one of the folding chairs by the fire pit for an hour. We didn't talk much. We just drank a beer. He watched the yard like a man taking a slow inventory of something beautiful he realized he should have been paying attention to a long time ago. It was the best visit we'd had in 20 years. Chloe sent me a text message in mid-July. "I think I'm starting to understand some of what you were talking about back in April. A little bit, anyway." There was no further elaboration, no grand apology, just an acknowledgement. I texted back, "Okay." I meant it as a door being held slightly open. She is still taking her time walking toward it. That's allowed. We are adults. Tyler texted me 2 weeks after the living room confrontation. "Bro, I am genuinely sorry about sending that group chat screenshot. I feel like an idiot." I called him. "Tyler. It's fine. You actually did me a massive favor." He went silent for a second, then sent me a meme of a giant cricket wearing a tuxedo. It was genuinely hilarious. Tyler and I are fine. We are just two brothers who chose drastically opposite survival strategies in a toxic house, and we are both slowly figuring out what to do now that those old strategies no longer work. The single moment I keep returning to, the memory I pull up in my brain when I want to understand what this entire insane year actually meant, happened on a random Tuesday evening in late June. It was my custody week with the kids. Vance came over straight after his shift at the auto shop. We were sitting in the backyard. The sun was going down, casting long, golden shadows across the grass. Mia was lying in the hammock, deeply engrossed in a massive hardcover book about volcanic formations. Leo was attempting, for the 50th time, to teach Waffles how to catch a plastic frisbee. Waffles had finally learned to watch the frisbee arc majestically across the yard, wait for it to hit the ground, and then slowly trot over to sniff it, which represented massive tactical progress. The fire pit was blazing. It was a warm, perfect summer night. Vance was leaning back in his chair, telling me a highly detailed, incredibly passionate story about a ductwork repair job he had done in someone's attic, describing his HVAC routing with the genuine pride of a battlefield commander. I was only half listening to him, because mostly, I was just watching Leo try to explain the basic laws of physics to a golden retriever who will never, ever, understand physics. And I sat there, holding a cold beer, and I thought, this is it, this is the exact thing. This specific backyard. These beautiful, weird kids. This loud, loyal friend. This specific Tuesday night. This is the actual life I have been desperately trying to build since the day I bought this house. Since the day I started driving Route 9. Since the day I set my alarm for 6 a.m. on a Saturday, drove to my parents' house, and walked in with a grocery bag full of carefully planned descent, therapist cards, and something approximating pure, unadulterated joy. Vance stopped talking mid-sentence. He reached into the cooler, pulled out another beer, and handed it to me without asking if I wanted one. He didn't ask because he already knew. Because he has known me for a decade, and he actually pays attention to the people he cares about. Vance clinked his bottle against mine and said, without any ceremony or dramatic flair, "You're doing good these days, man. Really good." I took a sip of the cold beer. I looked at the fire. I looked at my son, wrestling with the dog. "Yeah," I said softly. "I know I am. That is the new part. The fact that I actually know it. For 35 years, my self-worth was something I had to constantly borrow. It was frantically assembled from other people's fleeting assessments of my usefulness. It was a currency that expired every few days and constantly needed to be renewed through acts of physical labor and silent submission. I had been running on the fumes of external validation my entire life. I was exhausting myself performing a one-man show for an audience that was always, perpetually, looking slightly in the other direction. And when the applause was sparse or non-existent, I just kept dancing anyway, desperately hoping someone in the front row would eventually notice the sweat on my face. Now, I finally know my own worth. I don't know it loudly. I don't know it perfectly. I don't know it in the obnoxious, enlightened way of someone who has gone to therapy for 2 months and thinks they have solved the mysteries of the human condition and tied their trauma up with a neat little bow. I know it in the quiet, heavy, load-bearing way of a man who successfully drives 38 loud children safely to school every single morning. A man who built a massive wooden swing set on a crisp October Saturday. A man who meticulously filled 8 plastic Easter eggs with 45 live crickets, and 32 more eggs with the absolute, undeniable truth, placed them carefully inside his toxic parents' living room, took his kids out for massive blueberry pancakes, and slept like a rock that night. A man who stood in a silent room, said the hardest, truest thing out loud, watched it land imperfectly on the floor, and finally decided that saying it was enough. My name is Mark. I am 35 years old. I drive Route 9. Every single afternoon, at 3:15 p.m., 38 kids look me in the eye and say goodbye to me when they step off my bus. Not a single one of them has ever made me feel like I needed to earn their acknowledgement first. I am still learning, every single day, what it feels like to be that exact person all the time. But I am getting there. Mom banned me from vacation so my golden brother could relax. I canceled his $2,400 rent. He went homeless. Cousin walked in and exposed their sick lie. My name is Clara. I'm 33 years old. I live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I work as a financial risk manager for a mid-sized insurance firm. I am not a millionaire by any stretch of the imagination, but I do very well for myself. I grew up in a household where money was a constant, suffocating source of anxiety. We weren't destitute, but every broken appliance, every unexpected medical bill, and every minor emergency turned our house into a war zone of stress and shouting. Because of that, I developed a borderline obsessive need for financial security early on. I worked 2 jobs through college, waiting tables until 2 a.m. and working at the campus library at 7 a.m. Graduated with minimal debt, lived with 3 roommates until I was 26, and aggressively climbed the corporate ladder. I built a fortress of stability around myself. And unfortunately, that fortress is exactly what made my family start treating me like a walking, talking ATM about 5 years ago. You need to understand the dynamic of my family to truly grasp how insane this situation became. My parents, Brenda and Arthur, are classic enablers. And my younger brother, Mason, 29, is the quintessential golden child. Mason is charismatic, handsome, and possesses that infuriating ability to fail upward while everyone around him applauds his potential. While I was studying for finance exams, Mason was finding his passion. While I was putting down a deposit on a sensible, modest townhouse, Mason was moving across the country to chase his dreams. The financial creep started so incredibly small that I didn't even realize I was being conditioned. It began with my mom calling me on a Tuesday evening. We'd be chatting about recipes or my dad's garden, and then, right before hanging up, she'd let out a heavy, theatrical sigh. "Oh, Clara, the property taxes jumped this year, and the water heater is making that terrible clanking noise again. Your father is so stressed he can barely sleep. Could you possibly just spot us a few hundred to cover the plumber? We'll pay you back when the tax return comes in." Of course I did it. I loved them. And I had the money sitting in a high-yield savings account doing nothing. Why wouldn't I help my parents who raised me? But the tax return came and went, and the money was never mentioned again. Then it was my dad. He'd casually mentioned that his truck needed a new transmission, dropping hints about how dangerous it was to drive on the icy Indiana roads. I paid the $1,200 directly to the mechanic. Then it was a loan for my mom's emergency dental work, which turned out to be cosmetic veneers. It was always framed as an emergency, always wrapped in a thick layer of parental guilt, and always forgotten the moment the check cleared. But the real drain, the absolute black hole of my finances, was Mason. About 2.5 years ago, Mason decided that the corporate world was crushing his spirit and that he was going to launch a startup. His grand idea was a luxury, tech-integrated pet concierge app called Positive Vibes. He convinced himself that the only place this app could possibly launch was Denver, Colorado. So, he packed up his car and moved to Denver, signing a lease on a gorgeous, exposed brick, floor-to-ceiling window loft in the trendy Lodo district. The rent was $2,400 a month. He had a roommate lined up, a guy he met at a networking mixer, who was supposed to split the cost. 6 months into his Denver adventure, the roommate vanished. Just completely bailed, leaving Mason with the full $2,400 lease, a failing app that had exactly 0 paying users, and a lifestyle he couldn't even remotely afford. I remember the phone call vividly. It was a Thursday night. Mason called me, hyperventilating, not just upset, but doing that dramatic, gasping, end-of-the-world crying. He told me he was going to be evicted. He told me his credit would be ruined, his life would be over, and his startup would die before it even had a chance to change the world. 20 minutes later, my mom called. She was in full crisis mode. "Clara, you have to do something," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "He's your baby brother. He's your blood. You have that big corporate salary. You sit in a warm office all day while he's out there struggling to build something. You cannot let him end up sleeping in his car in the freezing Colorado winter. If you don't help him, I don't know what his father and I will do. It will kill us." I pushed back initially. I told her $2,400 a month was an insane amount of money. It was a second mortgage. It was more than my own mortgage. But she wore me down. She weaponized my stability against me. She made me feel like my financial security was a selfish indulgence while my family suffered. So, I caved. I set up an automatic wire transfer directly to Mason's landlord. It was supposed to be for 6 months. Just a bridge to get him through until the app got its seed funding or he found a new roommate. 6 months turned into a year. A year turned into 18 months. 18 months turned into 2 full years. Every time I brought it up, there was an excuse. The venture capitalists are just taking their time reviewing the pitch deck, Clara. The rental market in Denver is so crazy right now, no one wants to move in, Clara. I'm so stressed out, Clara, please don't pressure me right now. Do the math. $2,400 a month for 24 months. That is $57,600. I handed over nearly $60,000 of my hard-earned, post-tax income to fund my brother's luxury lifestyle. And you know what the most agonizing part of it all was? Nobody ever said thank you. Not once. Not Mason, not my mom, not my dad. It wasn't treated as a monumental sacrifice, it was treated as my fundamental duty for having the absolute audacity to be successful. I swallowed my resentment because I told myself that this is what families do. We hold each other up. But then came the vacation. Every year, my extended family plans a massive group trip. It's a huge tradition. The year before last, we rented a massive cabin in the Smoky Mountains. Last year, we did Yellowstone. This year, they were going all out. My Aunt Diane and Uncle Richard had found a stunning, sprawling beachfront villa in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. The group chat had been pinging non-stop for 3 months. Links to private catamaran sunset cruises, deep-sea fishing excursions, and a private chef who would come to the villa to make fresh ceviche and margaritas. I was so incredibly excited. I had been working 6 0-hour weeks, leading a massive risk assessment project for a corporate merger. I was burnt out, exhausted, and running on fumes. The thought of just lying on the white sand of Cabo, listening to the ocean, and drinking something out of a coconut was the only thing keeping me sane. I even went out and bought new luggage and a couple of expensive swimsuits. About a month before the trip, I called my mom to finalize the logistics. I was sitting on my living room couch, scrolling through flights on my iPad. "Hey Mom," I said cheerfully, "I'm looking at flights to Cabo. Should I book a direct flight out of Indy, or do you guys want me to fly into Dallas and meet you for the layover so we can all fly into Mexico together?" There was a pause on the line. It wasn't a normal pause. It was that heavy, suffocating, dead air silence where you can practically hear the gears turning in someone's head as they try to formulate a lie or deliver a blow. The hair on my arms actually stood up. "Mom?" I asked. "Are you there?" Then she sighed. That same theatrical sigh she uses when she's about to ask for money, but this time, the words were different. "Well, Clara," she started, her voice dripping with that fake, soothing tone you use on a volatile toddler. "I've been meaning to talk to you about Cabo. You can come, if you really, really want to. But it would honestly be better if you didn't." I physically pulled my phone away from my ear and stared at the screen, genuinely wondering if I had misheard her. I pressed it back to my ear. "What did you just say?" "Now, don't get defensive," she said quickly. "It's just, Mason has been under so much extreme pressure lately with the startup. He is in a very fragile place. He really needs this trip to decompress and find his center. And you two have just had this weird, uncomfortable tension lately. I think your presence there is just going to remind him of his financial stress. It might be better for everyone's peace of mind if you just sat this one out. We just really want a drama-free, relaxing vacation, honey. You understand, right?" Let me clarify what she meant by tension. 3 weeks prior to this phone call, I had sent Mason a very polite text asking if he had a timeline for when he might be able to start covering his own electric bill, let alone the actual rent. He had left me on red. That was the weird tension, asking my 29-year-old brother to eventually pay for the electricity he was using. A cold, heavy numbness spread through my chest. I felt physically nauseous. I was keeping a roof over her son's head to the tune of $57,600, and she was uninviting me from a family vacation because the mere sight of the woman funding his life might ruin his beach vibe. "Clara?" she prompted when I didn't speak. "I knew you'd understand. You're always the mature one. You're so strong, you never let these little things bother you." I didn't yell, I didn't cry. I didn't argue. My voice went completely flat, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. "Okay," I said, "just one word." "Oh, wonderful," she breathed, sounding incredibly relieved that she had dodged a tantrum. "We'll take so many pictures for you. Love you, sweetie." She hung up. I sat in my quiet, dark living room for 2 hours. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't move. I just stared at the blank wall, letting the absolute absurdity of my reality wash over me. I was paying $2,400 a month so my brother could live in a luxury loft, drink craft beer and pretend to be an entrepreneur, while my own mother told me I wasn't welcome on a family vacation because I might stress him out. I was literally subsidizing his existence, and my reward was being ostracized from my own family. It was like a spell had been broken. The thick, heavy fog of familial obligation and conditioned guilt evaporated in an instant, leaving behind nothing but cold, crystalline clarity. I picked up my phone. I opened my banking app. The interface glowed in the dark room. I tapped on the Scheduled Transfers tab. There it was. Mason Denver Loft, $2,400. Monthly. I tapped it. I hit Delete Transfer. A little warning box popped up. Are you sure you want to cancel this recurring payment? Yes, I whispered to the empty room. I tapped Confirm. The screen refreshed. The transfer was gone. Just like that. $2,400. A month. Was back in my pocket. I called my best friend, Harper. Harper has known me since our freshman year of college. She knows every dark, twisted detail of my family's dynamic. When I told her what my mom said, and what I had just done, she didn't gasp. She didn't offer toxic positivity. She just let out a sharp, vindicated laugh. I am coming over right now with a bottle of top-shelf tequila, Harper said, her voice fierce, and we are going to celebrate. Clara, you should have clicked that delete button 2 years ago. Let them burn. The trip was in 3 weeks. Mason's rent was due on the 1st of the month. The Cabo trip was scheduled for the 10th. I knew exactly how this timeline was going to play out, and for the first time in my life, I decided to just sit back, eat my popcorn, and watch the fireworks. The first few days after canceling the transfer, I felt like a superhero. I felt a rush of empowerment I hadn't experienced in decades. But I want to be brutally honest with you all. By day 5, the guilt started clawing at my throat. It's a phantom pain. When you have been trained since childhood to believe that your only value to your family is what you can provide for them, cutting off the supply feels like a moral failure. I had moments where my hand hovered over my phone, tempted to reinstate the transfer just to avoid the inevitable explosion. But Harper kept me grounded. She texted me every morning. Hold the line. You are not a bank. The first of the month came and went. The second of the month passed. On the third of the month, at exactly 10:15 a.m., my phone buzzed on my desk at work. It was a text from Mason. Hey, did the bank system glitch or something? My landlord just emailed me. Said the rent transfer bounced. I stared at the message. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I typed back one single sentence. No glitch. I canceled it. The absolute nuclear meltdown that followed is something they will study in psychology textbooks. Mason didn't reply to me. Instead, he immediately took a screenshot of our 2-message exchange and dropped it into the massive Cabo Countdown family group chat. He didn't crop it. He didn't add context. He just posted the image with the caption. Can someone please explain why Clara is actively trying to make me homeless right before our trip? My phone instantly turned into a vibrating grenade. The notifications poured in like a slot machine paying out. My mom, Clara Mary, call me this instant. What is the meaning of this? My dad. This is incredibly cruel, Clara. You made a commitment to your brother. You don't pull the rug out from under family. My Aunt Diane, who had absolutely no idea about the background of the rent, only what my mother spun to her. Clara, sweetheart, family doesn't abandon family. We stick together through thick and thin. Praying for you, Mason. Not a single person in that chat asked me why I did it. Not one person said, hey Clara, did something happen? Are you okay financially? They instantly, uniformly assumed that I had suffered a psychotic break and decided to ruin Mason's life for sport. When you are the giver, your generosity is expected. The second you stop giving, you become the villain. I didn't reply to the group chat. I muted the conversation, put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and went back to analyzing risk assessment spreadsheets. That evening, I finally answered a call from my mother. I was sitting at my kitchen island, sipping a glass of wine, feeling dangerously calm. Clara, she started, her voice shaking with rage. I have never been so disappointed in you. Your brother is in a fragile place. He is trying to find himself. You cannot just cut off his life support without warning. Finding himself? I repeated, my voice ice cold. Mom, he is 29 years old. He is finding himself in a luxury loft on my dime. And let's be very clear about the without warning part. You told me not to come to Cabo. You explicitly uninvited me from a family vacation because my presence would stress him out. Well, I thought about it. And I realized that if I am not family enough to sit on a beach with you all, then I am certainly not family enough to be his personal landlord. The rent is his problem now. Total silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing. Then, the gaslighting began. That has absolutely nothing to do with this. She deflected, her voice pitching higher. The trip and his rent are two completely separate things. You are acting out of pure spite, Clara. You are destroying this family over a petty grudge. I'm not destroying anything, I said quietly. I'm just matching your energy. Have a great time in Cabo, Mom. Don't forget sunscreen. And I hung up. The silence that followed over the next week was deafening. I was completely excommunicated. Nobody texted me. Nobody called. But I could see the group chat still functioning. Then, the trip happened. They actually went. For 7 days, I sat in my townhouse in rainy Indianapolis, while my Facebook and Instagram feeds were flooded with high-definition photos of my family living it up in Mexico. There were pictures of my mom and Aunt Diane drinking margaritas by the infinity pool. Pictures of my dad and Uncle Richard deep-sea fishing. And endless pictures of Mason, wearing expensive linen shirts, grinning on the back of a private catamaran, looking like a man who didn't have a care in the world, let alone a looming eviction notice. Underneath a massive group photo of all of them posing on the white sand at sunset, my mom posted the caption, "Nothing matters more than family, so blessed." I stared at that photo for a long time. It hurt. I won't lie to you and say I was totally unbothered. Seeing them all smiling, knowing I was intentionally erased from the frame while my bank account had subsidized the golden boy standing in the center. It stung deeply. But then, I did the pettiest thing I have ever done in my 33 years on this earth. I hit the like button on the photo, just a single, solitary, like. Letting them know I saw it. I survived it, and I was entirely unfazed. The trip ended on a Sunday. They flew back to the States. I assumed the silent treatment would continue for months. I was wrong. The silence was just the calm before the absolute hurricane. The following Tuesday evening, exactly 3 weeks to the day since I canceled the bank transfer, I was at home making a salad for dinner. It was pouring rain outside. Suddenly, my doorbell rang. A harsh, aggressive, continuous ringing. I walked to the front door, looked through the peephole, and my blood ran cold. Standing on my front porch, soaking wet from the rain, were my mother, my father, and Mason. They had driven 2 hours from my parents' house, and Mason had evidently flown in from Denver. They looked like a heavily armed intervention team. My mom had her arms crossed so tightly she looked like she was trying to crush her own ribs. My dad looked grim. Mason was standing slightly behind them, looking like a teenager who had just been caught shoplifting and dragged back to the store by his parents. I unlocked the door and pulled it open. I didn't step aside. "Can I help you?" My mother didn't answer. She literally shoved her shoulder past me, forcing her way into my foyer, dripping rainwater onto my hardwood floors. My dad and Mason followed right behind her. "We need to talk about this ridiculous situation right now, because it has gotten completely out of hand," my mom snapped, spinning around to face me in my own living room. I closed the front door slowly. I didn't offer them towels. I didn't offer them a seat. I stood near the entryway, crossing my arms, and just stared at them. "Clara," my dad started, using his deep, authoritative, disappointed father voice. Mason's landlord served him with a formal 30-day notice to vacate. He is going to be evicted. It's going to ruin his credit. Do you understand the severity of what you are doing to your brother? "I understand perfectly," I said, my voice dangerously level. "Does Mason?" Mason finally stepped forward. And the words that came out of his mouth are forever burned into my brain. He didn't say thank you for the $57,000. He didn't apologize for never paying a dime back. He didn't even acknowledge the Cabo trip. He looked at me with wide, teary eyes and said, I thought you cared about me, Clara." A white-hot wave of pure, unadulterated rage washed over me. He was weaponizing my love for him. He believed that my financial subservience was the only valid proof of my affection. "Mason," I said, stepping toward him, my voice shaking with fury, "I have cared about you for your entire life. I have handed you nearly $60,000 of my own money. Money I worked 6-0-hour weeks to keep you living in a luxury apartment you didn't earn. And in return, I wasn't even allowed to come on a family vacation because my face might remind you of your own failures. Do not ever stand in my house and question whether I care about you." That was the match in the powder keg. My mother lost her absolute mind. She started screaming, full volume, top of her lungs screaming in my living room. She called me selfish. She called me a narcissist. She said I was tearing the family apart out of pure jealousy because Mason was a creative genius and I was just a boring corporate drone. She started pulling up ancient, irrelevant history to assassinate my character. She brought up the time I didn't come home for Thanksgiving in 2018 because I had the flu. She brought up the time I refused to co-sign a loan for my dad's boat. She was throwing every piece of mud she could find, hoping something would stick. My dad just stood there. He didn't tell her to calm down. He didn't defend me. He just watched his wife verbally abuse their daughter, because it was easier than confronting his son's failures. But here is the twist. The glorious, cinematic, universe-aligning twist that none of us saw coming. While my mother was mid-sentence, screaming at the top of her lungs with her finger pointed inches from my face, the lock on my front door clicked. We all froze. The door swung open. Standing in the doorway was my younger cousin, Chloe. Chloe is Aunt Diane's daughter. She's 25, lives in Chicago, and works in marketing. About 4 months ago, Chloe was driving through Indianapolis for a weekend trip, and she stayed at my place. I had given her a spare key so she could come and go, and we just kept forgetting to arrange for her to give it back. She had texted me that morning saying she was driving back through Indy, and wanted to drop the key off and bring me a souvenir from Cabo. With the chaos of the week, I had completely forgotten she was coming. Chloe stood frozen in the entryway. She was holding a little gift bag with a fancy agave-scented candle from Mexico in one hand, and her dripping umbrella in the other. Her eyes were wide as saucers. She had just walked in on her Aunt Brenda screaming at the top of her lungs about how I was destroying the family. For 5 seconds, nobody breathed. The only sound was the rain hitting the windows. Then, Chloe spoke. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the room like a knife. "What the hell is happening right now?" The mask switch my mother performed in that moment was terrifying. It was instantaneous. The raging, red-faced banshee vanished, replaced instantly by the sweet, demure, Midwestern aunt. "Oh, Chloe, sweetie," my mom chirped, smoothing down her wet sweater and forcing a terrifying, tight-lipped smile. "We didn't hear you come in. We were just having a very passionate family discussion. You know how the Italians do it. We are not Italian." Chloe didn't smile back. She slowly set the umbrella and the gift bag down on the console table. She looked at my mother, then at my dad, then at Mason, and finally at me. My face was flushed, my eyes were burning, and I was breathing hard. I didn't say a word. I didn't have to. "Aunt Brenda," Chloe said slowly, her marketing professional voice kicking in. "I could hear you screaming from the sidewalk before I even put the key in the door. That was not a discussion. You called Clara a selfish bitch." My mother's fake smile faltered. "Now, Chloe, emotions are just running high. Families fight. It's really none of your—" "What is going on?" Chloe interrupted, turning her gaze completely to Mason. "Seriously, Mason. What is happening?" Mason, who had been hiding behind my parents like a frightened toddler, suddenly puffed his chest out, sensing an opportunity to play the victim to a new audience. "Clara, cut me off," he said pitifully. "She was helping me with rent for my loft, and she just canceled the transfers with zero warning. I'm getting evicted next week." Chloe frowned, looking confused. She turned to me. "Is that true? You just stopped paying his rent?" I took a deep breath. I looked my mother dead in the eyes, and then I looked at Chloe. "It's true," I said, my voice remarkably steady. "I have been paying his $2,400 monthly rent for exactly 2 years. I have spent nearly $60,000 keeping him in that loft. And I was happy to do it, until a month ago, when Mom called me." I paused, letting the silence build. My mother's eyes widened in sheer panic. She took a step toward me, raising her hand as if to physically stop the words from coming out of my mouth. "Clara, don't." "Mom called me," I continued loudly, talking over her, "and told me that I was not allowed to come on the family trip to Cabo. She explicitly uninvited me because she said my presence would stress Mason out, and he needed to decompress. So, I decided that if I am not family enough to go on the vacation, I am not family enough to pay his bills. I canceled the transfer." Chloe blinked. Once. Twice. The confusion on her face slowly morphed into absolute, horrified shock. She turned slowly to my mother. You told Clara not to come to Cabo?" My mother's face went pasty white. The redness of her anger was completely replaced by the ashen gray of sheer, unadulterated embarrassment. "Because here is the critical piece of information you need to know. My Aunt Diane, Chloe's mother, and my mom are sisters. They talk every single day. And according to what Aunt Diane had told Chloe, the reason I wasn't in Cabo was that I was too busy with a corporate merger and couldn't get the time off work. That was the official lie my mother had spun to the extended family to cover her tracks. She told everyone I chose work over family. Chloe, it was a misunderstanding," my mom stammered, her hands shaking. "I just suggested that maybe it would be easier if—" Chloe didn't even let her finish. She reached into her pocket, pulled out her iPhone, unlocked it, and dialed her mother. She put the phone on speaker and held it up in the middle of my living room. It rang twice. "Hi, sweetie. Did you drop the candle off to Clara?" Aunt Diane's cheerful voice echoed through the room. "Mom," Chloe said, her voice hard. "Did you know that Aunt Brenda banned Clara from coming to Cabo?" The silence from the phone speaker was so profound you could have heard a pin drop. "What?" Aunt Diane's voice dropped an entire octave. My mother lunged forward. She actually tried to physically snatch the phone out of Chloe's hand. "Diane, it's not what it sounds like," she shrieked. Chloe took a swift step back, dodging my mother's grasp. "No, Aunt Brenda. We are talking about this right now." Chloe spoke into the phone. "Mom, Clara has been paying Mason's rent for 2 years. 60 grand. And Aunt Brenda told her she wasn't welcome on the trip because it would stress Mason out. Aunt Brenda lied to us. Clara didn't have to work. Brenda. Aunt Diane's voice coming through the speaker didn't sound like my sweet aunt anymore. It sounded like a judge handing down a life sentence. Is this true? Did you tell that girl she couldn't come on our family vacation after she has been funding your son's life? Diane, please. My mom whimpered, tears of actual panic welling in her eyes. You don't understand the pressure Mason has been under. I was just trying to keep the peace. It was just a suggestion. A suggestion? Aunt Diane roared through the phone. Have you lost your absolute mind, Brenda? That girl is your daughter. She has been breaking her back to cover for your lazy son, and you excluded her? You lied to my face on the beach while we were drinking margaritas? I stood there, leaning against the wall, listening to my aunt ruthlessly dismantle my mother's web of lies. For 2 years, I thought I was entirely alone. I thought my entire extended family just viewed me as the cold, corporate workhorse who didn't care about family bonding. But hearing Aunt Diane fiercely defend me, my throat tightened, and for the first time in this entire ordeal, tears pricked my eyes. My dad finally found his voice. He puffed out his chest and tried to take control of the room. Diane, this is a private matter between Brenda, myself, and our children. It is none of your business. And Chloe needs to leave. Chloe, my beautiful, fearless, 25-year-old cousin, looked my father dead in the eye. Uncle Arthur, she said coldly, if you are going to storm into Clara's house and have a screaming match in her living room with the front door unlocked, it becomes everybody's business. I honestly wanted to applaud. The fight completely drained out of my parents. The gig was up. The lie was exposed to the one person in the family, whose opinion my mother valued above all else, her sister. My mom slowly walked over to my sofa and sat down heavily. She didn't ask for permission, she just collapsed. She put her face in her hands, and her shoulders started to shake. Mason was still standing near the window, staring at the floor, looking like he wanted the hardwood to open up and swallow him whole. My dad crossed his arms and stared at a spot on the wall, completely defeated. Chloe ended the call with her mom, walked over to me, and squeezed my arm. I'm going to go, she whispered. Call me tomorrow. I love you. She walked out, closing the door softly behind her. I pulled one of my dining room chairs over and sat down across from the sofa, facing my parents and my brother. The adrenaline had faded, leaving me feeling completely exhausted, but incredibly clear-headed. Mom, I said quietly. Look at me. She slowly raised her head. Her mascara was smeared, and she looked older than I had ever seen her. I need you to hear me, I said, my voice steady but thick with emotion. Not as a bank account, not as a problem you need to manage. Just hear me as your daughter. For 2 years, I have given this family everything I possibly could. I paid Mason's rent, so he wouldn't freeze. I paid for Dad's truck. I paid for your teeth, and I did it because I love you. But somewhere along the line, my love turned into an obligation. I became nothing but a wallet to you. And when I couldn't give you anything more, when I just wanted to show up to Cabo as Clara, you told me to stay home. My mom let out a choked sob. That broke something in me, I said, letting the tears finally spill over. I need you to know that. You broke my heart. The room was dead silent except for my mother's quiet crying. Then, Mason moved. He walked away from the window, came over to the center of the room, and sat down on the floor, right on the hardwood, crossing his legs like a little kid. He put his head in his hands, and when he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot. I'm sorry, Mason said, his voice cracked. It wasn't the dramatic, performative apology he usually gave. It was small. It was real. I'm so sorry, Clara. I was drowning in Denver. The app failed in the first 3 months. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone. I just kept lying, and I used you as a raft. I took your money, and I took it for granted, because it was easier than admitting I was a failure. None of this was fair to you. You didn't deserve any of this. Hearing those words, the absolute, unvarnished truth felt like a massive weight being lifted off my chest. My dad sat down on the sofa next to my mom. He rested his elbows on his knees and looked at the floor. I owe you an apology too, kiddo, he rasped. I knew what your mother said about the trip was wrong. I knew it the moment she said it. But I didn't want to start a fight, so I kept my mouth shut. I let her do it, and I let Mason take advantage of you. That's on me. I failed to protect you. My mom looked up at me. Her face was a mess of tears and smeared makeup. I don't know when I started treating you like you owed us something, she whispered. But I did. I got so obsessed with protecting Mason because he was struggling, that I completely abandoned you because you were strong. And I am so deeply ashamed of myself. That word, ashamed. My mother is a very proud, stubborn Midwestern woman. She does not admit fault. Hearing her say she was ashamed of her actions told me everything I needed to know. The breakthrough had happened. We sat in my living room for another 3 hours. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't a neat, cinematic ending where everyone hugs and the credits roll. It was messy, uncomfortable, and exhausting. We laid every grievance, every lie, and every resentment out on the table. But for the first time in my entire life, it was honest. It has been about 4 months since that night in my living room. A lot has changed. Mason was evicted from the Denver loft. He packed up his car, moved out, and rented a tiny, cramped room in a house with 4 other guys in a much cheaper suburb. He finally abandoned the app dream and got a real job. He's working as an operations manager at a logistics warehouse. It's hard, unglamorous work, but he is doing it. Last week, he sent me a spreadsheet. It was a payment plan. He is going to send me $300 a month until the $57,000 is paid off. I told him I didn't need him to do that, but he insisted. He said, "I need to do this to respect myself again." My mom and I are slowly rebuilding. We talk on the phone every Sunday. She doesn't ask for money. She asks about my job, my friends, my life. Last week, she told me she was proud of me. It was the first time she had said those words to me in over a decade. My dad is trying, too. He's not great with words, but he drove up to Indy last month just to help me restain my backyard deck. He didn't ask for gas money. Aunt Diane and the rest of the extended family know the whole truth now. My mom had to do a very humiliating apology tour, explaining exactly why I wasn't in Cabo. Aunt Diane calls me constantly now, making sure I'm included in every family chat and event. And Chloe? Chloe and I are closer than ever. I bought her dinner the last time I was in Chicago, and I told her she saved my sanity. She just laughed and said, "That's what family actually does." I am not paying Mason's rent anymore. I have thousands of extra dollars in my bank account every month, but more importantly, I finally have my self-respect back. If you are reading this and you are the responsible one in your family, if you are the one who is constantly bled dry financially, emotionally, or mentally, because you are strong enough to take it, I need you to hear me. It is okay to stop. It is okay to set a boundary. It is okay to say, "I love you, but I will not light myself on fire to keep you warm." Sometimes, canceling the transfer, closing the wallet, and letting the chips fall where they may is the most loving thing you can do. It forces the people who are using you to finally stand on their own 2 feet. And it forces your family to see you as a human being, not just a resource. My name is Clara. I'm 33 years old. I live in Indianapolis. And for the first time in my life, I am not an ATM. I am just me. Money is tight. Parents lied. Skipping son's B-day for sister. I didn't yell. I just canceled her $500 month secret fund and watched them fall. My name is Maya. I'm 33. I live in Indianapolis. And until a couple of months ago, I genuinely believed my family loved my son, the exact same way they loved my younger sister, Chloe's kids. I had no reason to doubt it. My son, Leo, is 8 years old. He has this crooked smile that could melt glaciers. He is obsessed with marine biology, and he absolutely worships my parents. He calls my dad Chief, because my dad used to be a fire battalion chief. Leo draws my mom pictures of great white sharks wearing little hats on random Tuesdays just to make her smile. This kid loves these people with his entire soul, and I thought they loved him back. Let me give you some quick background so you understand exactly how deep this betrayal goes. I am a dental assistant. I make decent money, not private jet money, but enough to keep the lights on and food in the fridge. I am also a single mom. Leo's dad, Gavin, walked out when Leo was 3 because he wasn't ready for the responsibility. His child support payments arrive with the frequency of a lunar eclipse. So, I budget. I budget like my life depends on it. I clip digital coupons, I buy generic brands, and I drive a 2015 Toyota Corolla, with a duct-taped side mirror, that I've named Barnaby. Barnaby rattles when I hit 60 miles an hour, but he gets us from point A to point B. The reason I have been pinching pennies so aggressively is that I was desperately trying to save up a down payment for a modest townhouse. Leo and I have been crammed into a tiny, drafty 2-bedroom apartment for 5 years, and the landlord was threatening another rent hike. I was finally getting close to my goal. Every single dollar was accounted for. Enter my sister, Chloe. Chloe is 28, and she has 3 kids, Mason, 10, Lily, 7, and Noah, 2. Chloe's ex-husband, Derek, is a phantom. He ghosted the family right after Noah was born, moved to some random town in Arizona, and vanished from their lives. When Derek left, Chloe panicked. And because I am the older sister, I stepped up. You don't just stand by and watch your sister and your nieces and nephews drown in eviction notices. I started transferring Chloe $500 every single month. Sometimes more if she needed groceries or if the electric company was threatening to cut her off. I didn't hold it over her head. I didn't make a spreadsheet. I just sent the money because family is supposed to help family. But, looking back, the warning signs were flashing neon red. About 2 months before Leo's 8th birthday, my mom, Brenda, called me. Brenda is the type of woman who weaponizes guilt better than a seasoned hostage negotiator. She never asks for things, she heavily implies that you are a failure of a daughter if you don't offer. Maya, honey, she said over the phone, her voice dripping with that fake sweet tone she uses when she wants something. Your father and I are finally redoing the master bathroom. The contractor just gave us the final estimate, and it's a bit steeper than we anticipated. We need an extra $2,500. We were hoping you could chip in. I was stunned. I was already bleeding $500 a month to keep her other daughter afloat. I was driving a car held together by hopes and prayers, and I was desperately trying to buy a home for my son. Mom, I can't, I said gently. I'm saving for the townhouse, and my budget is stretched to the absolute limit. I really wish I could help, but I don't have $2,500 to spare right now. The silence on the line was deafening. It wasn't a polite, understanding silence. It was the freezing, calculated silence of a woman, tallying up my disrespect. Well, Brenda finally said, her voice dropping 10 degrees. Your sister would have found a way to help us. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from screaming. Chloe? The same Chloe who I had been financially propping up for over a year? That Chloe would have magically produced $2,500 for a luxury bathroom remodel? I didn't say it. I just apologized again and hung up, thinking that was the end of it. I was so incredibly naive. Fast forward to March. Leo's 8th birthday was approaching. I had been planning a laser tag and pizza party for weeks. Nothing extravagant, just 10 excited 8-year-olds running around a dark room with plastic phasers, followed by cheap arcade games and a sheet cake from the local grocery store. It was entirely within my strict budget, and Leo was vibrating with excitement. A week before the party, I texted my mom, "Hey, just finalizing headcounts for Leo's birthday next Saturday. Laser tag at 2 p.m. He is so excited to see you and Chief." Her reply came back 10 minutes later. "We are going to have to celebrate another time. Money is a little tight right now. Happy early birthday to him." I stared at the text, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment, but I immediately rationalized it. I had literally just told her I couldn't give her $2,500 because my own money was tight. It would be entirely hypocritical of me to get angry at them for being on a strict budget too. I assumed they just couldn't afford a gift right now and felt embarrassed. I texted back, "No worries at all. We completely understand. We'll bring some leftover cake by on Sunday." Saturday arrived. The laser tag party was chaotic, loud, and absolutely perfect. Leo and his friends ran themselves ragged. He blew out his candles on a slightly lopsided superhero cake, his face glowing in the dim light of the arcade. He was happy. I was happy. That night, after I had scrubbed the frosting off Leo's face and tucked him into bed, I collapsed onto my worn-out living room couch. I was exhausted, my feet ached, and my ears were still ringing from the arcade sirens. I pulled out my phone and mindlessly opened Facebook. The very first thing on my feed was a post from Chloe. It was a massive photo album titled, "The Ultimate Joint Birthday Bash for Mason and Lily." I froze. I tapped the album. There were 45 photos. And as I swiped through them, my stomach plummeted into my shoes. This wasn't a backyard barbecue, this was a spectacularly lavish event. Chloe had rented out an entire indoor trampoline park and private venue. There was a professional DJ. There was a petting zoo with a miniature pony. There was a massive, 3-tiered custom fondant cake that easily cost $400 alone. The kids were wearing custom embroidered matching outfits. But that wasn't what made the air leave my lungs. In almost every single photo, right in the center of the chaos, smiling, laughing, and handing out massive, expensive-looking wrapped gifts, were my parents, Brenda and Thomas. The exact same parents who told me money was tight just a few days ago. The exact same parents who couldn't be bothered to drive 15 minutes to a dingy laser tag arena to watch my son blow out his candles. They were at my sister's extravagant party. On the exact same day, at the exact same time, I felt a cold, hard knot form in my chest. It wasn't just anger, it was a profound, suffocating betrayal. I had been subsidizing Chloe's life so she could afford to survive, and she was throwing thousands of dollars at a party. My parents had lied to my face to avoid my son, only to shower Chloe's kids with affection and gifts. Suddenly, I heard the floorboards creak behind me. "Mom?" I whipped around. Leo was standing in the hallway, clutching his stuffed shark, rubbing his eyes. He must have woken up to use the bathroom. Before I could lock my phone screen, he walked over and looked over my shoulder. The screen was glaringly bright in the dark room, displaying a high-definition photo of my dad hugging Mason, a massive wrapped box in his hands. Leo stared at the screen. He didn't cry. He didn't throw a tantrum. He just went incredibly still. His little shoulders slumped, and he looked at me with eyes that were far too old for an 8-year-old. Is that Mason's party? He asked quietly. Yeah, baby, I whispered, my voice trembling. Come here. He climbed onto the couch and leaned against me. We sat there in silence for what felt like an eternity. Then, he looked down at his hands and muttered 5 words that completely shattered my heart. They always choose them, Mom. Have you ever heard your child voice a dark, painful truth that you thought you had successfully hidden from them? It is the worst feeling in the world. Leo wasn't just reacting to this one party. He was summarizing years of subtle favoritism. Years of his grandparents showing up late to his events but being front row for his cousins. Years of canceled plans and forgotten promises. He knew. My sweet, innocent boy, knew exactly where he stood in the family hierarchy. I hugged him fiercely. I kissed the top of his head. I choose you, I told him, fighting back tears. I will always, always choose you. Your party was amazing today, right? He nodded slowly. Yeah. It was fun. I got him a glass of water, walked him back to his room, tucked him in, and sat on the edge of his bed until his breathing evened out and he fell asleep. Then, I walked back out to the living room. The sadness was completely gone. In its place, was a white-hot, blinding rage. I didn't call my mom. I didn't text Chloe. I didn't demand an explanation. Explanations are for misunderstandings, and this wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a choice. I opened my phone, logged into my banking app, and navigated to the recurring transfers page. I stared at the active $500 monthly transfer to Chloe's account. It was scheduled to pull in 3 days. Without a single second of hesitation, I hit cancel. I went into my payee list and completely deleted her banking details. I deleted her Cash App. I deleted her Venmo. I shut off the faucet completely and permanently. Was it a ruthless move? Absolutely. But as I sat in the dark, listening to the rattling hum of my cheap refrigerator, I realized I was entirely done. I was done driving a broken-down car while funding a sister who rented petting zoos. I was done bleeding myself dry for a family that viewed my son as an afterthought. I went to sleep feeling a strange, terrifying sense of peace. The peace didn't last long. At exactly 9 a.m. the next morning, someone started pounding on my apartment door. It wasn't a polite knock. It was the heavy, aggressive pounding of someone trying to break down a barrier. Barnaby the cat. Yes, my car and my cat have the same name. Don't judge me. Scrambled under the sofa in terror. I opened the door, still holding my morning coffee. My dad, Thomas, was standing in the hallway. His face was flushed red, his jaw was clenched, and he was already pointing a thick finger at my face. What the hell did you do, Maya? He barked, stepping toward the threshold. I didn't step back. I didn't invite him in. I just leaned against the doorframe and took a slow sip of my coffee. Good morning to you too, Chief. Keep your voice down. Leo is watching cartoons in his room. Don't give me that attitude, he snapped, lowering his voice to a furious hiss. Chloe called your mother at 7 a.m. in absolute hysterics. Her auto pay for her electric bill bounced because the transfer you always send didn't hit her pending account. You cut her off without a single word of warning. She has 3 kids and no husband, Maya. You don't just pull the rug out from under family. Let's just pause and appreciate the sheer, unadulterated audacity of this moment. My father, who had deliberately skipped his grandson's birthday to shower his other grandchildren with gifts at a rented trampoline park, had driven across town first thing in the morning to scream at me for no longer funding the sister who threw the party. Did Chloe happen to mention why I might have stopped the payments? I asked, my voice dangerously calm. She said she has absolutely no idea. You're just being vindictive. Did she mention Mason and Lily's birthday party yesterday? I asked, locking eyes with him. The massive, expensive party with the DJ and the petting zoo? The one you and Mom attended on the exact same day as Leo's birthday? The birthday you explicitly told me you couldn't attend because money was tight? My dad faltered. The anger in his eyes flickered, replaced by a brief flash of panic. He knew exactly what I was talking about. That was different, he stammered, trying to regain his footing. Chloe needed the help to make it special. Those kids have been through hell with Derek leaving. They deserved something nice to take their minds off it. And Leo? I asked, my voice finally cracking like a whip. Leo's dad walked out on him too. Does Leo not deserve something nice? Does Leo not deserve his grandparents? You're blowing this out of proportion, Maya, he deflected, waving his hand dismissively. We were going to make it up to Leo next weekend. You can't punish your sister's kids just because your feelings are hurt. My feelings? I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. This isn't about my feelings, Dad. Last night, Leo saw the photos Chloe plastered all over Facebook. He saw you handing Mason a giant present. You know what your 8-year-old grandson said to me? He looked at me and said, they always choose them. He knows, Dad. He knows exactly how little he matters to you. The color completely drained from my father's face. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He looked like I had just punched him in the stomach. He had clearly never considered that a child might be keeping score. Before he could formulate an excuse, I stepped back and grabbed the door handle. I'm not punishing anyone. I am simply setting a boundary. I am done being the family ATM while my son gets treated like a burden. Tell Chloe she needs to find a new sponsor. I slammed the door in his face and locked the deadbolt. Within 30 minutes, my phone became an active war zone. Chloe, I cannot believe you are doing this to me. I have 3 babies to feed. You are seriously cutting off my grocery money because you're jealous of a birthday party. You are sick. Brenda, Maya, this is absolutely unacceptable. This is not how I raised you. Family helps family. You are acting incredibly selfish. Call your sister immediately and fix this before you do permanent damage to this family. I didn't reply to a single text. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, made Leo some terribly misshapen chocolate chip pancakes, and took him to the Science Museum for the entire day. By Monday, the silence was driving them insane. During my lunch break at the dental clinic, my phone buzzed with a call from a number I actually wanted to answer. Uncle Arthur. Arthur is my mom's older brother. He is 62, a retired fire chief. He's the one who got my dad into the department years ago, and he is the only person in my entire extended family who possesses a functioning moral compass. He's calm, he's ruthlessly fair, and he doesn't tolerate Brenda's manipulation. Hey kiddo, Arthur said, his voice gravelly and warm. I hear there's a Category 5 hurricane tearing through the family group chats. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. That's the understatement of the decade, Uncle Art. Your mother gave me her extremely curated version of events, he said. She claims you had a psychotic break over a scheduling conflict and are trying to starve your nieces and nephews. I'd like to hear the actual truth. I sat in my car, staring at the cracked dashboard of Barnaby, and told him everything. I told him about Brenda, asking for $2,500 for a bathroom remodel. I told him about the rejection text for Leo's party. I told him about the Facebook photos, the petting zoo, and the exact words Leo had said to me in the dark. I told him about canceling the transfers. Arthur listened in total silence. He didn't interrupt once. When I finally finished, I was crying. Maya, Arthur said softly, and the absolute certainty in his voice anchored me. None of that is okay. What they did to Leo is cruel. You have every right to be furious. They think I'm crazy, I sobbed. You aren't crazy, he replied firmly. But, cutting Chloe off without a single word of warning was dropping a grenade, not setting a boundary. You know that, right? I know, I admitted, wiping my eyes. But I was just so tired, Art. I was so tired of sacrificing my own child's future to fund her life, only to be tossed aside. I hear you, Arthur sighed. But Mason, Lily, and Noah didn't do this. Chloe is drowning, and your mother is steering the ship into the rocks. I'm coming to Indianapolis this weekend. We are going to sit down in one room, face to face, and we are going to fix this mess. Do not engage with them until I get there. I agreed. But unfortunately, Chloe wasn't willing to wait. Wednesday evening, I pulled into my apartment complex after picking Leo up from after-school care. Sitting on the concrete steps leading up to my building was Chloe. She was holding 2-year-old Noah on her hip, and she had this perfectly rehearsed look of devastated sadness on her face. I told Leo to run inside and start his homework, promising I'd be right behind him. I walked up the steps and stopped a few feet away from my sister. Maya, please, Chloe started, her voice trembling perfectly on cue. We need to talk. I don't understand why you are doing this to me. I'm your sister. Did you know Mom and Dad were going to skip Leo's birthday to come to your party? I asked point blank. No pleasantries, no warm-up. Chloe shifted uncomfortably, looking down at the concrete. They wanted to be there for Mason and Lily. Leo had his little arcade thing. I didn't think it was a big deal. You had yours, we had ours. You had yours, we had ours. I repeated, the anger boiling over. As if a $200 laser tag party and a $3,000 venue with a petting zoo and our parents' undivided attention are the exact same thing. My son saw the photos, Chloe. He thinks his grandparents love your kids more. And right now, I have absolutely no evidence to prove him wrong. For a split second, the rehearsed sadness dropped, and I saw a flash of genuine guilt. But Chloe has never been able to take accountability, so she immediately deflected. Well, she snapped, her tone turning venomous. Maybe if you had just given Mom and Dad the money for their bathroom renovation like they asked, they wouldn't have been so mad at you. They felt disrespected, Maya. I froze. The entire world seemed to stop spinning for a fraction of a second. Excuse me? I whispered. Chloe clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she had said too much, but it was too late. The truth was out. So, it was punishment, I said, my voice shaking with a rage so profound I could barely see straight. Mom asked me for $2,500 that I don't have. I said no. So she intentionally skipped my son's birthday party to punish me, and went to yours instead. And you knew about it. Chloe started backing away. Maya, that's not. Get off my steps, I snarled, stepping toward her. Noah started to fuss, sensing the aggressive energy. Get off my steps right now, Chloe, before I say something I will regret for the rest of my life. You will never see another dime of my money. Ever. She practically ran to her car. I walked into my apartment, locked the door, and leaned against it, shaking violently. The sheer malice of it all was suffocating. My mother had weaponized my child's birthday over a rejected cash grab. Saturday arrived. Uncle Arthur pulled into my apartment complex in his beat-up Ford pickup truck. He gave me a massive, crushing hug, the kind of hug that makes you realize how entirely alone you've been feeling. You ready for this, kiddo? He asked. Not even a little bit, I admitted. Good. Means your head is clear, he chuckled. We drove to my parents' house. Brenda always insists on home court advantage for conflicts. She likes to control the seating, the lighting, and the exits. I had dropped Leo off at my neighbor Mrs. Chin's apartment, where he was currently eating his weight in graham crackers and watching documentaries about octopuses. When Arthur and I walked into the living room, the tension was thick enough to choke on. My dad was sitting in his leather recliner, looking deeply uncomfortable. Chloe was sitting on the sofa, bouncing Noah on her knee, looking like a martyr. Brenda was standing in the kitchen doorway, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her lips pursed into a thin, furious line. Nobody said hello. Arthur didn't waste time. He pulled a wooden dining chair directly into the center of the room, sat down, and laid out the facts with brutal precision. All right, let's cut the theatrics, Arthur started. Maya asked you to attend Leo's birthday. You declined, citing a lack of funds. That exact same day, you attended a wildly expensive party for Chloe's kids. Maya has been financially supporting Chloe to the tune of $500 a month for over a year. Leo saw the photos of you at the party, realized he was intentionally excluded, and was deeply hurt. Maya reacted by cutting off the financial support. Those are the facts. Who wants to start? My dad leaned forward, rubbing his temples. We didn't think about it like that, Arthur. We genuinely weren't trying to hurt Leo. We wanted to help Chloe give her kids a good day. They've had a rough year. If it had stopped there, if they had just offered a genuine apology and admitted their short-sightedness, things might have been salvageable. But Brenda couldn't help herself. Her ego couldn't handle being the villain. The difference, Brenda announced, her voice echoing sharply in the quiet room, is that Chloe's kids need more from us right now. They don't have a father in the picture. Leo has Maya, and Maya handles everything perfectly. Leo is a quiet, easy child. He doesn't need the exact same level of attention. I stared at her, my blood turning to ice. She was literally punishing my son for being well-behaved. She was punishing me for being responsible. And frankly, Brenda continued, doubling down on her own cruelty, Leo is one child. Chloe has 3. It is simple math, Arthur. 3 children require more resources and time than 1. Simple math. My mother had just reduced my son to a fraction. 1/3 the priority, 1/3 the love. She didn't even use his name. She called him one child like he was a defective line item on a budget spreadsheet. I stood up. My chair scraped loudly against the hardwood floor. Mom, I said, my voice eerily calm. Did you seriously just sit there and say my son matters less to you because there is only one of him? That is not what I said, Maya. Stop twisting my words. She snapped defensively. That is exactly what you said, Brenda, Arthur interjected, his voice dropping into his authoritative fire chief tone. That is one of the most disgusting things I have ever heard a grandmother say. And I've known you for 62 years. Brenda's face flushed a dark, angry red. You are all ganging up on me. I am trying to hold this family together. I didn't go to Leo's party because we literally could not afford to buy him a gift, and I was too embarrassed to show up empty-handed. But you could afford to help fund a petting zoo? I fired back. Chloe told me you helped pay for that massive party, Mom. You told me money was tight, and then you turned around and spent hundreds, if not thousands, on a venue and a DJ. My dad's head snapped up. He looked at Brenda, utter confusion washing over his face. Hold on, what are you talking about, Maya? I frowned, looking at my dad. The party, Dad. Chloe's party. Mom helped pay for it. No, she didn't, my dad said firmly. Chloe paid for that party with her tax refund. Brenda and I are completely broke right now. The room went dead silent. Chloe suddenly looked terrified, clutching Noah tightly to her chest. Brenda's angry red face instantly drained of all color. She looked like she was going to pass out. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He smelled smoke, and he was hunting for the fire. Maya, Arthur said slowly, never taking his eyes off Brenda. Tell Thomas about the phone call, the one from 2 months ago. I looked at my dad, who was now gripping the armrests of his recliner. Dad. 2 months ago, Mom called me. She said you guys were redoing the master bathroom, and the contractor needed an extra $2,500. She demanded I give it to her. When I said I couldn't afford it, she got furious and told me Chloe would have found a way. My dad stood up slowly. He is a big man, and when he stands up like that, the entire room feels smaller. He looked at Brenda, who was physically shrinking back against the kitchen counter. Brenda, my dad said, his voice trembling with a terrifying, suppressed rage. We are not redoing the master bathroom. We haven't even spoken about redoing the master bathroom in 5 years. What, $2,500? Brenda started stammering. Thomas, please, I can explain. It's not what it sounds like. What, $2,500, Brenda? He roared. Even Noah jumped and started crying. Arthur stood up, crossing his arms. Let me take a wild guess. Chloe didn't pay for that party with a tax refund, did she? And Maya, I bet if you checked Chloe's social media closely, you'd notice a lot of new luxury items over the last few months. I blinked, my mind racing. She bought a purebred French bulldog puppy 2 months ago. She said a friend gave it to her. And she's been taking weekend trips to a spa in Michigan. My dad turned his furious gaze to Chloe. How are you affording spa trips and purebred dogs, Chloe? Maya has been paying your electric bill. Chloe burst into theatrical, hyperventilating tears, burying her face in the baby's blanket. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Daddy, please don't be mad. Tell me the truth. My dad bellowed. Through her hysterical sobbing, the sickening, twisted truth finally spilled out, and it was so much worse than I could have ever imagined. Chloe's ex-husband, Derek, hadn't vanished. Well, he had. But the state of Arizona had finally caught up with him 8 months ago. They garnished his wages. Chloe had been receiving a court-ordered $1,200 a month in child support for the last 8 months. But Chloe didn't tell me. She didn't tell me because she knew if she did, I would stop sending her my hard-earned $500 a month. She decided to double dip. She took Derek's $1,200, plus my $500, and she started living way beyond her means. She racked up massive credit card debt buying designer clothes for her kids, the French bulldog, the spa trips, and ultimately, the insane $3,000 birthday party. Eventually, the credit card companies came knocking. Chloe panicked and confessed everything to Brenda. Instead of making Chloe face the consequences, Brenda decided to cover it up so my dad wouldn't find out. My dad handles the household finances, so Brenda couldn't just take money from their joint checking account. So, what did my mother do? She went to a predatory lending company and took out a secret $25,000 personal loan using her car as collateral. She used the loan to pay off Chloe's credit card debt and fund the lavish birthday party. But the interest rates on the loan were astronomical. When the first massive balloon payment came due, Brenda panicked. She needed $2,500 to cover the payment before the lenders contacted my dad. She tried to extort the $2,500 from me under the guise of a bathroom remodel. When I refused because I was saving for a house, Brenda was furious. She felt I was abandoning the family. To punish me, she convinced my dad that I was being deeply disrespectful, and that they should skip Leo's laser tag party to go support Chloe instead. My dad fell back into his recliner, putting his face in his hands. He looked utterly destroyed. He had missed his grandson's birthday, broken the heart of a little boy who idolized him, all because his wife was orchestrating a massive financial fraud to protect their golden child. You lied to me, my dad whispered, looking at Brenda with pure disgust. You put a lien on your car? You let Maya bleed herself dry for a year while Chloe was cashing child support checks? And you used my grandson as a pawn to punish Maya for not paying your secret debts? Brenda was sobbing now, sliding down the kitchen cabinet to sit on the floor. I was just trying to protect my baby. Chloe made a mistake. I didn't want you to hate her. I don't hate her, my dad said, his voice completely dead, but I cannot look at either of you right now. He turned to me. Tears were streaming down his weathered cheeks. Maya, God, Maya, I am so sorry. I am so incredibly sorry. I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know about the money. She told me we couldn't afford a gift for Leo, and I was so ashamed I couldn't bear to show up empty-handed. I should have been there. I failed you, and I failed that little boy. I believed him. For the first time in this entire nightmare, I saw genuine, unadulterated remorse. Arthur took control of the room. Here is what happens now, he announced, pointing at Brenda and Chloe. Chloe, you are going to sell that damn dog, you are going to get a job, and you are going to pay back every single penny of that loan. Brenda, you are handing over all financial control to Thomas immediately. If you try to hide a single cent again, I will personally help Thomas pack your bags. He turned to my dad. Thomas, you have a lot of work to do to fix what you broke with Leo. You don't buy his forgiveness, you earn it with time. My dad nodded vigorously, wiping his eyes. I will. I swear I will. I looked at my sister, who was still sobbing on the couch, and my mother, weeping on the floor. I didn't feel angry anymore. I just felt a profound, overwhelming pity. They were so consumed by their own selfish, twisted dynamic that they had destroyed the entire family. I'm done, I said quietly, picking up my purse. Chloe, do not ever contact me for money again. Mom, you are not welcome at my home, until I say otherwise. Dad, you know where we live. If you want to see Leo, you come alone. I walked out the front door, the spring air hitting my face like a cool towel. Arthur followed me out, placing a heavy, reassuring hand on my shoulder. You did good, kid, he said. You broke the cycle. It's been 3 months since the family meeting. Families don't magically heal like in the movies. You don't just hug it out and pretend a $25,000 betrayal didn't happen. But things have fundamentally changed. My dad took Arthur's advice to heart. He didn't try to buy Leo's love. Instead, the very next Saturday, he showed up at my apartment with a massive, complex model rocket kit. He sat at our tiny kitchen table with Leo for 4 hours, carefully gluing plastic fins and explaining aerodynamics. He has come over every single weekend since. Last week, they took the rocket to an open field and launched it. I watched from Barnaby the Corolla as Leo cheered, jumping up and down, hugging his chief. My dad looked over at me with tears in his eyes. He is putting in the work, and Leo is slowly realizing that his grandfather is choosing him again. Chloe was forced to face reality. My dad completely cut her off. She had to sell the luxury items, she got a job as a receptionist at a local clinic, and she is slowly paying off the massive loan she forced Brenda to take out. We barely speak. When we do, it is strictly about the kids. I miss my nieces and nephew, but I do not miss the financial terrorism. Brenda is on a strict information diet. I allow her to see Leo once a month, supervised, in a public place. She tries to make her little passive-aggressive comments, but the second she does, I pack Leo up and leave. She is terrified of losing access completely, so she is slowly learning to keep her mouth shut. It's not perfect, but it's peaceful. And the best part? Without the $500 a month draining my account, and without the constant emotional stress weighing me down, I finally hit my savings goal. Last month, I signed the closing papers on a beautiful, 2-bedroom townhouse. It has a small fenced-in backyard, big windows that let in tons of natural light, and a dedicated parking spot for Barnaby. Leo picked out the paint for his new room, a bright, obnoxious ocean blue. Moving day was exhausting. Uncle Arthur drove his truck over and hauled boxes all afternoon. My dad assembled Leo's new bed and mounted the TV. As we were unpacking the final boxes in the living room, Leo ran in, holding a framed photo. It was a picture of him and my dad from the rocket launch, both of them covered in dirt and grinning like absolute maniacs. Can we put this right here, Mom? Leo asked, pointing to the center of the mantel. Right in the middle, I smiled, taking the photo and setting it perfectly in place. We are going to be just fine. Abandoned, at 11, bio dad. Returned, 23 years later for my $32.5 million inheritance. I destroyed his life with one manila folder. He wept. I grew up in a wealthy, aggressively manicured suburb of Seattle, where the lawns were clipped to exactly 2 inches and fathers measured their total worth by the sons who would carry on their names. My biological father, Richard Vance, fit that toxic mold with terrifying perfection. He was a high-level wealth management executive, who spoke very little, but expected absolute, unquestioning obedience. His word wasn't just law in our house, it was gravity. You couldn't escape it. My mother, Helen, was a woman who had folded herself so incredibly small to fit into my father's life that she practically ceased to exist. She stayed home, smoothing over his sharp edges with quiet, nervous smiles, never arguing, never challenging him, and living as though her only conceivable purpose on this earth was to keep his household running without a single hiccup. My 2 older brothers, Michael and David, seemed to physically glow under his heavy gaze. Michael, already a teenager when I was just learning to walk, earned thunderous applause for his ruthless aggression on the football field and his cutthroat grades. David, closer to me in age, received towering gold trophies and endless, booming encouragement for his strategic mind in chess and his dominance in debate club. Their victories were celebrated at the sprawling mahogany dinner table with roaring laughter, clinking glasses, and heavy-handed praise. My victories? Report cards with flawless, straight A's and state-level science fair ribbons were acknowledged with a dismissive, tight-lipped nod before my father would seamlessly turn the conversation back to the boys. I tried so desperately to match them. I studied until my eyes blurred. I ran faster in gym class until my lungs burned. I even begged for toy tool sets and model rocket kits instead of dolls, foolishly thinking that maybe, just maybe, if I acted enough like a son, my father would finally look at me and truly see me. But the approval never came. It was a phantom I was chasing in the dark. My mother's tragic answer to my sorrow was to pull me into the kitchen, teaching me to cook heavy roasts, to fold his starched laundry with military precision, and to keep a massive house in absolute, sterile order. "These are the skills that will make you valuable one day, Clara," she told me once, her voice barely a whisper over the running faucet. She didn't mean valuable to myself. She meant valuable to a husband, valuable to someone else. The fragile dynamic of our house shattered completely when I was 10. My mother became pregnant again. The moment the stick showed 2 lines, my father declared with absolute, terrifying certainty that the baby would be a boy. He didn't even wait for the ultrasound. He hired contractors to paint the nursery a deep, royal blue before my mother was even showing a bump. He bought tiny baseball gloves and miniature tailored suits. And when my little brother, Leo, was finally born, my father treated the infant as undeniable proof of his own divine destiny. He posed for hundreds of glossy photographs, passed out expensive imported cigars to his golf buddies, and openly called this red-faced infant the family's true future. I was 11 years old by then. I was old enough to understand the shifting atmospheric pressure in the house. I was old enough to realize that I had officially become unnecessary. The morning they finally told me, the sky over Seattle was a bruised, damp gray, the kind of bitter, biting weather that usually meant thick wool blankets and hot chocolate by the fireplace. Instead, my father cleared his throat over a breakfast of dry toast and black coffee, and announced in a voice devoid of any human emotion that I would soon be living with a better-suited family. He spoke as if he were finalizing a mundane portfolio transfer at the bank, not actively discarding his only daughter. My mother sat frozen beside him, her dull eyes lowered to her porcelain plate, her trembling fingers violently twisting the hem of her floral apron. At first, my young mind couldn't process the sheer cruelty of it. I thought it was a temporary punishment. I thought that maybe if I dropped to my knees and apologized for not being enough, for being too loud, too quiet, too curious, too much of a girl, they would change their minds. I promised to clean the gutters, to never ask for a single toy again, to sleep in the unfinished basement so I wouldn't take up space. But their terrifying calmness left absolutely no room for negotiation. My father looked at his gold Rolex and gave me exactly until noon to pack. 1. Suitcase, he commanded, his voice like cracking ice. Only what is strictly essential. We are leaving at 12:30. I walked up the sweeping staircase to my room in a suffocating daze, staring at the pale yellow walls that had never truly felt like mine. I opened my massive closet and stared at the neat rows of frilly dresses I hated, the pristine school sweaters, the expensive shoes that pinched my toes. What was essential when your entire life was being erased? I mechanically folded 3 changes of clothes, slid in the battered paperback books I had read until their spines were splitting, and tucked my worn, one-eyed stuffed bear into the dark corner of the luggage. On the very top, I placed a silver-framed photograph from a Christmas vacation 3 years prior, the last photo taken before Leo was born. In it, we looked almost, nearly, like a real family. I needed to take it with me. I wanted tangible proof that once, for a fleeting moment, I had belonged somewhere. That miserable afternoon, they drove me in suffocating silence to downtown Seattle and parked outside a squat, depressing brick building with a faded, peeling sign, Child Protective Services. The social worker who met us at the heavy glass door had a scratched clipboard and a deeply tired, sympathetic smile that didn't reach her eyes. My father filled out the voluntary surrender forms briskly, his pen scratching loudly against the paper. He cited irreconcilable behavioral differences and severe family incompatibility. He handed over my small suitcase, shook the social worker's hand like he was closing a lucrative real estate deal, and turned around. My mother hugged me exactly once, a rigid bird-like embrace, whispering into my hair that I would understand when I was older and wiser. Then, they walked out the glass doors, got into their sleek silver Mercedes, and drove away. They never looked back. Not once. That first night in the emergency group home, I lay awake on a narrow, sagging cot that smelled sharply of industrial bleach and old sweat, clutching that silver-framed photo violently against my chest. In the suffocating darkness, surrounded by the quiet sobs of other discarded children, I made a silent, ironclad promise to myself. I would never, ever again beg anyone to love me, and I would never forget the exact day I learned what my life was supposedly worth. The group home was only the beginning of a brutal, years-long nightmare. Within 3 weeks, I was placed in my first foster family, a chaotic, crowded, rotting house on the outskirts of Tacoma where 7 other traumatized children already shared far too little space. The older kids ruthlessly bullied the younger ones for scraps of food, and the foster parents operated much more like exhausted prison wardens than actual caregivers. Meals were chaotic, loud, and scarce. Beds were crammed into damp rooms with violently peeling wallpaper. I quickly learned the ultimate survival tactic: to keep my head down, to stay absolutely silent, and to vanish entirely into the background where no one could single me out for abuse. When that nightmare placement inevitably collapsed under the weight of a state investigation, I was shipped to a wealthy, childless couple in their late 40s who spoke incredibly gently at first. They called me sweetheart, bought me expensive new shoes, and gave me my own room. For exactly 3 weeks, I foolishly thought maybe this was what a real family was supposed to feel like. Warm dinners, questions about my school day, a soft, inviting atmosphere. But by the second month, their thin patience evaporated. They didn't want a traumatized preteen with deep emotional scars. They wanted a blank slate. They wanted a toddler, someone pliable enough to mold into the perfect baby they had never been able to conceive. At 12 years old, I was already far too independent, too quiet, too broken. One rainy Tuesday morning, I was packed up again like a defective, unwanted parcel and sent right back to the agency. The next stop was a sterile, tidy suburban home with locked cabinets and an obsession with rules. The parents were incredibly punctual with chores and meager allowances, but their greedy eyes lingered on the monthly state stipend checks far more than on the vulnerable children they took in. I was nothing but a line item in their monthly household budget, another mouth that actively earned them a profit. Their tight smiles never once reached their eyes, and I completely stopped expecting them to. In those dark years, my entire strategy became survival through total erasure. I folded myself into the dusty corners of rooms, filled dozens of notebooks with careful, obsessive schoolwork, and actively avoided asking for anything beyond what was strictly required to keep my heart beating. Teachers constantly praised me for being remarkably studious, but none of them possessed the insight to see that my deafening silence was not discipline. It was a fortified defense mechanism. The only human being who ever seemed to notice the girl behind the wall was my assigned social worker, Maria Gomez. She arrived exactly once a month with her scratched clipboard and sharp, intelligent eyes that missed absolutely nothing. "You're incredibly bright, Clara," she told me one afternoon, leaning across the sticky table in the agency's fluorescent-lit office. "But you're hiding behind those perfect grades. You're building a fortress." I didn't answer her. I didn't know how to speak without crying, so I chose not to speak at all. And yet, a tiny, buried part of me wondered what she saw that others did not. That question lingered heavily in the air as she began to casually mention a man named R.Studio. Maria told me about him on a particularly gray afternoon when I was 13. "His name is Arthur," she said, tapping her pen thoughtfully against my thick, depressing file. "He lives just outside the city, in a massive craftsman house with entirely too much space for one retired man. He's 65, a widower, a former structural engineer. He has no children of his own. He wants to foster an older child." I nodded, completely unmoved. I had heard grand, empty promises like that a dozen times before. A week later, I sat stiffly, terrified, in the passenger seat of Maria's rusted sedan as we turned down a long, tree-lined drive that ended in front of a breathtaking, sprawling craftsman-style home with wide, sheltering eaves, and a deep, welcoming wraparound porch. R.Studio was already waiting for us, leaning casually against the wooden railing with a quiet patience that seemed deeply practiced. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his thick silver hair swept neatly back, his eyes a warm, pale blue that met mine without forcing a fake, overly enthusiastic smile. Instead of the usual high-pitched baby talk foster parents used, he simply extended a calloused hand and said, "You must be Clara. I've been hoping to meet you. Come on inside, the tea is getting cold." He didn't ask me to perform. He didn't sit me down and run through an exhausting list of strict house rules. Instead, he just walked me through the quiet, sunlit rooms. The wooden floors were polished with genuine care, the towering walls were lined with thousands of fascinating books, and the entire house smelled of cedar wood, old paper, and something faintly herbal simmering on the massive kitchen stove. When he opened the heavy oak door to the bedroom that could be mine, he didn't show off a perfectly decorated sterile space. He simply pointed to the blank walls and said, "I haven't painted it yet. I thought you might want to choose the colors yourself. It's your space, after all." Thanks for watching. No adult had ever asked me what I wanted before. In the tense, anxious weeks that followed, I tested Arthur with brutal, punishing silence. I expected him to snap, to yell, to call Maria and demand I be removed. He answered my silence with unwavering, steady presence. When horrific night terrors jolted me awake at 3 a.m., screaming about my father's cold eyes, I would find Arthur sitting quietly in the hallway outside my door with a steaming mug of hot chocolate. Reading a book? Just making sure I knew I wasn't alone. When I violently struggled with a complex math problem, and threw my pencil across the room in a trauma-induced rage, he didn't scold me. He calmly picked up the pencil, sat beside me at the table, and worked through the numbers until the problem made perfect sense. One rainy Saturday, I found him in the large, detached garage, carefully measuring and cutting thick planks of rich mahogany wood. "A new bookshelf," he explained, wiping sawdust from his brow. I noticed you keep your books stacked on the floor. I figured your stories deserved a proper, sturdy home. It was the small, consistent things that began to miraculously unravel my ironclad defenses. The way he proudly placed my amateur architectural sketches on the refrigerator, with heavy magnets. The way he never, ever, hurried my words when I finally dared to speak them out loud. At 14 years old, I finally learned what genuine, unconditional steadiness looked like. The day the family court finally finalized my official adoption, Maria smiled through happy tears as the judge banged his gavel and declared my new, legal name, Clara Sterling. I held the crisp, embossed legal papers in my trembling hands, but it was Arthur's quiet, deeply proud nod from across the courtroom that truly anchored my soul. For the first time in my entire existence, permanence felt entirely possible, and the heavy, warm weight of true belonging settled over my shoulders like a thick blanket I hadn't even known I was freezing without. Arthur had a magical way of opening the massive world to me without ever making it feel like a forced lesson. One crisp autumn Saturday, he drove us deep into the city, and we walked through the grand, echoing halls of the Seattle Central Library. He pointed out the aggressive, geometric lines of the steel staircases, the delicate balance of the massive glass windows, the brilliant way natural light seemed to deliberately follow us from room to room. Architecture, Clara, he told me, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space, isn't just about throwing up walls and roofs. It's about deliberately shaping how people feel inside a space. It's about making them feel safe. Those weekend trips planted a massive, unshakable seed in me. I began obsessively sketching in thick, leather-bound notebooks not just simple houses, but entire interconnected neighborhoods, inventing brilliant new ways to make them warmer, safer, more alive. Arthur bought me expensive drafting pencils, massive rolls of vellum graph paper, and professional drafting boards, never once questioning whether this was just a fleeting childhood phase. He simply encouraged my passion as though he already knew exactly where it would lead me. High school tested me in completely different, terrifying ways. I still carried the dark, heavy instinct to disappear into the background, but slowly, with Arthur's guidance, I learned how to firmly stand my ground. My best friend, Chloe, barged into my quiet life in 10th grade, sliding aggressively into the seat next to me in the silent library and loudly announcing we would be partners for a massive history project. She was wildly confident, fiercely outspoken, and utterly impossible to ignore. Somehow, she decided I was worth knowing, and against my own deeply ingrained caution, I let her stay. For the first time, I had a peer who asked about my life not because she had to, but because she genuinely wanted to. Therapy saved my life, too. Dr. Bennett's office was a sanctuary, filled with towering plants and soft, oversized chairs, a safe place where my long silences were never punished. She gently guided me back through the dark, terrifying years I had violently tried to bury, constantly reminding me that my biological parents' cruel rejection said absolutely everything about their own broken limits, and absolutely nothing about my worth. Slowly, painfully, I started believing her. By my senior year, the impossible happened. A thick, heavy envelope arrived in the mail. A letter from the University of California, Berkeley's prestigious architecture program. Acceptance, printed in bold, undeniable letters. Arthur wept. He actually wept. He framed the letter in solid oak and hung it dead center in the living room, proudly telling the mailman, the grocery clerk, and anyone who visited that his brilliant daughter was headed to California to build the future. By my early 30s, I had fully found my rhythm in the world. I was back in Seattle, and my ambitious designs were no longer just messy sketches in old notebooks. They were massive physical structures standing tall across the Pacific Northwest, innovative community centers with soaring walls of reinforced glass, domestic violence shelters designed to feel like luxury retreats, and affordable housing complexes with lush, green courtyards where broken neighbors could gather and heal. Prestigious awards came flooding in. Massive feature articles in local and national architectural papers were published. I received lucrative invitations to speak at massive industry conferences. Yet, every single achievement felt hollow and incomplete, unless I could share it with Arthur. He remained my absolute anchor, always sitting in the very front row at my grand openings, his pride radiating from him, steady and quiet. It was during one of those massive ribbon-cutting celebrations that I first noticed the terrifying change. He clapped for me, but his strong, calloused hands trembled violently. Later that night, at a celebratory dinner, he just pushed his expensive steak around his plate, his usually robust appetite completely gone. When I anxiously asked if he was okay, he brushed it off with a gentle, self-deprecating joke about old age finally catching up to his stubborn bones. 3 weeks later, the horrific truth arrived like a thunderclap that shattered my entire universe. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer. It had already spread to his liver. The terminal diagnosis shattered me into a million pieces, but Arthur seemed almost peacefully calm. We can't choose the length of the road we walk, Clara, he said softly, holding my trembling hand in the sterile white glare of the oncologist's office. We can only choose how we walk it. He absolutely refused aggressive, agonizing chemotherapy treatments that would only steal what little, precious quality time he had left. Instead, he chose to go home, and I chose to completely halt my booming career to be his full-time caretaker. Our beautiful, sprawling craftsman house became a quiet place of measured, precious days. Mornings were strictly filled with complex medication schedules, managing his pain, and sipping Earl Grey tea in the bright sunroom. Afternoons, we revisited massive, dusty photo albums, his raspy voice weaving the stories of his past into something tangible I could carry forward. In the dark evenings, when the brutal cancer pain pressed the hardest against his fading body, I sat closely beside his bed and read his favorite books aloud. My steady voice filling the silence that had once terrified me as an abandoned child, but now felt like a thick shield of protection. Even as his physical body rapidly weakened, his brilliant mind remained razor-sharp. He constantly asked about my paused architectural projects, fiercely urged me to keep building, and constantly reminded me that my work mattered to the world. On one incredibly quiet, devastating night, when the heavy Seattle rain tapped rhythmically against the bedroom windows, he weakly reached out and took my hand. His breathing was incredibly shallow. His voice was barely a fragile whisper, but the words he spoke carved themselves permanently into my soul. Build something that outlives us both, my beautiful girl. Promise me. I promise, Dad, I sobbed, finally calling him the name he had earned 1,000 times over. I stayed completely still with him until the very end, holding his frail hand as his breathing slowed, stuttered, and finally stopped. I kept whispering into the dark that he had given me infinitely more than any physical blueprint ever could. When the final silence came, it felt like the entire axis of the earth had violently shifted. Yet, buried deep beneath the crushing, suffocating grief, was a steady, undeniable pulse of resolve. The beginning of a massive promise I would have to keep. The agonizing weeks after Arthur's passing blurred together in a dark haze of tearful condolences, funeral arrangements, and endless legal paperwork. I moved through it all as if I were swimming underwater, every single step slowed by the heavy weight of grief. When Arthur's estate lawyer finally called me to his downtown office, I expected little more than standard formalities. I knew I would inherit his beautiful house, his modest savings account, and perhaps a few personal, sentimental belongings. What I absolutely did not expect was the staggering, impossible number written in bold black ink across the final page of his will and trust documents. Arthur had left absolutely everything to me. His home, his massive hidden investment portfolios, the massive compounding remnants of the highly successful engineering firm he had quietly sold decades before I even met him. Altogether, the estate amounted to exactly $32.5 million. For a long, dizzying moment, I just stared at the astronomical figure on the crisp paper, completely unable to reconcile it with the humble man who strictly preferred wearing faded flannel shirts, old gardening gloves, and driving a 10-year-old Subaru. He had never, ever lived lavishly. His greatest joys had been found in used books, quiet home-cooked dinners, and my company. To suddenly learn he had secretly carried this kind of immense, generational wealth, all along made me realize how little I had ever understood the sheer, massive scale of his sacrifices. He had quietly saved, aggressively invested, and fiercely protected his fortune for decades, and now, he was entrusting the entire empire to me. Unfortunately, immense wealth attracts vultures, and news of that magnitude travels incredibly fast. Within days, local business papers and online blogs ran the sensational story. Local architect inherits massive sterling fortune. My face, pulled without permission from my firm's website, appeared beside flashy headlines I never asked for, and deeply resented. Colleagues offered stiff, awkward congratulations. Complete strangers treated me like a walking lottery ticket, and old acquaintances suddenly flooded my inbox, loudly hinting at new investment opportunities. At night, I lay awake in the massive, quiet house, the walls feeling so much heavier without Arthur's warm presence. The immense wealth didn't soften the agonizing loss of my father, it sharpened it into a blade. The money felt less like a gift and more like a terrifying, crushing responsibility, a massive weight pressing down on me to prove I was truly worthy of what he had built. I walked through his dusty study one evening, running my fingers along the cracked spines of the books we had once read together. The fortune was his final, greatest lesson. I realized in that quiet moment that Arthur hadn't left me $32.5 million to selfishly spend on luxury cars or vacations. He had left me the ultimate means to keep building, to honor the massive promise I had made at his deathbed. It was exactly then that the heavy brass doorbell rang, its sharp sound cutting violently through the quiet house, pulling me into a dark, twisted chapter I hadn't ever anticipated. 3 months after the flashy headlines had faded, I was finally beginning to find a functional rhythm again. I split my exhausting time between managing my architectural firm and painstakingly sorting through Arthur's massive collection of belongings, boxing what could be donated, and fiercely protecting the pieces that still smelled faintly of his cedar cologne. One rainy Tuesday afternoon, the doorbell rang again. Through the intricate leaded glass of the front door, I saw a man in his late 60s. He was wearing a sharply tailored but slightly outdated suit. He looked deeply worn at the edges, his posture a mix of forced confidence and underlying desperation. When I cautiously opened the door just a crack, the man spoke a name I hadn't heard in 23 years. "Clara, it's me, your father, Richard Vance." All the air violently left my lungs. The world tilted. He looked so much smaller than the terrifying, booming giant I remembered from my childhood. His frame was slouched, his hair was thinning and gray, and his face was lined deeply with years of stress. Yet, the toxic, suffocating arrogance still violently lingered in the exact way he immediately tried to push his way past me into my home. Behind him stood a much younger, slickly dressed man holding a leather briefcase, clearly a lawyer. Richard offered a stiff, heavily rehearsed smile that made my stomach aggressively churn. "I've been desperately looking for you for years, Clara," he lied smoothly, his eyes darting greedily over the expensive details of my entryway. "When I read in the papers about your recent windfall, I knew it was a sign from God. It's finally time to make things right. Family belongs together." I didn't step back. I didn't invite them into my sanctuary. I stood firmly in the doorway, blocking their path, and let him talk on the damp porch. His hollow words tumbled out in a practiced rush about past regrets, forgivable mistakes, and how true family should always forgive and share their blessings. His sleazy lawyer actually cleared his throat and dared to speak of reconciliation, shared legacy, and pooling resources for the Vance family empire. My knuckles turned stark white as my hands tightened around the heavy oak doorframe. As I listened to his pathetic, transparent speech, a chilling realization washed over me. This was not a father feeling genuine remorse for abandoning his 11-year-old daughter to the horrors of the state foster system. This was a calculated, desperate strategy. "Leave your card," I said, my voice completely devoid of emotion, cutting him off mid-sentence. "I will contact you." Before he could argue, I slammed the heavy door in his face and engaged the deadbolt. That exact same night, I called the most ruthless, highly rated private investigator in Seattle. If Richard Vance had magically reappeared after 23 years of absolute, dead silence exactly when I inherited $32 million, I wanted the absolute, unfiltered truth of his current life. A week later, a thick, heavy manila folder landed on my desk. The PI's comprehensive report was a masterpiece of absolute destruction. Richard Vance was completely, utterly ruined. The report detailed a staggering mountain of hidden gambling debts tied to offshore casinos. His massive, pristine suburban house had been aggressively foreclosed on 3 years ago. He had been quietly fired from his prestigious wealth management firm for embezzling client funds to cover his massive losses, barely escaping federal prison through a quiet settlement. My mother, Helen, had finally snapped and divorced him 5 years ago, moving to Ohio and changing her name. And my brothers? The golden sons he had thrown me away to protect? Michael, the oldest, was currently under federal indictment for a massive crypto fraud scheme and had legally severed all ties with Richard to protect his own remaining assets. David, the middle brother, had suffered a massive mental breakdown from Richard's suffocating pressure, dropped out of college, and was currently working as a barista in Portland, completely estranged. And Leo? The precious baby boy whose birth was the direct catalyst for my abandonment? Leo was a 2-3-year-old chronic addict who had totaled 3 of Richard's luxury cars, stolen his remaining retirement funds, and was currently sitting in a county jail awaiting trial for grand theft. The pathetic image was finally complete. This was absolutely not a man returning to mend broken family bonds. This was a starving, desperate parasite aggressively circling the scent of fresh money. And for the very first time since I was a terrified little girl, I felt absolutely zero need to beg for his approval. I held his entire life in my hands. When his sleazy lawyer called me again the next day to aggressively request a formal meeting to discuss asset integration, I immediately agreed. But I didn't agree to reconcile. I agreed to completely destroy him. We met on a gloomy Thursday morning in the massive, polished, glass-walled conference room at my own estate lawyer's high-rise office in downtown Seattle. Richard arrived 15 minutes late, loudly swaggering into the room as if the strategic delay were meant to firmly establish his dominance and importance. His lawyer confidently sat down his worn leather briefcase, and Richard leaned far back in his plush leather chair, steepling his fingers with the smug, sickening air of a man completely convinced he held the upper hand over his naive little girl. "You've clearly done quite well for yourself, Clara," Richard began, his voice carrying the exact same sharp, condescending edge I vividly remembered from my childhood. But at the end of the day, blood counts for everything. That fortune you stumbled into is fundamentally part of the Vance family legacy, whether you want to admit it or not. I am prepared to offer you a position on the board of my new investment firm, in exchange for a 50% capital injection from your trust. I sat in complete, deafening silence. I let him speak for a full 10 minutes, quietly watching as he desperately dressed his greedy demands in manipulative words, like family, heritage, duty, and loyalty. When he finally finished his pathetic pitch and leaned forward, waiting for my eager compliance, I didn't say a word. I simply picked up the thick manila folder the PI had given me, and I slowly slid it across the polished mahogany table. Richard frowned, his smug smile slipping slightly as he opened the cover. Pages and pages of his catastrophic debts, his humiliating foreclosures, his legal settlements, his firing documents, and the criminal records of his golden sons, lay completely exposed under the bright fluorescent lights. I watched the exact moment. His entire world crumbled. The color violently drained from his face, leaving him a sickening, pale gray. His hands began to shake, not with the gentle tremor of Arthur's illness, but with the violent, pathetic shaking of a cornered coward. You legally forfeited any and all claim to me the exact day you signed those surrender papers at CPS 23 years ago, I said, my voice as steady and cold as a steel beam. You threw me away like garbage because I wasn't a boy. You never once looked for me. You let me rot in abusive homes. You only remembered my name when you saw a dollar sign next to it in the newspaper. I owe you absolutely nothing. His lawyer shifted incredibly uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes darting to the damning documents, instantly sensing that this meeting had catastrophically collapsed and he wasn't getting paid. Richard's fake smile completely vanished, and the raw, ugly desperation finally bled through the performance. So, that's it? He snarled, slamming his fist on the table. You're going to maliciously turn your back on your own flesh and blood? On your father? You're going to let your family drown? You are not my father, I replied, standing up slowly, towering over him in the space. Arthur Sterling was my father. You are just a bankrupt stranger, who shares some of my DNA. I will offer you exactly one thing, Richard. I will fully fund a 90-day inpatient rehab facility for Leo. Nothing more. Not a single red cent for you, not a dime for your debts, and absolutely nothing for your ego. If you want a future, it won't be funded by the daughter you threw away. Richard's face hardened into a mask of pure, impotent rage, but he said absolutely nothing more. He knew he was completely defeated. He grabbed his coat and stormed out of the glass room, his lawyer hastily scrambling after him like a whipped dog. As I stood alone in that quiet conference room, looking out over the Seattle skyline, I felt a strange, incredible lightness wash over my entire soul. It was the profound peace that comes from finally deadbolting a heavy door that should have never been opened in the first place. 3 days later, I received a long, deeply emotional email from David, my middle brother. He had read about the inheritance, and then Richard had furiously called him, screaming about my betrayal. David's words were hesitant, broken, but incredibly sincere. He apologized profusely for being violently silent when we were children, for not protecting me when he was older and should have known better, and he admitted how deeply Richard had destroyed his life too. We agreed to meet for coffee in Portland next month, cautious, heavily guarded, but willing to take the first tentative, fragile step toward a bond that had been left unfinished. It was a gentle reminder that some doors, when carefully opened, might still lead somewhere worth walking. But the most important part of this story isn't my revenge. The greatest idea came to me slowly at first, like a seed pressing through dark soil. With my incredible father Arthur gone, and the massive $32.5 million inheritance sitting heavier than I could ever carry alone, I knew the money had to mean vastly more than just lifelong financial stability for me. It had to be physically transformed into something monumental that would permanently honor the incredible man who had actively chosen me when my own blood had thrown me away. That is exactly how the Sterling Foundation for Foster Futures was born. Using my architectural firm and Arthur's massive fortune, we bought a massive plot of land in Seattle and built our very first flagship project. It wasn't just a building, it was a sanctuary. We designed and constructed 50 stunning, light-filled units of premium, fully funded housing specifically for young adults who are aging out of the brutal foster care system. The complex features a massive, state-of-the-art community center downstairs, a fully stocked library, a career training hub, and free, on-site trauma counseling services. I walked through the empty, echoing halls the night before the grand opening, running my hands lovingly along the freshly painted walls, deeply remembering the terrifying nights I had spent shivering in those dark group homes, desperate for permanence. Now, right here in the city that broke me, stood a massive, beautiful place specifically designed to give others the exact belonging I had once been so cruelly denied. The day of the official ribbon cutting, the Seattle sky was brilliantly, impossibly clear. I stood at the wooden podium with the press gathered, my name still relatively new to them, but my life's mission already burning violently alive inside my chest. I spoke passionately of Arthur Sterling. I spoke of the beautiful, safe life he had painstakingly built for me, and of the unbreakable promise I had made on his deathbed to carry his light forward into the dark. Family is absolutely not defined by blood. I told the massive crowd, my voice booming, steady and clear over the microphones. Blood is an accident of biology. Family is defined by choice, by unwavering commitment, and by unconditional love. And when we actively choose to protect each other, we build something infinitely stronger than any biological inheritance. We build a future. As the massive red ribbon fell to the ground and thunderous applause rose around me, I reached up and tightly gripped the small silver key pendant Arthur had given me on the day of my adoption. It warmed instantly against my palm, no longer just a fragile symbol of a home he had graciously opened for me, but a shining beacon of the hundreds of doors that were now being permanently opened for others. When absolute fortune and ultimate freedom finally land in your hands after a lifetime of pain, you get to decide. Which future will you choose to build, and exactly who will you build it for? Stepdad played the grieving widower. A secret key revealed. He murdered my dad. For $5.2 million. I destroyed his life. In one single morning. The rain came down in aggressive, freezing sheets the morning we buried Clara Vance. And I didn't cry. It wasn't because I didn't love my mother. I loved her deeply, but in that complicated, oxygen-deprived way, you love someone who has never quite told you the truth about who they are, or who you are. I stood at the edge of the open grave in a soaking wet charcoal suit, watching the groundskeepers lower the polished mahogany casket into the dark, wet earth. The smell of the graveyard that day was suffocating wet grass, turned soil, and something else that felt heavy in the air. It smelled like old secrets rotting through at last, finally exposed to the elements. Arthur Vance stood directly beside me. He was straight-backed, impeccably dressed in a custom-tailored black suit that probably cost more than my car, and playing the role of the grieving widower to absolute perfection. Every sigh, every subtle wipe of his eye, was calibrated for the audience of wealthy partners from his law firm who had braved the storm to pay their respects. During the short graveside service, he had placed a heavy, paternal hand on my shoulder twice. I had physically stepped away each time, feeling a sudden, inexplicable wave of nausea at his touch. We had never been close, but today, his proximity felt physically repulsive. Pastor Thomas Miller performed the committal service. He was a small, frail man nearing 68, with liver-spotted hands that trembled violently as he held his prayer book. But what unsettled me wasn't his frailty, it was his eyes. They kept darting to me throughout the entire ceremony. It wasn't the kind of compassionate glance a pastor gives to a grieving son, it was something entirely different. It was frantic. It was the look of a man carrying a suffocating amount of guilt with absolutely nowhere to put it. When the final prayers were said, and the mourners began dispersing toward their luxury SUVs, Pastor Miller intercepted me under the canopy. He grabbed my forearm with surprising strength. "She only ever called you Leo when something mattered," the pastor whispered, his voice barely audible over the driving rain. My legal name was Leonard, but my mother only used Leo in her most desperate, private moments. "Your real birth certificate is inside," he continued rapidly, his eyes darting toward Arthur, who was busy shaking hands with a judge a few yards away. "Don't open it here. Don't go home. Go tonight. Alone. There's more inside." Everything she couldn't say while she was living. Before I could process a single word, he pressed a small, laminated card into my palm. He squeezed my hand shut around it, gave me one last terrified look, and practically sprinted away through the mud. I looked down at my hand. It was an access card for Pinecrest Storage, Locker 14. Taped to the back of the card was a small brass key. Almost immediately, my phone buzzed in my jacket pocket. It was a text from Arthur. "Leo, don't listen to anyone at the church. Your mother was not in her right mind at the end. Come straight home to the estate. We need to talk about the arrangements." I stared at the glowing screen. I looked up at Arthur's face, a mask of polite sorrow that didn't reach his cold, calculating eyes. Then, I felt the sharp edges of the brass key digging into my palm. I slipped the card and key deep into my inner jacket pocket, ignored his text, and walked out through the freezing rain to my car. I did not drive home. I drove aimlessly for hours, letting the heater blast the dampness out of my suit, waiting for the sun to set. Pinecrest Storage sat on the desolate east edge of town. It was a depressing compound of gray corrugated metal, surrounded by chain-link fencing topped with razor wire, and flickering security lights that threw long, unnatural shadows across the wet pavement. I arrived at exactly 11:15 p.m. The night attendant in the front booth was watching a movie on his phone, heavily invested in the screen, and just waved my car through the gate without even verifying my face or my card. I drove my sedan down the narrow concrete aisles until I found locker 14 at the dead end of the third row. The rain had stopped, leaving a heavy, suffocating humidity in the air. I stepped out of the car, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I peeled the brass key off the back of the access card and slid it into the padlock. It turned with a harsh metallic click. I grabbed the handle and threw the rolling metal door upward. It echoed loudly in the silent compound. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight app, sweeping the beam into the dusty darkness. The locker was completely empty, except for a small cluster of items sitting dead center on the cold concrete floor: a faded black canvas duffel bag, a heavy cardboard document box tied tightly with thick red string, and a medium-sized framed photograph wrapped carefully in brown butcher paper. I dropped to my knees on the cold floor and pulled the items toward me. My hands were shaking. I unwrapped the photograph first, tearing the brown paper away. The flashlight beam illuminated two people I had never seen before in my life. A man and a woman, young, radiant, and laughing effortlessly in front of a sunlit lake. The woman was undeniably my mother, Clara, but she looked so full of life, so completely devoid of the anxious shadow that had hung over her for my entire childhood. But it was the man who made my breath catch in my throat. He had my jawline. He had my exact eye shape. He even had the same slight, peculiar tilt to his fingers that I had always been self-conscious about. I was looking at a ghost of myself. I set the photograph down gently, as if it might shatter, and reached for the document box. I snapped the red string and pulled off the lid. Sitting right on top was a thick manila envelope with my name Leo written in my mother's shaky, deteriorating handwriting. I opened the envelope. The first document I pulled out was a birth certificate. It wasn't a copy, it was an original, certified document, with the raised state seal, completely intact. I read the text, my mind struggling to process the words. Name: Leo Julian Sterling. Mother: Clara Ann Sterling. Father: Julian Thomas Sterling. Not Vance, Sterling. My last name wasn't Vance. I spent the next 45 minutes crouched on that freezing concrete floor, using my phone's flashlight to read through a horrifying hidden history. I found a stack of desperate, unsent letters between my mother and a woman named Evelyn Hayes. I found a copy of a last will and testament belonging to Julian Sterling, dated exactly 34 years ago. The will explicitly named my biological son, Leo Julian Sterling, as the sole and primary heir to the Sterling estate, which was valued at the time at over $5.2 million in commercial property and financial holdings. Then, I found Julian Sterling's death certificate. Cause of death: accidental drowning. Date of death: 34 years ago, just months after I was born. But it was what was stapled to the back of the death certificate that made the world stop spinning. It was a handwritten note on my mother's personal stationery. The ink was smudged, written in a frantic rush. Leo. Arthur knows he arranged it. The accident on the lake was not an accident. I was too terrified to speak. He threatened to take you away from me. He threatened to hurt you. If I am gone before you read this, you must go find Evelyn Hayes. She was there on the lake. She saw the other boat. She saw everything. She has been waiting for you. Forgive me, I was so scared. Signed, Mom. I sat back against the freezing corrugated metal wall of the storage unit and let the absolute silence of the compound expand around me. I felt the cold seeping through my damp suit pants, but I didn't care. I didn't panic. I didn't scream. I didn't have a breakdown. Instead, my mind went completely, terrifyingly cold. I engaged the survival mechanism I had spent my entire adult life honing. I cataloged the facts. Fact 1. My real name was Leo Sterling. Fact 2. My biological father, Julian, had been murdered. Fact 3. The man I had called Dad for 34 years, Arthur Vance, had orchestrated the murder, stolen a $5.2 million estate, married the terrified widow to ensure her silence, legally adopted the infant heir, and buried the truth under a brand new last name. Fact 4. There was a living witness. I packed everything back into the box, loaded it into the trunk of my car, and slammed it shut. The son Arthur Vance had raised was dead. The man driving away from that storage unit was Leo Sterling, and I was going to burn Arthur's entire world to ashes. I didn't go home. I pulled out my phone, typed Evelyn Hayes into a secure search database I use for my work, and started the engine. At 1 a.m., I pulled up to Elias Thorne's apartment. Elias was my oldest friend. We had met in college. He was former military intelligence, honorably discharged, and now ran a highly successful private research and security firm. His business occupied that incredibly useful, murky gray space between strictly legal and very much not. I pounded on his door. He answered in a white t-shirt and gym shorts, a baseball bat held loosely behind his leg. He took one look at my face, lowered the bat, and stepped aside. How bad? Elias asked, his voice gravelly from sleep. Catastrophic, I replied, walking past him and dropping the heavy cardboard box onto his kitchen island. Elias was the kind of man who never asked useless questions before he was fully prepared to handle the answers. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just walked over to his coffee maker, brewed a pot of black coffee, poured 2 mugs, sat down across from me, and said, "Talk." I talked for an hour. I laid out the birth certificate, the death certificate, the will, the photographs, and my mother's confession letter. I watched Elias's face harden as he read through the documents. When I finally finished, the kitchen was dead silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. Elias tapped his finger against the granite countertop. "Arthur Vance has been practicing high-level corporate and family law in this city for nearly 40 years, Leo. He plays golf with the district attorney. He has federal judges on his Christmas card list. You can't just walk into a police precinct with a box of dusty letters and a paranoid note from your deceased mother. They'll bury it, and then Arthur will bury you." "I know," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I have absolutely no intention of going anywhere near a courtroom. Not yet." I began spreading the documents across Elias's massive dining table, arranging them with the methodical, ruthless precision I had spent the last 10 years cultivating. I am an investigative journalist for a major independent publication. Over the past decade, my exposés have gotten 3 corrupt state politicians indicted, forced the resignation of a police chief, and completely dissolved a fraudulent state regulatory agency. Arthur had spent my entire life trying to steer me away from journalism. He had cut off my college tuition when I refused to go to law school. He had constantly belittled my career, calling it a hobby for nosy paupers. He kept me just financially strained enough to occasionally need a loan, and just emotionally distant enough to ensure I never asked the right questions about our family history. Looking at the documents, the puzzle pieces violently snapped together. Arthur had never seen a son when he looked at me across the dinner table. He had seen a liability. He had seen living, breathing evidence of his crime. "Find Evelyn Hayes," I told Elias, pushing the mother's letter toward him. "Last known to be somewhere in the state. She was Julian Sterling's friend. She was present the day he died. I need her." Elias didn't say a word. He just pulled his heavy encrypted laptop toward him, cracked his knuckles, and started typing. By noon the next day, Arthur had called my cell phone 4 times. I let every single call go straight to voicemail. I sat at the kitchen table, listening to the audio files. The messages were perfectly calibrated. They sounded warm, deeply concerned, and entirely reasonable. "Leo, it's Dad. I'm incredibly worried about you. Pastor Miller told me you left abruptly. Please, son, there is a lot of context you don't have. Your mother was severely confused and paranoid near the end. The dementia was making her imagine terrible things. Just come home to the estate, let me pour you a drink, and we'll sort through her delusions together. I love you, son." It was a masterclass in manipulation. It was the voice of a sociopath who had spent 4 decades performing sincerity and had completely forgotten that it was just a performance. While Elias tracked the witness, I spent the morning logged into the public records terminal at the main municipal library, using my press credentials to bypass the standard wait times. I dug into the history of Julian Sterling. According to the archives, Julian had been a brilliant civil engineer who owned a small but massively profitable land development firm. In the 14 months leading up to his death, Julian had been locked in a vicious, documented legal dispute over a massive waterfront parcel of land. The land was worth several times its assessed value because it was zoned for a lucrative commercial resort. The opposing party in the earliest court filings had been legally redacted. But I am a journalist. I know how to cross-reference filing numbers. I matched the redacted docket numbers to the probate documents in Julian's estate records. The attorney who had handled the opposing side, and who subsequently handled the dissolution of Julian's estate after his sudden death, a newly licensed, ambitious lawyer, named Arthur Vance. There it was. The motive. Clean, brutal, and ugly. Arthur hadn't just murdered a man and stolen his widow. He had orchestrated the murder to steal the waterfront land deal, killed the only man holding the deed, legally adopted the infant heir to prevent the estate from going to a trust, and spent 34 years building a respectable, wealthy life on top of my father's watery grave. At 2 p.m., Elias slammed his laptop shut. "Got her. Evelyn Hayes. She's 63 years old. Lives in Oak Creek, a tiny rural town about 40 minutes east of here. She has a completely minimal digital footprint. No social media, no credit cards in her name, cash and carry lifestyle. She's been living off the grid. I called a landline registered to the property. She picked up. I verified who I was calling for." Elias paused, looking at me with a heavy expression. "Leo," she said, and I am quoting her directly, "I have been expecting someone to call about this for 34 years. Tell the boy to come." I was already grabbing my car keys. Evelyn Hayes lived in a small, faded white clapboard house at the absolute dead end of a long gravel road, surrounded by dense pine trees. It was the kind of deliberate, suffocating quiet that people build around themselves when they are perpetually terrified. As I pulled my car into the dirt driveway, the front door opened. She was already waiting. She had been watching from the front window. Evelyn was a small, bird-like woman with gray-streaked hair tied in a tight bun. Her face was heavily lined, but her eyes were sharp and alert. They were the eyes of a woman who had been holding her breath for 3 decades. She didn't smile. She just opened the screen door and gestured for me to come inside. She led me to a small, spotless kitchen, poured 2 mugs of black tea, and sat across from me. She didn't offer condolences. She didn't apologize. She just looked at my face, tracing my features with her eyes, and let out a long, shaky sigh. "You look exactly like him," she whispered. "It's terrifying how much you look like Julian." "Tell me what happened," I said softly. "Please." Evelyn wrapped both of her scarred hands around her warm mug. "Julian and I were incredibly close friends the year before he died. We worked together. He trusted me. In the months before the accident, we both started noticing bizarre things happening with the company. Documents were moving without his signature. Deed transfers were being filed. Massive sums of money were shifting through offshore accounts connected to a new business partner he had only recently brought on to help with the waterfront resort project." She looked me dead in the eye. "That partner was Arthur Vance." I nodded slowly, letting her continue. "Julian was going to the authorities," Evelyn said, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "He had compiled a massive dossier of Arthur's embezzlement and fraud. He told Arthur he was going to the police on Monday. But on Sunday, Julian took his small motorboat out on the lake. He loved the water. It was his thinking place. I was on the shoreline, sitting on the porch of my cabin, reading a book." A tear finally broke free and rolled down her wrinkled cheek. "I saw it, Leo. I saw a second, larger speedboat approach Julian's boat near the center of the lake. I couldn't see faces, but I saw a violent confrontation. I saw someone strike Julian with something heavy. I saw him fall into the water. The second boat sped away immediately. By the time I screamed for help and another boater went out there, Julian's boat was empty. They found his body 3 days later." "Late. Did you go to the police?" I asked, my blood running cold. "I was 29 years old," Evelyn said bitterly. "I ran straight to the police station. I told them everything. One detective, a man named Miller, listened to me for exactly 20 minutes. He patronized me. He told me I was grieving, confused, and seeing things from too far away. He officially ruled it an accidental drowning. 2 weeks later, I came home to find my apartment completely ransacked. Nothing of value was taken, but a large butcher knife was left stabbed directly into the center of my mattress." She looked at me without flinching. I understood exactly what that meant. I packed a single duffel bag that night, moved out of the city, changed my name, and I have been hiding ever since. "Why didn't you ever contact my mother?" I asked, the betrayal stinging my chest. "I did," Evelyn said, her voice steady. "I reached out to Clara about 5 years after the murder. We met in secret at a diner out of town. I told her what I saw. I told her Arthur was a monster. But Clara just broke down weeping. She told me she already knew. She said she had found Julian's missing dossier hidden in Arthur's home office. But she said she couldn't prove the murder and that Arthur had explicitly threatened your life. He told Clara that if she ever went to the cops, you would have a tragic accident too. She was a hostage, Leo. She sacrificed her freedom to keep you breathing." Evelyn paused, reaching across the table to touch my hand. "Clara told me that one day, when you were old enough and safe enough, she would make sure you knew everything. She meant to do it herself. But the cancer took her too fast. She ran out of time." I looked down at my hands resting on the wooden table, Julian Sterling's hands. "If I build an airtight case," I said, my voice vibrating with suppressed rage, "will you testify on the record?" Evelyn Hayes didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. "I have been waiting 34 years to destroy that man. Point me at a judge." Arthur made his first aggressive move on Wednesday morning. I was sitting in a downtown diner, reviewing the timeline I had built, when Marcus Reed slid uninvited into the leather booth across from me. Marcus was Arthur's junior partner at the law firm. He was 28, slick, polished, wearing a ridiculous Rolex, and exactly the kind of arrogant lawyer who viewed legal ethics as an annoying obstacle course rather than a moral foundation. He slammed a thick manila folder onto the table between my coffee cup and my notebook. "Leo," Marcus said, his voice dripping with fake, easy charm. "Arthur wanted me to flag some urgent concerns for you. As you know, your mother's mental competence in her final weeks was severely compromised by the medication. If someone were to, say, challenge any erratic documents or wild claims she allegedly prepared during that period, well, it would be a very ugly, very public legal battle that you couldn't possibly afford." He tapped the folder. Arthur is willing to advance you $50,000 from the estate right now, just to help you get back on your feet, provided you sign a standard non-disclosure and release of claims regarding Clara's personal effects. I didn't touch the folder. I didn't raise my voice. I just looked at him with absolute, freezing contempt. Marcus, I said quietly, do you have any actual idea what I do for a living? Marcus blinked, clearly thrown off script. You write articles for some internet blog. You're a freelancer. I am the senior investigative editor for the State Chronicle. I corrected him smoothly. I have spent 10 years on the investigative desk. I have 3 federal indictments, and 1 dissolved corrupt state agency on my resume. I know how to trace offshore shell companies. I know how to subpoena redacted dockets. I leaned forward, invading his space, watching the smug smile slowly melt off his face. I have a sworn, eyewitness affidavit from a woman who was present when Julian Sterling was murdered. I have a certified, state-issued birth certificate proving my identity. I have a complete devastating estate paper trail through Arthur's own firm from 34 years ago. And I have a forensic estate attorney who spent last night reviewing the fraudulent filings. I picked up my coffee cup, took a slow sip, and smiled at him. Tell Arthur I said thank you for sending his lapdog with a bribe. It means he is absolutely terrified. And terrified men make fatal mistakes. Marcus stared at me, his face completely drained of color. He stood up, left the folder on the table, and walked out of the diner without saying another word. The moment Marcus left, I made the phone call that would trigger the avalanche. I called my editor-in-chief, David Ross. David is a hard-edged, chain-smoking veteran of journalism who has run the investigative desk for 20 years and has the stomach ulcers to prove it. David, I need an indefinite leave of absence, I said the moment he answered. And then, I need the entire front page of the Sunday digital and print editions. No word limit. David was quiet for a beat. Is this a personal vendetta, or a massive public interest piece? It's a sitting partner at the biggest law firm in the state who committed first-degree murder, committed millions in probate fraud, and bribed a police detective to cover it up, I replied. It's both. My absolute favorite combination, David grunted. Take whatever resources you need. The legal department is on standby. I hung up, opened my laptop, and created a new document. I titled it simply, The Sterling Estate. I had everything required to utterly destroy Arthur Vance. The only remaining question was the method of execution. I could drag him through the courts, an arena where Arthur had spent 40 years cultivating immense power, bribing judges, and hiding evidence. Or, I could execute him publicly, through the press, the one arena, where I held absolute, unquestionable dominance, and where Arthur had no control whatsoever. I decided to do both simultaneously. A synchronized, dual flank attack timed to land within hours of each other, leaving him absolutely no room to breathe, spin, or escape. I had one final call to make. I dialed Elena Rostova. Elena is a ruthless, brilliant forensic estate attorney. 3 years ago, I had helped her source hidden documents for a massive fraudulent trust investigation. After we won that case, she told me that if I ever needed the specific kind of legal violence that lives at the intersection of probate law and righteous fury, I should call her. I explained the entire situation to her over a secure line. I sent her the encrypted scans of the birth certificate, the original will, the fake probate filings, and Evelyn's sworn affidavit. Elena was silent for 3 full minutes as she reviewed the files. When she finally spoke, her voice was practically vibrating with excitement. Leo, this is a masterpiece of fraud, Elena said. Because Arthur legally adopted you under false pretenses while suppressing the original will, the original Sterling estate was never legally dissolved. The statute of limitations on fraud does not begin until the fraud is discovered. Since you just discovered it yesterday, the clock starts now. She paused, typing rapidly. If these property transfers were executed under false representation, and they absolutely were, the entire chain of title is legally void going all the way back to the original fraud 34 years ago. That waterfront property Arthur stole? He built a luxury commercial resort on it. It's worth north of $7.5 million in today's market. And legally, because the original transfer is void, that resort belongs entirely to you. That's before we even calculate the damages for what he's stripped from the operating accounts. How fast can you file the injunction? I asked. I can file the massive civil suit and freeze all of his assets by Thursday at 9 a.m., Elena replied. But Leo, the second I file, Arthur will be automatically notified by the court system. He will have a team of 20 vicious defense lawyers moving to block it by noon. He will try to bury this in procedural motions. That's perfectly fine, I said, staring at the murder board I had built on my apartment wall, a chaotic web of document copies, photographs, dates, and thick red string connecting Arthur to the shell companies. Because by the time his lawyers even wake up to check the court filings, the story will already be public. The article took me 4 grueling, sleepless days to build. It wasn't a standard news post, it was a masterpiece. It was a 14,000-word investigative feature, meticulously sourced, ruthlessly fact-checked, and legally bulletproof. It included high-resolution scans of Evelyn Dean's devastating eyewitness account, the forged estate documentation, the certified birth certificate, the voided property transfers, and a brutal legal commentary provided by Elena. Elias, my PI friend, had also been busy. He had quietly located 2 additional explosive sources. The first was a former paralegal who had left Arthur's firm 10 years ago under uncomfortable circumstances and was more than happy to provide emails proving Arthur's routine embezzlement practices. The second was the retired police detective, Miller, the same detective who had ignored Evelyn 34 years ago. Elias had paid him a visit. Confronted with the fact that Evelyn was alive and going on the record, the terrified retired cop admitted on tape that Arthur Vance had visited his home personally, handed him an envelope containing $25,000 in cash, and told him to officially rule Julian's death an accidental drowning. The piece explicitly named Arthur Vance in the massive, bold headline. It was scheduled to automatically publish across all platforms at exactly 6 a.m. on Thursday. Elena's massive legal filing would hit the probate court docket at 9 a.m. I had one final thing left to do before the bomb detonated. On Wednesday evening, at 8 p.m., I drove to Arthur's massive, gated mansion, in the wealthy suburbs. I didn't go to warn him. I didn't go to beg for explanations, or closure. I went to stand face to face with the monster who had stolen my name, murdered my father, terrorized my mother, and robbed me of 34 years of truth, and let him look into my eyes as he realized his life was over. I rang the doorbell. A minute later, Arthur answered the massive oak door. He was wearing his expensive reading glasses, holding a crystal glass of expensive bourbon, looking like the perfect portrait of a man completely unbothered by the world. When he saw me standing on the porch, his face instantly arranged itself into a mask of practiced, paternal relief. "Leo, my boy," Arthur smiled warmly. "You finally came home. Come in, it's freezing out there. Let me pour you a drink." "I'm not coming in, Arthur," I said, my voice completely flat, my hands resting loosely in my jacket pockets. I looked at him. I really, truly looked at him for the first time in my life without the veil of childhood conditioning. I looked at his jawline, his eyes, his arrogant bearing. There was absolutely nothing there that resembled me. I wondered how I had been so blind for so long. The answer, of course, was that I had no reason to look. He had made sure of that. "I came to tell you that I know everything," I said, the words cutting through the cold night air like a scalpel. Not a fragmented version of it, not rumors. "I know absolutely everything. Julian Sterling. The $5.2 million waterfront land deal. The second speedboat. The shell company transfers through your firm. The $25,000 bribe you paid Detective Miller 3 days before he closed the case." I watched Arthur's face. It was a fascinating physiological reaction. The practiced warmth drained out of his features instantly, like dirty water emptying from a cracked vase. His eyes widened slightly. The muscles in his jaw locked. "I have the living witness," I continued mercilessly. "I have the entire paper trail. I have a forensic estate attorney who spent the last 4 days tearing apart your fraudulent filings. And I have the recording of Detective Miller confessing to the bribe." Arthur took a slow, agonizing sip of his bourbon. His hand was trembling so violently that the ice cubes clinked loudly against the crystal glass. When he finally spoke, his voice was a desperate, raspy whisper, stripped of all its courtroom bravado. "Leo, those are incredibly serious allegations. You are clearly unwell. You need psychiatric help. They stopped being allegations the second I got the certified copies, Arthur," I said, tilting my head slightly. "I wanted you to hear it from me, face to face. Because you spent 34 years looking me directly in the eye, and lying to my face. I thought you deserved to know exactly what it feels like, to be completely powerless, coming from the other direction." I didn't wait for him to respond. I turned my back on him and walked slowly back down the long driveway to my car. As I reached for the door handle, I heard the heavy front door of the mansion slowly click shut. A few seconds later, I heard the muffled, unmistakable crash of something heavy violently hitting the hardwood floor inside. Glass, maybe. Or the bourbon bottle. Or the pathetic sound of an arrogant man collapsing when he finally understands that he has been utterly outmaneuvered and destroyed by the very person he spent a lifetime underestimating. I drove home, crawled into bed, and slept better than I had in a decade. The article published at exactly 6 a.m. on Thursday morning. By 7:30 a.m., it had been shared over 10,000 times across social media. By 8:45 a.m., 3 major regional news stations were running it as a breaking, developing top story. By 10 a.m., Arthur Vance's prestigious law firm had released a panicked public statement calling the article defamatory, baseless, and the work of a disgruntled, grieving stepson. That statement remained live for exactly 2 hours before it was quietly and humiliatingly deleted from their website. It was deleted because the firm's internal crisis team realized that the 23 high-resolution documents attached to the article were completely authentic and legally undeniable. Elena filed the massive civil suit at 9 a.m., exactly as planned. The estate claim landed in probate court like a nuclear bomb, backed by full, devastating documentary support. The fraudulent transfers, the voided chain of title, Evelyn's sworn eyewitness affidavit, and the request for an immediate freeze on all of Arthur's financial assets. The judge granted the freeze by 10:30 a.m. A separate, massive criminal referral assembled by Elena from the exact same evidence package was hand-delivered to the state attorney general's office before lunch. Marcus Reed, the arrogant junior partner who had tried to bribe me at the diner, officially resigned from the law firm at 11:45 a.m. His resignation letter, which miraculously found its way onto my editor David's desk by 1 p.m., mentioned irreconcilable ethical concerns and potential criminal liability within the partnership without specifying them. He was desperately trying to save his own law license. He didn't need to specify, everyone already knew. At 2 p.m., the retired detective, Miller, gave a tearful, panicked statement to a local news crew that had ambushed him outside his suburban home. He wept on camera. He said he had made a terrible mistake as a young cop, that a man of immense influence had threatened his family and paid him off, and that he was deeply sorry it had taken 34 years to confess. Arthur Vance was arrested at his corner office at exactly 4:40 p.m. The police didn't give him the courtesy of turning himself in quietly. They walked him out the front doors of his massive glass office building in handcuffs, flanked by uniformed officers, right past a crowd of local reporters snapping photographs. The initial charges were massive: multiple counts of wire fraud, probate fraud, embezzlement, and obstruction of justice. The district attorney's office simultaneously announced they had opened a formal, priority homicide inquiry into the circumstances of Julian Sterling's death, an inquiry that, given the overwhelming evidence we had just handed them on a silver platter, was guaranteed to result in a first-degree murder indictment. I sat in my car in the parking lot of the diner where Marcus had threatened me just a week earlier, watching the live helicopter footage of Arthur being shoved into the back of a police cruiser on my phone. I expected to feel a massive surge of elation, or a rush of adrenaline, or maybe even a sense of vindictive joy, but I didn't. I felt no particular revelation at all. Instead, I felt something much quieter, much deeper. It was a profound settling in my chest. It felt exactly like a massive crushing debt that had always secretly existed, finally being entered into the correct ledger and marked paid in full. My phone rang. It was Elias. "Watching the news?" Elias asked, the satisfaction evident in his voice. "I'm watching," I replied. "How do you feel?" I thought about it for a moment. "Strange," I said honestly. "Like I've been carrying a massive, suffocating weight on my shoulders for my entire life, and now that it's gone, my hands don't quite know what to do with themselves." "That passes," Elias said gently. "Give it a few days." "So, what are you going to do with the name?" The massive estate claim would take months, possibly years, to fully untangle in the courts. Arthur would fight it from prison, but Elena was absolutely confident we would win. The resort would be mine. The stolen millions would be returned. But I had never needed the money to know who I was. I had built my own successful life. The name, however, was a completely different matter entirely. Leo Julian Sterling. I said it quietly aloud in the empty car, testing its weight on my tongue. It didn't feel foreign. It felt right. It fit perfectly. It had always been mine, even during the 34 years I had been forced to answer to the name of the man who murdered my father. "Sterling," I said into the phone, my voice steady and resolute. "I'm going to use Sterling. It's time to bring my father's name back to life." I hung up the phone, put my car in drive, and pulled out of the parking lot. I looked east, toward the long highway that led out to the rural town of Oak Creek. I had promised Evelyn Hayes a proper, face-to-face conversation over something much stronger than black tea. She had waited 3 agonizing decades in terrified isolation for the truth to finally surface. She deserved to hear it from me in person. She deserved to know exactly how the monster was taken down, how it felt to watch the handcuffs click shut, and to know that all her suffering, her bravery, and her patience had finally counted for something real. I merged onto the highway and drove toward the setting sun. And for the absolute first time in as long as I could remember, the road stretching out ahead of me felt entirely, undeniably mine. Pay the mortgage for free childcare, parents demanded to hide brother-in-law's debt. I left the keys in the night, and let the bank ruin them. Hi there, Reddit. I never imagined that I would be posting on this website, but the sheer brazenness of my family has caused me to doubt everything that I believe to be true. With the help of coercion, my parents attempted to coerce me into working as a free, full-time nanny for my sister's child. After I categorically refused to give up my career in order to make up for her errors, they tried to increase my rent in order to coerce me into change. Because of this, I decided to call their bluff, pack my belongings, and go. At this point, they are in a state of frantic panic, awash in debt, and facing the possibility of losing their valuable investment property entirely. The following is a detailed account of how this horrific nightmare transpired. My name is Marcus, and I am 29 years old. During the past 5 years, I have been residing in a condo in the suburbs of Denver that is owned by my parents. The condo has 2 bedrooms. The location is good. It is not very luxury, but it is secure, quiet, and located in a wonderful neighborhood that has excellent connections to public transportation. When the market was at its lowest point in 2014, my parents, Robert and Susan, purchased the home with the intention of using it as an investment. They offered to rent the condo to me at a significant discount when I graduated from college with a degree in supply chain management and secured my first high-stress corporate job. I accepted the offer. A monthly payment of $950 was required, in addition to the payment of all utilities, HOA fees, and routine maintenance. The arrangement was extremely basic. Within that particular zip code, the going rate for a comparable unit was easily $2,100 per month, each month. In this case, everyone came out ahead. As they collected rent from a tenant who treated the property like gold, I was able to aggressively save money and build up my emergency fund. At the same time, they collected rent that was assured and predictable. I have never been late with a payment, I have never thrown crazy parties, and I have even paid for the plumbing and the backsplash in the kitchen to be upgraded out of my own pocket. A wonderful landlord-tenant connection existed between us, or so I had believed. In spite of the fact that my parents are not intrinsically evil, they do have a fatal fault, and that flaw is my younger sister, Clara. Since the time she took her first breath, Clara has been the indisputable golden child. She is now 24 years old. Since the beginning, the dynamic among our family has been obviously imbalanced. On the other hand, I was expected to be a quiet, self-sufficient machine that never caused any difficulties, but Clara was totally incapable of doing anything wrong. When I was growing up, the double standards were so glaringly clear that they became a running joke among my extended family. If Clara failed a high school math class, it was because the teacher was intimidating and didn't understand her learning style. When she totaled my mom's sedan at 17, because she was filming a Snapchat video behind the wheel, my parents blamed the city for poor road signage and immediately bought her a brand new, safer SUV to protect her. When she got caught sneaking out to drink at a senior party, she was praised for exploring her independence. When I was 17 years old, I made the mistake of backing into our brick mailbox, which resulted in a little ding being left in my old Honda that I had been given as a gift. When I was in college and my financial aid ran short by $1,500, I asked my parents for a small, temporary loan. My father made me work weekends at a landscaping company for 3 months in order to pay for the repairs myself. He also lectured me every day about the importance of accountability. A painful 2-hour presentation on financial literacy was given to me by my father, who sat me down in his home office and gave me the presentation. In the end, he told me to work it out on my own. It was necessary for me to work night shifts at a fulfillment center while also studying 18 credit hours in order to make ends meet. Clara, on the other hand, left a private liberal arts institution after only 1 semester because the campus vibes were toxic. My parents paid off her $25,000 in wasteful tuition without batting an eye. Clara's decision was made without any hesitation. Not even my grandparents were able to see through the insanity. Every Thanksgiving, my grandfather would pull me aside, drop a crisp $100 bill into my palm, and whisper, "I respect the hell out of you, Marcus. You make your own way." That was his polite, Midwestern way of saying Clara was an annoying brat and my parents were fools. Take a step back in time to 2 years ago. At the age of 22, Clara became pregnant through her boyfriend, Troy. To put it another way, Troy is the personification of a participation prize. In spite of the fact that he is 26 years old, has no aspirations whatsoever, and consistently talks about his crypto investments and entrepreneurial grind, he has not been employed in a consistent position for more than 3 months in a row. He works in a variety of jobs, ranging from low-level retail to warehouse work, yet he consistently quits his jobs because his employers are disrespectful or the hours interfere with his unique creative process. When Clara made the announcement that she was expecting a child during a Sunday dinner with the family, I had every expectation that my parents would show at least a little bit of concern. Both Clara and Troy did not have any savings, a reliable source of income, or even their own apartment. Instead, my mother broke down in floods of happiness, And my father did not waste any time in placing an order for a smart crib on his iPad, which cost him $1,200, before the dessert was even delivered. No one bothered to ask the critical questions. The question of how they were going to afford diapers was never even brought up, let alone rent. When my parents realized that they needed to protect Clara from the consequences of her behavior, they quickly went into financial overdrive. Both the first and the last month's rent for a huge apartment that Clara and Troy were renting were paid by them. They purchased nursery furniture that was made to order, baby outfits that were worth thousands of dollars, and a stroller that was of the highest quality and cost more than my first automobile purchased. On the other hand, Clara and Troy made no contribution whatsoever. They simply sat back, smiled for Instagram, and took in the unending stream of cash that was coming their way. After the birth of my niece Lily in the spring of last year, the situation went from being bothersome to being intolerable. In spite of the fact that Lily is a cute child, Clara regarded motherhood as if it were an inconvenient hobby. From the very beginning, Clara presumed that the entire world would revolve around her requirements for childcare. At 3 o'clock in the morning, she would contact my mother and insist that she drive over to calm the baby, because Clara needed her beauty sleep. She would then drop Lily off at my parents' house for a quick 1-hour errand, then disappear for 7 hours, ignoring all calls. My parents became unpaid nannies who lived on call around the clock. In order to accommodate Clara's chaotic and irresponsible way of living, they entirely depleted their energy, skipped social gatherings, and canceled vacations. I refrained from getting involved in any way. During the major holidays, I paid a visit and purchased some wonderful presents for the baby, but I made sure to keep rigid boundaries. I was responsible for managing my own life. I am currently employed by a big national retailer in the capacity of senior logistics supply chain analyst. The work that I do is really demanding. When it comes to inventory management, I am responsible for managing millions of dollars, coordinating with overseas shipping companies, minimizing bottlenecks in the supply chain, and negotiating with angry truck drivers and warehouse managers. On Wednesdays and Fridays, I can be found working from home. Let me make it perfectly clear. Working from home is not the same thing as chilling in sweatpants watching Netflix. The days when I work from home are the most challenging for me. Beginning at 7:30 inches the morning and continuing until 6:00 inches the evening, I am glued to my multiple monitors, wrangling large spreadsheets, running data models, and hosting high-stakes Zoom meetings with executives from corporations. I am unable to tolerate interruptions. I am unable to cope with background noise. Focus is essential to the success of my career. It was then that the Sunday supper occurred, which irreparably devastated my family. It was the middle of August, when Lily was approximately 5 months old. My parents extended an invitation to me to join them for our regular Sunday roast that occurs every other week. Both Clara and Troy were already present when I got at the location. The air within the house was dense and oppressive, and it was difficult to breathe. Clara was aggressively scrolling through TikTok while Lily was screaming her lungs out in the living room. She was completely ignoring her. My mother was fatigued, her eyes sunken with heavy bags, and she was furiously trying to mash potatoes while bouncing a screaming newborn on her hip. Troy was sitting on the couch and loudly talking about how the system is rigged against independent thinkers. We mustered the strength to make it through a tense and uncomfortable supper. Immediately, after the dishes were cleared, my father cleared his throat and stared at me with a terrifyingly serious expression on his face. "Marcus, step into my office. Your mother and sister are going to join us." The pit of my stomach dropped. The fact that my father's office was the location of family gatherings indicated only one thing: Clara had made a mistake, and someone was likely to be asked to provide blood for her. I made my way into the claustrophobic study. In an attempt to give the impression that he was a mafia leader, my father sat behind his mahogany desk. In a state of nervousness, my mother stood at the window. She was picking at her acrylic nails while sitting in the armchair in the corner of the room, and she was avoiding making eye contact with me. That Troy had remained in the living room was a fortunate coincidence. To begin, my father engaged in some business-related small conversation. "So, Marcus, the condo, everything holding up well? No plumbing issues? AC running fine?" They were required to pay the mortgage out of their own pocket for a period of 5 months, which was approximately $8,000. It was a plumbing deductible of $4,500 that they paid. And now, they are obligated to a lease that pays $1,850 per month, which is $850 less than the $2,700 that they arrogantly wanted from me. If you wait, things will get better. To put it simply, the new tenants are a living nightmare. According to Aunt Sarah, they are a young couple who have 2 enormous huskies. My father exempted them from the pet rules because he was so desperate to get them there. The dogs have already scratched the hardwood flooring to the point that they are not even recognizable. My dad receives a call from the renters at 2 in the morning, requesting that he come fix some little inconveniences, such as a cabinet hinge that is loose or a sink that drains slowly. Every single month, they are late with their rent payments, which requires my father to be persistent in his pursuit of them. Concurrently, Clara's life began to fall apart. The realization finally dawned on her that she would not have me to provide free babysitting, and that my parents would be unable to afford to support her lifestyle due to the stress caused by the empty condo. As was to be expected, Troy resigned from his position at the warehouse following a request from his supervisor to put down his phone. Because they were unable to afford daycare, Clara was forced to quit her job at the dental boutique where she worked. They were forced out of their pleasant apartment in February due to the fact that my parents were no longer able to afford to provide financial assistance for their rent. The infant, Clara, and Troy were forced to relocate to the basement of my parents' house. My parents are now in their late 60s, and they are experiencing financial hardship, dealing with nightmare tenants, and living with a baby who is crying, a daughter who is upset, and a son-in-law who is a deadbeat and eats their food and plays PlayStation all day long. On the other hand, I am successful and prospering. My new flat is wonderful in every way. Because I was able to give my full attention to my work, my career took off, and I just obtained a big promotion to the position of logistics director, which came with a 30% increase in my salary. It is a peaceful and calm place, and I am completely free. It seemed to me that that was the conclusion of the tale. I was under the impression that it was a textbook example of the golden child syndrome manifesting itself in their looks. On the other hand, I was incorrect. I was able to learn the true and revolting reason why my parents attempted to triple the amount of my rent 2 weeks ago. Even as I type this, I am still trembling all over with anger. Beyond anything I could have ever imagined, my parents engaged in a level of dishonesty and financial depravity that is beyond anything I could have predicted. On Thursday of last week, I was surprised to receive an email from Clara. It was neither an angry text, nor a voicemail that was manipulative. Long and formal email that was typed out. The message's subject line had the following words: "I am so sorry. You need to know the truth." In spite of my better judgment, I agreed to meet her in a coffee shop in the downtown area that was neutral. I hardly recognized her when she stepped in for the first time. All traces of the arrogant and entitled golden child had finally vanished. The appearance of her was one of exhaustion, despair, and profound shame. After taking a seat, she placed an order for a black coffee, and then she instantly began crying. However, this time there was no audience there, and the tears were genuine. She said, "Marcus, I am so sorry." As she stared into her cup, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry for what we did to you. But you need to know, it wasn't just about childcare. Mom and Dad lied to you. They lied to everyone." The beating of my heart caused me to cross my arms. "What are you talking about?" After taking a big breath and trembling, Clara proceeded to lay out a financial conspiracy that was so absurd that it seemed like a plot from a movie. Do you remember how Troy would constantly talk about his crypto investments and his entrepreneurial grind? To tell you the truth, it turns out that Troy did not simply leave his job shortly after Clara became pregnant. Through his participation, he became a part of a vast and highly leveraged offshore cryptocurrency trading operation. He was able to persuade himself that he was a clever businessman. For the purpose of entering the market at its ultimate high, he maxed up each and every credit card that was issued in his name and Clara's name, and he also obtained predatory personal loans. The collapse of the cryptocurrency market resulted in Troy losing more than just his money. As a result, he was stuck with nearly $65,000 worth of aggressive debt with high interest rates. Right around the time when Clara's baby was born, the lenders threatened to sue her, threatened to garnish her salary, and threatened to completely wreck her life. In a state of fear, Clara ran to our parents for help. As a result of my parents' insatiable and unquenchable desire to shield their golden child from the repercussions of her decisions, they made the decision to save them. My parents, on the other hand, did not have $65,000 in cash on hand. Now, what exactly did they do? They used the condo as collateral for a home equity line of credit, HELOC, which they obtained in secret. This is my condo. The location, where I was residing at the time. They were able to totally clear Clara's name and pay off Troy's terrible gambling debts by withdrawing $70,000 from the stock in the company. Clara's voice was shaking as she added, however, the interest rates on the home equity line of credit were variable, and some of them spiked. Suddenly, Mom and Dad had this massive new monthly loan payment on top of the original condo mortgage. The new combined mortgage payment for the condo wasn't $1,200 anymore, it was exactly $2,650. There was a disturbing clarity to the way the pieces fell into place. The numerics. Due of the sudden and intense urgency. Although I was staring at her in complete and utter terror, I hushed. The rent increase. The $2,700 a month. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Clara gave a slight nod. Yes. They didn't just want you to babysit. They were drowning. They needed exactly $2,700 a month to cover the new mortgage they took out to pay for Troy's debts. The childcare thing was just a smokescreen. They figured if they offered you a deal to babysit for free, you'd feel guilty and accept. But their real goal was to force you to accept the $2,700 rent. They were going to use you to pay off Troy's crypto debt. I experienced a health ailment. Under the cover of fair market value and family obligation, my own parents had stealthily mortgaged my property in order to save my brother-in-law, who had been a chronic debtor. They then attempted to legally coerce me into paying the bill by calling it family obligation. Why are you telling me this now? I replied, managing to keep my voice in a dangerously calm tone. As Clara wailed, because they're losing it, she explained. When you moved out, they couldn't make the HELOC payments. The 5 months the condo sat empty completely wiped out their retirement savings. The new tenants stopped paying rent 2 months ago and are refusing to leave. The bank just sent mom and dad a notice of default. The condo is going into foreclosure. They are going to lose the property, and their own house is leveraged against it. They might lose everything. And dad is blaming you. He sits in the basement screaming that if you had just been a good son and paid the rent, none of this would be happening. Clara turned her gaze toward me, her eyes pleading with me to forgive her. I left Troy. I packed up Lily and moved into a friend's spare room. I filed for child support, and I'm going back to school. I finally see how sick this whole family dynamic is. I was a horrible sister to you, Marcus. I was selfish, and I let them use you. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I couldn't let you go on thinking you were the bad guy. You were right to leave. I remained there speechless for a considerable amount of time, taking in the overwhelming depth of the betrayal that had occurred. In an effort to shield Troy from his own foolishness, my parents were willing to do anything to me, including ruin my professional life, deplete my financial resources, and manipulate my feelings. After getting to my feet, I tossed a $20 bill onto the table in order to pay for the coffees, and then I looked down at my sister. I appreciate you telling me the truth, Clara. I genuinely hope you get your life together for Lily's sake, but do not ever contact me again. None of you. As soon as I left the coffee shop, I took out my phone and dialed the number of a real estate attorney that I am familiar with. Now we come to the last and most significant turn of events. Regarding the imminent foreclosure on the condominium, I informed my attorney about it. He conducted some research. The bank is, in fact, taking possession of the property. Due to the fact that the current occupants are nightmarish squatters who have practically trashed the interior, it is quite possible that the bank would auction off the condominium as a distressed, occupied foreclosure at a significant discount in order to get it off their books. Together with my attorney, I have established a limited liability company, LLC, that is anonymous. Next month, when that condominium is brought to the courthouse steps, my limited liability company is going to submit a cash bid for it. I am in possession of more than sufficient capital as a result of the promotion I recently received, as well as the large savings I accumulated while I was living there. I am going to purchase the condominium directly from the bank for a price that is a fraction of $1. The horrible renters that my father signed a lease with are going to be evicted from their home by me legally. And I will be the only owner of the property, free and clear, while my parents will be left with nothing but the enormous debt that they took on in order to protect a person who has not been paying their bills. They had a desire for me to pay their mortgage with all my heart. I suppose that I shall do it at long last. Nevertheless, my name will be the only one that appears on the deed this time.